Chapter 1: How can an orphan marry my daughter? The long-missing young master of the Lin family, the richest family in Beijing, has been found. In an office building where every inch of land is valuable. Lin Dashan sat in the president's chair, holding a photo in his hand. Really? This is the son I've been looking for 20 years? Quick! Bring him here. At the same time, Lin He was sitting in front of a couple, looking awkward. Uncle and aunt, don't worry, just marry Mumu to me. I will treat her well in the future. I have been an orphan since I was a child, and after marriage I will definitely treat you two as my biological parents. Before I finished speaking, Lu Xiaoxia interrupted directly. Stop, stop. How dare you say such a thing? An orphan wants to marry my daughter? You're dreaming. Sumu's face tightened and he said softly. Mom, don't say that. Xiaolin is still nice to me. Lu Xiaoxia rolled her eyes. His eyes turned to the Jinliafu liquor that Lin He brought. A sneer. What's the use of being good? Can this kind of wine be used as a gift? Surely no one taught me. Su Jiannan also smiled contemptuously. Ha, I stopped drinking this kind of wine 20 years ago. At this moment, Lin He's face was filled with burning humiliation. How could he not know that this wine is not up to standard? But he was only in his 20s, had just graduated a few years ago, and didn't earn much. He also had to pay for Sumu's graduate school tuition and living expenses. Sumu's parents favor boys over girls. Since Sumu was admitted to university, he has never spent a penny. Now Sumu has finally graduated from graduate school. He thought that 7 years of love would lead to a happy marriage. But I didn't expect that. At this time, Sumu's parents actually put on parental airs. Lin He took a deep breath. Suppress emotions. Uncle and aunt, I am not considerate enough. But I am sincere to Mumu. I will work harder in the future to let her live a good life. Good day? Lu Xiaoxia snorted coldly. Boy, don't think you can take my daughter away just because you've been with her for so many years. To be frank, you can't even afford the betrothal gift now, right? Lin He, auntie, I have saved some money over the years, all of which is with Mumu. There should be 100,000 yuan, and these should be. Honey, this money. Before he finished speaking, Sumu spoke timidly. Lin He was puzzled. What's wrong? Mumu? Seeing Sumu's embarrassed expression, Su Jiannan waved his hand and wrote lightly. Xiaolin, let me inform you that I borrowed this 100,000 yuan. What? Uncle. Lin He was extremely shocked. These 100,000 yuan were saved by him by living on coarse food all these years. How could this person say so lightly that he borrowed it? Notification? Su Jiannan was not in a hurry. You know, Mumu's brother is now 18 years old and is about to get married. I bought him a 3-bedroom apartment in my hometown. Since I didn't have enough money, I took Mumu's money. Xiaolin, you won't mind this little thing, right? After hearing this, Lin He couldn't help but feel angry. Although Sumu's hometown is a small place, a 3-bedroom apartment costs over 1 million. From this perspective, the Su family is not short of money at all. The reason why he took away the 100,000 was just because he had a long-term relationship with Sumu and he was sure that Sumu would suffer this loss in silence. Sumu looked aggrieved. Dear, I will pay you back the money slowly. What are you going to pay back? Since Xiaolin likes you so much, this little money shouldn't be a small matter. If you still care about this, you are too petty. Lu Xiaoxia said sarcastically. Su Jiannan also took a puff of his cigarette. Yes, Xiaolin. To be honest, we don't care about this little money. We just want to use it to see your character and vision. Lin He didn't expect the couple to be so shameless. I couldn't help but sneer. Uncle and aunt, I know you don't need this money, but this money is what I saved with great difficulty. If we get married, it will be our only capital. Sumu didn't have a good life since he was a child, and now. What? Lu Xiaoxia was furious. Sumu has never had a good life? You are openly scolding my husband and me, right? Humph. You are not even our son-in-law yet, but you are so ungrateful. Are you going to be in trouble in the future? Su Jiannan also snorted coldly and looked at Sumu. Girl, what did I say? You have a bad eye. Now you know that your mother and I are doing this for your own good, right? Young Master Wang is 10,000 times better than this kid. Sumu lowered his head. Lin He was shocked and frowned. Young Master Wang? Mumu, who is that? Sumu didn't dare to look directly into Lin He's eyes. Whispered. My dear, can you please go back today? We can talk about marriage slowly. Lin He immediately realized that this matter was not that simple. His eyes moved between Su's parents and Sumu. Mumu, did your parents force you to marry someone else? Sumu bit his lip, looking aggrieved. Lin He, don't get me wrong, it's not what you think. Mumu, don't be afraid. Tell me if you have anything to say. We have been together for 7 years, and there is nothing we can't overcome. Lin He held Sumu's shoulders with a look of heartache. That's enough. Su Jiannan raised his voice. Don't even think about marrying my daughter. You don't need to interfere with who we marry her to. Looking at this pair of parents who have no human touch, Lin He couldn't stand it anymore. Uncle and aunt. Sumu is a person, not a thing. She has her own thoughts. You can't just give her to whoever you want. After that, take Sumu's hand. Mumu, let's go. But Sumu didn't move. Lin He was surprised and turned back suddenly. I just noticed Sumu's cold eyes. Lin He, I don't want to lie to you, let's break up. I'm already engaged to someone else. Lin He felt a ringing in his ears and even began to doubt his own ears. Already engaged? Sumu, this joke is not funny at all. Have you forgotten? Sumu took a step back, his eyes reddened. I haven't forgotten. Yes, you paid for my college and graduate school, but do you know how I managed to hold on? A rental house with no heating in the winter and no air conditioning in the summer. Endless discounted vegetables and fruits. And people look at me strangely. I've had enough of this kind of life. You are just an orphan. You have nothing except your youth. I don't want to live like this for the next few decades. I'm sorry, that's all. Don't contact me anymore. I don't want Master Wang to misunderstand. The room fell silent. Lin He couldn't recover for a long time, and his heart felt like it was being torn apart. Looking at Sumu, he also felt extremely unfamiliar. That's right. Those times when we had to eat discounted food in our rental house were indeed hard to bear. But in order to make Sumu's life better, he worked and studied very hard, leaving him with almost no time to relax. In order to raise enough money for Sumu's expensive tuition to study art, he only slept 4 or 5 hours a day and always had endless part-time jobs. In order to cook more dishes for Sumu, he haggled over the 50 cents or 1 yuan with the vegetable seller at the market, and suffered countless cold stares. The suffering he endured was 10 or 100 times greater than that of Sumu. But for love, he was willing to do it. And now. But it was the person he loved deeply who dealt him the fatal blow. Lin He was exhausted. After a long pause, he said, Okay. Sumu, don't regret it. After that, he walked out the door without looking back. Behind. Sumu's voice came slowly. I won't regret it. You've been good to me, but you can't stop me from running to someone better. Lin He's body stiffened and he slowly opened the door. I saw a few men in suits standing at the door. The leading man in sunglasses looked respectful. Hello, are you Mr. Lin He? Our president wants to see you. Chapter 2 Is this goddess my fiancé? Lin Group. A huge office building located in the city center, the property of the richest man in Beijing. It is majestic and awe-inspiring. Led by the man in sunglasses, Lin He entered the company. At this time, a beautiful woman passed by. There were more than 10 staff members following her, and they looked at her with awe. The woman is wearing a white business suit. She has slightly curly hair, bright eyes, and white teeth, and is extremely beautiful, even more beautiful than the female stars on TV. There is also a kind of noble pride that cannot be desecrated. At this time, I heard a few sighs. Wow, so pretty. Who is this? Has the group hired another female celebrity to be its spokesperson? TSK. What female celebrity? You don't even know Shen Xingyu, President Shen? She's the new vice president of the group. What? She is President Shen? The dream goddess of countless male employees in the group? As expected, seeing is believing. Lin he couldn't help but be lost in thought. The dream goddess of many male employees? This title is quite exaggerated, but then again, that woman's appearance is indeed worthy of it. After getting on the elevator, several employees were still discussing. Mr. Shin is so young, he must have gotten in through the back door, right? I heard his family has some background. What do you mean by back door? Mr. Shin just came back from studying abroad. He is a top student. He is very capable and won an order worth tens of millions last month. She's beautiful, strong, and rich. Have you heard? The son of the company's major shareholder, Mr. Wang, is pursuing her. He's offering her luxury cars and mansions. What's so strange about this? Who among the wealthy people in Beijing doesn't know Ms. Shin? There are many rich second generations chasing after her. But it's a pity. She doesn't like any of them. It seems like she's always waiting for someone. So mysterious? Who is it? How would we know about this? These are just rumors. We don't know whether they are true or not. You can just listen to them casually. Gossip enters my ears. Lin he couldn't help but feel a little curious about Mr. Shin. How can a seemingly perfect woman, in such a flashy circle, wait for someone forever without being tempted by the outside world? Oh, that's too beautiful to be realistic. That employee is right, just listen to it. Thinking room. The two of them had already reached the door of an office. Mr. Lin, this is it, please come in. Lin he looked up. Sure enough, it was clearly written on the door, President's office. Push the door open and go in. The man in the president's chair suddenly stood up. I stared at him for a long time. Yes, very much so. Exactly the same as me when I was young. Lin he was also stunned. There was something inexplicably familiar about the man's features. You. The words are not finished yet. Lin Dashin came over and shook Lin He's hand excitedly. Child, your name is Lin He, you are 23 years old this year, and you were born on October 20th. There is a moon-shaped birthmark on the back of your neck. Lin He was extremely shocked. How did you know this? I am your biological father. 20 years ago, due to a business crisis, I had no choice but to send you back to your hometown. But who knew that due to a strange combination of circumstances, I never heard from you again. I have been looking for you all these years, and today I finally got what I wanted. Lin Dashin's eyes turned red as he spoke. Who could have thought that a man who was so powerful in the business world could behave so out of control in front of a teenager? Son, how have you been out there these years? Lin he was somewhat bewildered. It was not until he carefully looked through the paternity certificate on the table that he dared to try to accept the fact. What does that mean? He has a father? He has a family? Over the years, he has grown up in an orphanage and has become accustomed to being strong, to enduring hardships, and to the strange looks of others. But now, the president of the Lin Group, the richest man in Beijing, actually said that he was his father? Life is indeed full of drama. It took a full 10 minutes for Lin He to calm down. Boss Lin. I've been living a good life these years. He really couldn't bring himself to call someone he had just met dad. Lin Dashin naturally understood. Family affection needs to be slowly made up for, and managed haste makes waste. It's okay, son, just take your time. Over the years, Lin he narrated the story. Although he talked about the smooth and happy things, he did not mention the sad past that was unique to an orphan. Half an hour later. After hearing this, Lin Dashin wiped away his tears of excitement. Son, even though you didn't say it, Dad knows that you've suffered a lot these years. Dad owes you, and I will definitely make it up to you. Oh, right. There's another person you must meet. Next. The door was pushed open. Mr. Shin, who I had just seen downstairs, walked in. Such a beautiful face appeared in front of me again. Lin He's heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. Shin Xingyu stepped forward slowly. With eyes full of suspicion, he stared at him and asked. Are you really Lin He? Shin Xingyu knew from a young age that she was engaged to the son of the Lin family. But Lin Hai has been missing for 20 years. At one point she thought this person would never appear again. Now that this person was right in front of her, she actually had a feeling it was unreal. I am. Lin He nodded. Lin Dashin explained. Son, this is Shin Xingyu. Our Lin family and the Shin family are old friends. When you two were very young, your parents arranged a marriage for you. Baby marriage? Lin he was shocked again. Just after meeting for the first time, this girl became his future wife? Is this too fast? He didn't know how to describe his current mood. An hour ago, he was dumped by his girlfriend of 7 years. In the blink of an eye, a goddess-like woman stood in front of him and said she was his fiancée. Lin he had never dared to imagine a stunning beauty like Shin Qingyu before. But, this. Shin Qingyu's eyes darkened. Do you already have someone you like? As soon as these words came out, Lin he thought of what had just happened at Sue's house, and his heart ached. He shook his head and said, "No." Shin Qingyu smiled. Without saying anything, he took a step forward and put his arm around Lin he. Then start loving me from now on. The sudden close contact and the warm body temperature made Lin he's breathing slow down. My mood also became restless. After a long time, he finally mustered up the courage. Miss Shin, I heard that you are a top student who studied abroad. You are also very capable. But I am just an ordinary person with a bachelor's degree. I am afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of. Before he finished speaking, Shin Qingyu spoke directly. I don't care what your education background is. I only know that you are Lin he, the husband my father chose for me when he was still alive. I trust his judgment. Lin Dashin patted Lin he on the shoulder. Son, your marriage was destined long ago. It was also your uncle Shin's last wish. Besides, our Lin family has some status after all. If it weren't for such an outstanding girl like Qingyu, how could she be worthy of you? Lin he glanced at Shin Qingyu again. It's hard not to be moved by such a stunning and cool goddess. But in just one day, he experienced great ups and downs in his life. I feel extremely confused. Boss Lin, Qingyu, give me some time. Lin Dashin suddenly realized. He said hurriedly. That's right. You can't accept all this at once. How about this, you come to the company to be the general manager first. When you have more contact with Qingyu, you will naturally develop feelings for her. Lin he was stunned. General manager? Lin Group is a technology company, and he has never had any contact with it. How can he possibly do well? Boss Lin, I know you want to compensate me, but I want to learn first and get familiar with the company's business. I want to start as an ordinary employee. This. Lin Dashin looked embarrassed. I only have this one son, and I found him with great difficulty. How can I bear to let him suffer at the grassroots level? Just then, Shin Qingyu's eyes turned slightly. Uncle Lin, what Lin he said makes sense. Why don't we let him go to my department? Saying, she turned her head and raised her eyebrows, her eyes moving. Future President Lin, you won't look down on me if I temporarily work under you, right? Lin he felt like he was being teased. My face instantly became hot. No, I won't. Seeing their relationship heating up quickly, Lin Dashin understood immediately. With such a capable and beautiful female boss as his fiancée, it would be hard for such a silly son not to be tempted. Between the eyes, Shin Qingyu couldn't help but tease. Then what are you still standing there for? Xiaolin, why don't you go to your workstation? Forehead. Under Shin Qingyu's gaze, Lin he unconsciously avoided her eyes. Oh. Shin Qingyu couldn't help but cover her face and laugh. Even if you have to work, you have to dress up. Don't lose my face. How about this, you accompany Uncle Lin for the next few days, and when I'm done with my work, we'll go shopping together in the mall. Chapter 3 My White Moonlight is a Green Tea Bitch? A few days later. Coffee shop. Sumu wore light makeup and a red dress. With a smile on his face and elegant manners. Dachuan, are you free at the company today? How come you're so nice to take me out shopping? Wang Dachuan smiled. She deliberately lifted her hair to reveal the Rolex on her wrist. You are much more important to me than the company's affairs. Sumu was startled. Dachuan, you're so nice. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. He is indeed a nouveau riche, without any substance at all. I remember when I was in primary school, Wang Dachuan was the poorest in the class, and he started following me around since then. I don't know what kind of luck his father had, but he actually made a fortune through investment, and this kid also became a rich second generation. Looking closely at Wang Dachuan, he is much inferior to Lin he in both appearance and height. If it weren't for the money, she wouldn't even bother to look at such a man. Just thinking. Wang Dachuan pushed a certificate over with a look of suspense. Baby, look what this is? After taking a closer look, Sumu was overjoyed. This is too obvious. Who can't tell the real estate certificate? Could it be that Wang Dachuan was planning to give her a house as an engagement gift? A house in Beijing. It costs tens of millions. Is Wang Dachuan really so devoted? Sumu had a moment of doubt, but soon became convinced. I am a graduate student and I am beautiful. What's so strange about a man giving me a house? She deserves it. This is? Sumu suppressed his excitement and pretended to be ignorant. Just open it and you'll know, baby. Okay. Sumu took a deep breath and slowly opened the certificate. But the next second, the smile froze on his face. I saw that the owneress name was clearly written on the column, Wang Dachuan. Baby, this is the wedding house my mom prepared for us. It's fully paid for. We won't have any pressure in the future. It's a large flat in the city center, and you can see the ocean cube from the window. Do you like it? Sumu almost couldn't breathe. It's fine if it's not for herself, but I won't mention it if her name is not included. It was actually bought in full before they got their marriage certificate. Do the Wang family think she is a fool? Isn't this because he is afraid that she will divide the property when they divorce? Dachuan, this house. Baby, what's wrong with you? Don't you like it? I like it. This is our future home, I'm so happy. Dachuan, I don't care about any of this. As long as I'm with you, I'm willing to beg for food. Su Mayan couldn't help but think of Lin He. When she was with Lin He, he was completely considerate to her. He gave her all his salary every time he got paid, fearing that she would suffer a little. But now, she is about to marry Wang Dachuan, but the Wang family is so wary of her. Ding ding. A message was sent to Wang Dachuan's mobile phone. Wang Dachuan took a look and his face suddenly turned gloomy. The message was sent by the Queen Mother and came with a photo. The photo shows a man and a woman holding hands affectionately. Son, I'm worried, so I asked someone to investigate Sumu's specific situation. The result was beyond my expectation. Sumu, this woman, actually dared to agree to our Wang family's engagement when she already had a boyfriend. Take a look for yourself, this photo was taken a few days ago. The boy in the photo is her boyfriend of 7 years, named Lin He. Dachuan, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong? Sumu looked at Wang Dachuan's expression and felt a little guilty. Wang Dachuan held the photo in front of Sumu. Who is this? Sumu's heart tightened, but he pretended to be calm. Dachuan, what do you mean? What do I mean? This is your boyfriend, right? His name is Lin He. Wang Dachuan was furious. He could never have imagined that the white moonlight he had loved since childhood had turned into a scheming woman. Sumu remained calm. No, it's my ex-boyfriend. We've broken up for a long time. What's there to say about this kind of thing? Who doesn't have a past? Ex-boyfriend? Look carefully. This photo was taken just a few days ago. Wang Dachuan stared at Sumu, waiting for a reasonable explanation. But surprisingly, Sumu lowered his head and was silent for a while. Redness in the eyes. Dachuan, am I that kind of person in your eyes? It's true that the photo was taken a few days ago, but that day Lin He said he couldn't forget me and begged me to go out and accompany him. Then he took my hand when I wasn't paying attention. But I shook it off immediately. I don't know how someone took this photo. Dachuan, you don't know that Lin He is an orphan and has suffered from depression since childhood. I agreed to go out only because I was afraid that he would be depressed. I no longer have any feelings for him. He cheated on me more than once when we were together. What's even more infuriating is that even after we broke up, he told everyone else that I was his girlfriend. This is my painful experience, and I don't want to mention Lin He, the scumbag. I didn't expect you to think of me as that kind of woman. Sumu said this while observing Wang Dachuan's expression. Seeing that the fire is almost ready, wiped away tears, stood up. If you don't believe me, forget it. I'm a poor man, just let me fend for myself. Just about to leave. A big hand held her. Wang Dachuan looked guilty and his eyes were full of pain. Baby, I didn't expect you had such a hard time before you met me. It's my fault this time. I shouldn't have doubted you. Sumu stood there, his eyes blurred with tears and his face full of grievance. Watching the beauty cry, Wang Dachuan felt warm inside. Baby, don't worry. If I run into that bastard Linhee, I'll make sure he's in trouble. Okay, I'll take you to buy an engagement gift, okay? Chapter 4, Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. Xingyu, forget about this. I'm really not used to it. In a high-end clothing store. Linhee looked at the suit in the clerk's hand with an embarrassed look on his face. Xingyu frowned. No. Linhee sighed and walked into the fitting room. Come out again. Xingyu's eyes lit up. Linhee's conditions were already good. Now that he had put on this suit made of high-end fabric and exquisitely tailored, Linhee's image and temperament were elevated to a higher level. The whole person looks extraordinary and noble. Several shop assistants couldn't take their eyes away. Praise again and again. Ma'am, you have a very good taste. This suit looks tailor-made for your boyfriend. Yes. I've been selling these clothes for so long, and I've never seen anyone wear them more elegantly than this gentleman. Looking at myself in the mirror. Linhee was somewhat unfamiliar. In order to facilitate movement, he usually wears sports casual clothes or work clothes. This kind of clothes made him feel a little uncomfortable. Xingyu, forget about this dress. I wear it. Xingyu's cheeks flushed slightly, but her tone was unquestionable. Then, just take out your bank card and hand it to the clerk. Pack up all the sets you just tried. The clerk smiled instantly. For such a large order, the commission alone can be equal to half a month's salary. I was about to take my bank card to open an order. Another clear voice came from behind. Etc. The clerk was startled, turned around and said politely. Ma'am, is there anything else I can help you with? Xingyu raised her eyes and spoke softly. He's my fiancé. What you just said, boyfriend, isn't quite accurate. Hearing this, Linhee's heart was shocked for a moment, and he had an indescribable feeling. Under the watchful eyes of those around him, he stood there straight, his heart racing, and couldn't help but ponder the difference between a boyfriend and a fiancé. Half a second later, he seemed to understand. There's not much difference. But it seems to indicate that Xingyu feels pretty good about him? The clerk said hurriedly. Excuse me, ma'am. It's my question. I didn't expect you two were already engaged. You are such a perfect match. Walk out of the store. There was a strange atmosphere between the two of them. Linhee was the first to break the awkwardness. Xingyu, I'm sorry to have cost you money today. Oh, nothing. I just want to maintain the overall image of my department. Xingyu seemed absent-minded. Only she herself knew that she was upset about what had just happened. What did she just do? Isn't it just a name? Why bother about it? She seemed impatient. To be honest, she had no expectations of her future fiancé before. But since Linhee appeared, she felt a little like a young girl in love. Linhee seemed to be different from the rich second generations who had pursued her before. Not so flashy and superficial. On the contrary, Linhee is very simple. The clothes she bought were really insignificant for the future successor of the Lin Group, but Linhee was still full of gratitude. Her Shin family has a complicated background, and her second and third uncles are trying to seize power. She is just an orphan. His position in the Shin family is really insignificant. Looking at Linhee, she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. In my current situation, am I worthy of being the only heir to the Lin family, the richest family in Beijing? Linhee did not notice Xingyu's depressed look. Thank you anyway. When he was with Sumu, he worried about money every day and rarely bought clothes for himself. I have never received any clothes from girls. Especially when it is given by a top beauty. It feels good. Xingyu, if you have anything you like, I can give you something. Xingyu was a little surprised. He raised his eyebrows and looked Linhee up and down. You buy it for me? Things here are still very expensive. Linhee grinned. Take out a bank card. Lao Lin gave it to me. He said that you can't let girls pay when you go out with them. Unless, never mind, just tell me, what do you want? Xingyu saw that Linhee was hesitant to speak. Unless what? Linhee smiled helplessly. He said that it's only possible after we get married. Shin Xingyu's cheeks were slightly red. Then I'll be welcome. Inside the LV store, surrounded by several shopping guides, Sumu held a bag in front of him. Dachuan, what do you think of this color? Does it suit me? Wang Dachuan sat on the sofa, crossing his legs. Baby, with your appearance and temperament, you will look good with any bag. Well, can I have this? Sumu asked shyly. Wang Dachuan nodded and took out his bank card. Waiter, how much is this bag? Pay by card. Sir, this is our anniversary edition, 100,800. How many? Wang Dachuan paused while holding the bank card. 100,000 was not a lot for him, but it was beyond his budget today. He originally planned to spend around 50,000 yuan on the engagement gift, and his parents agreed. Now it is more than twice as much, and it will be difficult to report back. Besides, because of the photo incident, his mother was already a little dissatisfied with Sumu. Thinking of this, Wang Dachuan took the card back. Under Sumu's expectant gaze, he said calmly, Baby, these limited editions don't actually hold their value. As a frequent visitor to luxury stores, I suggest you buy the classic ones. Really? Okay then. Sumu was startled. I suddenly felt a little disappointed. Wang Dachuan's credit card had a limit of several million yuan, but he was reluctant to buy her a bag worth 100,000 yuan. What about vows of eternal love? How ridiculous. If it was Lin He. Even if I cash out my Huabei account, I will definitely buy it for her. Sumu sighed silently, and his originally excited heart suddenly cooled down. Just at this moment, with a neat welcome, a man and a woman appeared at the door. Look carefully at who is coming. Sumu's pupils suddenly dilated. Lin He? Chapter 5 Lin He? How could he afford it? Suddenly, she became nervous. She had just evaded the matter between her and Lin He. If Lin He let anything slip, wouldn't her dream of marrying into a wealthy family be shattered? Also, with Lin He's financial strength, how could he possibly appear in such a luxury store? Has he been following me? Sumu's expression suddenly fell, and he walked forward. Lin He, are you done yet? We're already done, why are you clinging to me? Lin He stopped, obviously not expecting to meet here. Looking at Sumu's impatient look, and glancing at the man behind her, he immediately understood what was going on. He had a cold face and was speechless, and walked straight past the person. Sumu was shocked. Lin He, what are you doing? If you have something to say, just tell me directly. There's no need to. Before I finished speaking, only then did I realize that Lin He didn't go to look for Wang Dachuan at all. Instead, he walked to the counter nearby and said to the people around him as if nothing had happened. Xingyu, which one do you want to see? Only then did Sumu notice that there was a woman beside Lin He. In a moment, that extremely uncomfortable feeling spread in her heart. It's only been a few days since they broke up, and Lin He already has a new woman? How is this possible? It must be fake. Oh. Thinking of provoking her with this trick is really too childish. She took a deep breath and walked to Wang Dachuan. Never mind, dear, we are always on the same page. Let's go. Wang Dachuan had been a little jealous of Lin He for a long time. Now that he saw that Lin He was taller and more handsome than him, he felt even more unhappy. The most infuriating thing is that Lin He is actually accompanied by a top beauty. At least 2 levels more beautiful than Sumu. Isn't Lin He an orphan? He also suffers from depression. Why does he deserve a woman like this? No, baby. This scumbag has bullied you before. I have to teach him a lesson today. Wang Dachuan said while gritting his teeth. Hey! Dachuan! Sumu hurriedly chased after him. In front of the counter, Shin Xingyu also took a fancy to the limited edition bag. Hello, help me get that bag. Yes, ma'am. Looking at the bag, Shin Xingyu nodded. This one will do. Good. Lin He was about to pay with his bank card. He was interrupted by a voice. Your name is Lin He? Not only have you deceived Mumu's feelings, but now you are trying to cheat her again? Wang Dachuan was very rude and pushed Lin He in the chest. Lin He tidied his clothes. His eyes flashed with impatience. Who are you? Who do you care who I am? I'm telling you, you can't bully Mumu. Don't think that just because she's kind, you can pretend to be pitiful to gain her sympathy. She's my wife now, and if you still dare to make a fuss and force her to meet you, I won't be polite to you. Wang Dachuan became angrier as he spoke. Sumu hurriedly pulled his arm, looking guilty. Dachuan. Forget it. It's all over. Let's go. Lin He frowned and looked at the two people in front of him. With a sneer. Really? You mean I'm sorry for her? What else? Seeing Lin Haiyun's nonchalant look, Wang Dachuan became even more furious. I'm telling you, you'd better stay away from Mumu in the future. Otherwise, no matter you are depressed or mentally ill, I will make sure you can't survive in Beijing. Lin He glanced at Sumu. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that in Sumu's words, he had become a stubborn and depressed person. For 7 whole years, he devoted himself to his studies, working part-time in the cold and hot weather to earn money and support his graduate students. That's what people said about him behind his back. Joke. Lin He is a joke. Without waiting for him to speak. But he found that Xin Xingyu beside him looked extremely cold. If you continue to talk nonsense, I will not hesitate to sue you for defamation. Also, if one of you and my fiancé is going to fail in the capital, that person must be you. At this second, Lin He's heart trembled slightly. In his impression, Xin Xingyu seemed indifferent to everything. And now, her serious and determined look is really touching. Sumu's breathing stagnated and he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Fiancé? Lin He is engaged? How is this possible? In an instant, a strong feeling of sourness swept over me. In her heart, Lin He has always been her private possession. Even if she throws him away, Lin He's heart can only belong to her. But now, he is engaged to someone else so soon? Then what is she? What is the 7 years of relationship before? Wang Dachuan's face was filled with disbelief. What? Fiancé? Beautiful girl, don't be fooled by this scumbag. He is an orphan, penniless. People like him are best at playing with your feelings. Xin Xingyu wanted to say something else. Lin He held her hand. Xingyu, why waste time with this kind of person? As soon as they turned around, I heard a voice behind me. Stop. Wang Dachuan took a step forward and was about to pinch Lin He's shoulder. But the next second, there was a loud bang, and a figure fell heavily to the ground. Lin He's shoulder throw was clean and neat. Looking at the people on the ground, there was no wave in his voice. Is that enough? You dared to fight me? Wang Dachuan lay on the ground, grimacing in pain. Feeling even more humiliated, he got up and rushed towards Lin He. Today, I am. Dachuan. Have you had enough of the trouble? Sumu yelled and blocked his way directly in front of him. Wang Dachuan was stunned. Sumu, what do you mean? I'm just venting my anger for you. Sumu's breathing was rapid. Looking at Wang Dachuan, he tried his best to suppress his emotions. Dachuan, I am really touched by what you have done for me. But I don't want you to get hurt because of me. I am tired today, shall we go back? She wasn't sure if Lin He would completely lose his patience and tell the truth if she allowed Wang Dachuan to continue making a fuss. By then, it will be irreversible. Besides, Wang Dachuan's current appearance is really not presentable. She didn't want to be looked down upon by Lin He. Snort! Wang Dachuan's face was extremely gloomy and he walked straight out the door. Sumu let out a sigh of relief and was about to follow him out. I saw behind me. In front of the counter. Lin He holds a bank card in his hand. Waiter, please pack the one you just mentioned. Swipe the card. Drop. Okay, sir. The total is 100,800. The transaction has been successful. Keep the card for you. This moment. Sumu almost doubted his own eyes. Is this person really Lin He? Spending 100,000 yuan on a bag without even blinking an eye? The most infuriating thing is that the bag he bought was the one that Wang Dachuan was reluctant to buy just now. How so? Suddenly, she remembered the people who took Lin He away a few days ago. Could it be? Is Lin He a rich man? He has been testing her all these years? She glanced at Wang Dachuan, who left angrily. Pick up your phone. clicked into the WeChat dialog box of Lin He. Chapter 6: Pay Your Debts. Lin He had just paid the bill when he received a message on his phone. Open it and take a look. It's Su Mu. I'm sorry. It was Dachuan's fault just now. Please don't be angry, okay? And, my parents told him about depression. You know, my parents never ask for my opinion. If possible, can we talk about it? Tonight at 8 o'clock, at our old home. I'll wait for you. Lin He sneered. Her old home? The rental house she hated so much? Will you go? Lin He looked up and found that Xinxing was looking at him coldly. Lin He did not answer but asked instead. Do you want me to go or not? Xinxing face darkened. Lin He, you'd better figure it out. You're my fiancé now. Do you think it's appropriate to meet my ex-girlfriend? Lin He smiled slightly. As expected. But I have to go. Why? Xinxing was furious. From childhood to adulthood, no man would contradict her, let alone talk about such a sensitive topic as ex-girlfriend. And Lin He just said it so openly? Lin He put away his phone and naturally took the thing from Xinxing hand. She still owes me money. Xinxing expression eased slightly. How many? 100,000. Oh. Xinxing looked puzzled. Is this amount of money worth your trip? Lin He, with the financial resources of your Lin family, this amount of money is simply a drop in the bucket. It's different. I earned that 100,000 pennies by myself. Lin He interrupted directly, and the expression on his face was unquestionable. That money is not just a simple number. But it was his difficult past. Xinxing was startled. Whatever. Strangeness. After these few days of contact, she just felt that Lin He was an easygoing and simple boy. But at that moment, she seemed to see the same sense of oppression from Uncle Lin and Lin He. Su family. From leaving the mall. Su Mu's mind was on his cell phone. Why no reply yet? In the past, Lin He always replied to her messages immediately. Why this time? Just as I was thinking about it, I heard a noise. Oh my! My girl, look at how generous the Wang family is. These gifts were sent by Dachuan's mother yesterday. They are obviously priceless. You were so wise to dump that poor boy Lin He. Lu Xiaoxiao was holding a jade necklace, her eyes full of greed. Su Jiannan snorted coldly. Do you think these gold, silver and jewelry are so easy to accept? Didn't you listen to what the Wang family's housekeeper said? He hoped that we could reciprocate. What do you mean? We also need to return the favor. Lu Xiaoxia disagrees. What's the big deal? The Wang family is rich, so they naturally pay attention to etiquette. To put it bluntly, they also want our attitude and sincerity. I just mentioned it to Dachuan's mother a few days ago, saying that I like jadeite. They sent so much. Where can I find such in-laws? Su Jiannan curled his lips. Look at you. So tell me, what are you going to give back for such a valuable gift? Who said I can't afford it? I've already ordered the goods, and they'll arrive tomorrow. It's 120,000. Su Jiannan jumped up from the sofa. What? 120,000? All our savings have been used to buy a house for our son. There is not a penny in the passbook. Where did you get the money? What did you buy? We have used up all our savings, but we still have Lin He's 100,000 yuan, right? My father also left me 20,000 yuan before he died. That's exactly 120,000 yuan. Old Su, you are so short-sighted. The Wang family has only one son, so won't all the Wang family's property belong to me from now on? Lu Xiaoxia said this proudly. Su Mu was shocked. Mom, what did you say? Did you really use Lin He's money? Su Mu suddenly felt uneasy. She would never have felt this way before. After all, she knew Lin He's character too well, and he could make up an excuse. But today's meeting? Lin He seemed to have become a different person. She hasn't replied to the message she sent. What if they fall out over this money and Lin Hayu is doomed to fail? Mom! I originally wanted to keep this 100,000 for emergencies. When I told Lin He that I bought a house, it was just a test and a delaying tactic. How could you really spend it? What would you let me do if Lin He came to collect the debt? TSK. Lu Xiaoxiao looked annoyed. You damn girl, why are you shouting so loudly? I have no intention of paying this money back. What can he do as an orphan? Even if he wants to sue me, I can't afford a lawyer. I won't give it to him. Sumu took a deep breath. Do you think I want to pay the money back? I'm afraid he will go find Wang Dachuan. If the Wang family knew that I hadn't broken up with Lin He yet and was engaged to his family, do you think you can still be a relative of the Wang family? This. Lu Xiaoxia froze. After a moment of silence, she gritted her teeth. Lin He, that damn bastard. Okay. If he comes to ask for money, I'll just pick one of these jewels and sell it to him. Can I give it back to him? Sumu finally relaxed a little. Fortunately, the Wang family was very generous and these jewels looked like they were not ordinary items. If you sell it, the price will definitely not be low. Ding ding. The phone beeped. Sumu's heart suddenly rose to his throat. She had never been so looking forward to news from Lin He. I picked up my phone and looked at it. She immediately smiled. Lin He, yes. After reading the news, she stood up with great interest. Mom, where did you put the clothes Wang Dachuan bought for me last time? Before I finished speaking, the phone beeped again. Lin He, it just so happens that the house there is due for vacancy. I need to pack my things, so please bring me the spare key and I will return it to the landlord. The moment I saw the message, Sumu's mood fell to the bottom. That was the home where they had lived together for 7 years, and there were traces of their lives everywhere. Is Lin He really going to cancel the lease? She thought that Lin He would guard that place. Chapter 7 Meeting with Ex-Girlfriend. Rental housing. Click. Sumu took the key and opened the door, and it was pitch black inside. Turning on the light, she checked her watch. It's 7:50, 10 minutes before the agreed time. She couldn't help but frown. He knew Lin He's habits. He would arrive half an hour early for every date. She had gotten used to seeing Lin He coming up to her with a smile and giving her a hug as soon as she arrived at a place. But now, Sumu looked at the empty room and felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. It turns out that time goes very slowly when waiting for someone. After a while, the old door creaked. Sumu sat in front of the desk she was familiar with, without looking back. I thought you would come sooner. Lin He lit a cigarette, leaning against the door frame. I thought you wouldn't come so early. Sumu was speechless for a long time before he said, for the last time, I don't want to be late. Lin He didn't say anything. Sumu turned around and looked at him. Just one glance. Sumu still couldn't help but feel a little depressed. When they first got together, she was attracted by Lin He's figure and looks. Looking at him now, he has lost some of his boyish immaturity and has become more mature and mature like a man. It also seems that he is more masculine than before the breakup. She retracted her gaze and said calmly, You never smoked before. I only quit after I met you. Just because I don't like it? Oh, you're overthinking it. It's to save money. Lin He smiled jokingly and finished his cigarette. Go into the house. Pick up the key that Sumu left on the table. All right, Madame Wang's time is precious. Let's stop talking nonsense and get straight to the point. Sumu was a little confused. Getting to the point? Didn't you already have the key? Lin He leaned back on the sofa, his 2 long legs naturally resting on the coffee table. Sumu, have you forgotten something? Sumu was startled. Biting my lower lip. You mean the money? We've been together for so many years, is it necessary to care so much about it? Lin He raised his eyes. There is no more love in my eyes. Of course, not a penny less. You. Sumu took a deep breath. I couldn't help but sigh that I was too suspicious. She used to think that Lin He was a hidden rich man, but now seeing how he was fussing about every penny, how could that be possible? He took out 100,000 yuan to buy a bag in broad daylight. It's obvious that he's acting. Okay, I'll give you the money. But you have to promise me one thing. Explain. You know, I'm engaged. My fiancé is sensitive and I don't want him to know anything about us. Especially. You're cheating? Lin He. Sumu was a little angry. No matter what you think, as long as you agree, I can pay you back. It depends on my mood. Lin, he said coldly. This attitude made Sumu angry. Lin, I know you hate me, but I've made it very clear to you. Love without material things is a mess. I've given you 7 years of my youth, what else are you not satisfied with? Then my youth is not youth? Lin, he asked back. Sumu's face darkened. Lin, don't act like a victim. Don't you think you're disgusting now? You've obviously found another woman, and judging by how affectionate you two are, you've been together for a long time, right? It's really hard for her, and she even specially accompanied you to put on a show for me. What do you want to prove? Prove that you're rich? Make me regret it? Ha, don't you think you're childish? Fuck. That's really dirty. Lin, he smiled sarcastically. Sumu seemed to have caught something. What? You can't accept this? Lin, you have always pretended to be a loving and loyal man. But what about it? Who is that woman? Can you explain? After that, she stared straight at Lin, very eager to know the answer. But unfortunately, there was no reply. Lin, looked puzzled. Sumu, how much did you drink? You cheated on someone else, why should I explain to you? Have you become stupid from studying? Sumu was shocked, his face full of disbelief. Lin, you? In her impression, Lin, always had a warm and loving smile on his face towards her. No matter how angry I am, I will never say a harsh word to her. But now, Lin, impatient and angular look made her feel suffocated. A waste of time. Lin, said this and stood up to leave. Etc. Sumu suppressed his emotions. Are you really engaged to that woman? Yes. Do you love her? Lin, felt hesitant to laugh or cry. Go out directly. $100,000. Not a cent less within 3 days. Sumu was speechless. I felt a sense of loss. Was that person just now really Lin, who had doted on her for 7 years? Why did she feel lost when she saw Lin leaving? She was the one who tried so hard to draw a line between herself and Lin. How so? After leaving the rental house, Lin drove directly to Lin Group. There has been a lot of work in the company recently, and Xinxingyu has been working overtime. After all, she is my fiancée, so I must show her the proper care. 20 minutes later. As soon as he entered the Lin Group, he heard a commotion. When I got closer, I saw a layoff plan displayed on the company's notice board. The employees gathered together and complained. What's going on? Even a company as big as Lin's is doing this. Do they want to let people live? Boss Lin doesn't care about these things. I tell you, this is all done by the new CEO Shin. A new official starts with 3 big moves. Ha! That's right. They said the layoff results will be announced this weekend. If I get laid off, what will happen to my whole family? Don't worry, this result is based on your usual performance. Lin listened to the general idea. I thought to myself, no wonder Xinxingyu has been working overtime, it turns out it's because of this matter. Take the elevator upstairs. When I arrived at the door of the general manager's office, I heard voices talking inside. Boss Shin, I beg you. I will do my best in the future. The lack of results in this design department is an overall problem, and it is not something I can change alone. I have parents and children to take care of, I cannot be without a job. The man spoke sincerely, and from his voice he seemed to be a middle-aged man. Lin was a little surprised. Wasn't it said that the results would be announced at the weekend? Someone came to plead for mercy so soon? Manager Wang, what do you mean by that? The results haven't come out yet, how do you know you're on the layoff list? Xinxingyu's voice was polite and distant. Boss Shin, please stop playing dumb with me. I've been in the company for 10 years, don't I have enough connections? Just raise your hand. I really will lead the design department to achieve great results in the future. Manager Wang, I don't know what you are talking about. Why are you raising your hand? Go ahead and do your work. I still have a few cases to finish. Xinxingyu immediately ordered them to leave. Okay. Mr. Shin, you go ahead and do your work. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the general manager's office was opened. A middle-aged man came out. Eyes met. Lin He nodded slightly as a greeting. Manager Wang also pulled the corner of his mouth, and although it was a smile, it was uglier than crying. Wait for people to go away. Lin Hutsai opened the door. Xin Xingyu was sitting on a chair, obviously not in a good mood. You can see that she is a little tired. But even in this state, her beauty has not diminished at all. Instead, there is a kind of lazy and weary beauty. To be honest, not many people can wear professional attire beautifully. But Xin Xingyu looks effortlessly beautiful in it. Her figure is well proportioned, her slender waist seems boneless, and her long wavy hair falls around her waist, which is really eye-catching. At this moment, a very old-fashioned word popped up in Lin He's mind. Beauty. Chapter 8. Are you bullying me? Xin Xingyu raised her eyes. Why are you here? Wait a minute, I'll make a phone call. The call was connected. Xin Xingyu's eyes suddenly turned cold and stern. Secretary Li, how are you doing your job? Why is the news that will be made public next month now spreading all over the company? Are you adding to my workload? Okay, you reflect on yourself. Also, no matter what method you use, I don't want to see Lao Wang in the design department next month. Do you understand? After hanging up the phone, Xin Xingyu rubbed his temples. Have you finished meeting your ex-girlfriend? Lin He looked at her with a puzzled look in his eyes. Xin Xingyu raised her eyebrows. What? Do you think I'm unsympathetic? Are you only thinking about establishing your authority and sacrificing the company's senior staff? Lin He shook his head. I don't have any idea. I just feel that your state when you are working is very different. Xin Xingyu smiled helplessly. Forget it, let's not talk about this. I heard from Uncle Lin that you want to join the company's design department? Don't blame me for not reminding you, this is the weakest department of the Lin Group, and the employees are also very complicated and difficult to deal with. You are not from a professional college, so I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to get ahead. Lin He nodded. I studied product design for 4 years in college and I'm very interested in this. If it wasn't for making money quickly, I wouldn't have changed my career. Now that I have the opportunity, I want to try it. Xin Xingyu's eyes showed some appreciation. With Lin He's status, he could obviously become a vice president and enjoy the admiration and flattery of thousands of people. But he was willing to hide his identity and start learning from the basics. It's really rare. Well, I respect your opinion. The next day. Design department. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Lin He. Starting today, he will join the design department. Welcome everyone. Manager Wang said as a matter of routine. Facing the sparse applause, Lin He bowed slightly. Hello everyone, please take care. Xiao Lin, work hard. If you have any questions, just come to me. Okay, thank you, Manager Wang. Lin He responded and walked to his workstation. As soon as I sat down, I heard the woman at the next workstation mumbling. What's going on? They're clamoring for layoffs, yet people are still trying to squeeze in. They're not leaving any room for people to work at all. The people around had different expressions, and it was obvious that they had the same idea. Manager Wang didn't pay attention to this and continued with a folder. Besides that, I have another task. I need to come up with the design drawings for a few electronic watches. I'll assign the design team to take over. Team leader Ku. The woman who was mumbling just now suddenly had a long face. Okay, got it, manager. Lin He glanced sideways. This woman is actually a team leader? No wonder Xin Xingyu said that the interpersonal relationships in the design department are complicated. With people like this around, it's hard not to be complicated. Manager Wang continued to make arrangements. For this design work, I suggest that the members of your design team work in pairs and come up with design drawings within 3 days. Team leader Ko, the newcomer Lin He will follow you. It's a good opportunity for you to guide him. Got it, Manager Wang. Sister Ko responded lazily. After Manager Wang left, Sister Ko knocked on Lin He's desk. Which school did you graduate from? Lin He glanced at her. Just an ordinary undergraduate. You're still able to come in now when the layoffs are so severe. You must have some connections, right? Hey! What do your parents do? Sister Cook continued to dig deeper. In the workplace, this is a routine operation for newcomers. The reason is simple: your background determines how you will be treated. Most people with powerful backgrounds will be cautious and will not go too far in doing things. If you don't have any background, I'm sorry, you still have a lot of experience to go through. Lin He naturally understood this truth. This doesn't seem to have much to do with work, Sister Ku. Sister Ku was turned away. His face darkened. Since Manager Wang asked me to take you on, then you can make a few design drawings for me to see. You just got here, and whether you can pass the probation period will also be considered by the higher-ups as the team leader. Do you understand? Lin He was speechless. Okay. That's good. Sister Ka smiled triumphantly, then turned around and clapped her hands towards everyone. Everyone! To celebrate the new member joining us, we'll have a dinner at the Japanese restaurant after get off work tonight. Lin He's treat. Don't be late. Wow! That's great. Thank you, Sister Ku. Thank you, Sister Ku. The new little brother is so sensible. That's great. I haven't eaten Japanese food for a long time. Only Lin He looked confused. Treat him? Have you discussed this with him? Sister Ko, what does this mean? Lin He didn't tolerate it either. He just stood up and looked at him unfriendly. Sister Ka had a smooth face. Don't you know this little bit of rules? Everyone comes here this way. Don't be late at night. Also, some team members don't drink red wine, so bring 2 bottles of Mauzi with you. After saying that, he left as if nothing had happened. Lin He couldn't help but sneer. You are so arrogant. 2 bottles of Mauzi? They can buy your life. Hi. Your name is Lin He, right? At this time, a girl appeared beside Lin He. The girl looked a year or 2 younger than him, with a high ponytail, simple makeup, and a youthful look. What's up? Lin He responded politely. The girl smiled playfully and put a small note into his hand. You dropped something. After saying that, she winked at him and quickly returned to her seat. Lin He was a little confused. I opened the paper and saw. Hurry up. The average price per person in a Japanese restaurant is over 1,000. I was charged 8,000 last time. Crying. Lin He looked up and saw the girl pouting at her. He couldn't help but laugh. This girl must have just graduated not long ago. She is quite interesting. She is innocent and means well. But Lin He has already decided. He has to go to this dinner. Not only will he go, he will also make Sister Ko, the office veteran, suffer the consequences. He pondered for a moment, then took out his cell phone. I'll give you a chance to watch the show, do you want it? Chapter 9 Just You? Not worthy. Japanese food store. As soon as the dishes were served, Sister Ko picked up her wine glass first. Everyone is here, so let me say a few words first. Gathering here this time is a rare opportunity. Everyone has worked hard during this period. Don't worry about anything today, just eat and drink well. Lin He sneered in his heart. How could this be a welcome party for him? Wasn't it just to make him the scapegoat? As soon as the words fell, there was a burst of cheers in the room. Sister Ku is so domineering. Thank you, Sister Ku. If you follow Sister Ku, you will have to eat 9 meals in 3 days. Come on, come on. Brothers and sisters from our design team, let's toast to Sister Ku together. After all this flattery, Sister Ku really enjoyed it. Oh no, no, no. You guys are so polite. I'll do it then. Just raise the glass. She stopped in mid-air again, glanced at the table, and her face suddenly drooped. Lin He, didn't I tell you? Xiao Zhao and Xiao Li don't drink red wine, so I asked you to buy Mao Tai. Where's your wine? Lin He was prepared. I patted my head intentionally. I'm so sorry, Sister Ku. I forgot about it because I wasn't in a hurry to come here. Crack. Sister Ku put the wine glass down heavily. Forgot? Are you okay? Our department finally got out of here once. Do you know how much everyone will be disappointed because of your mistake? This kind of mean face. Lin He felt nauseous, but he remained calm. What should we do? This store also has them, right? Sister Ko, do you want to order some? What else? Sister Ko was not polite either. Waiter, I want a bottle of this 20-year-old wine. Oh, and do you have ace of spades? 3 bottles first. And this Arctic scallop. Sister Ko took another order and 10 minutes passed. The expressions of the people around him changed, and they observed Lin He's expression from time to time. The consumption at this Japanese restaurant is very high, plus the drinks we ordered. Whether it's aged wine or ace of spades, it can cost thousands of dollars. To put it bluntly, it is not affordable for ordinary white-collar workers like them. Even if it is just taking advantage of the situation, this practice is too much. But surprisingly, during the whole process, Lin He was extremely calm, as if the amount ordered had nothing to do with him. Even after Sister Ko ordered, he asked with a relaxed expression, "Is this enough?" Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. Could it be that this new guy really has a background? Does he not care about a few $1,000s? Sister Ko really enjoys this feeling of dignity as a superior. That's all for now. After all, this is your first time, and as a senior, I can't help but consider your ability to bear it. Lin He smiled and nodded lightly. The drinks and dishes were served quickly. It's filled to the brim. After 3 rounds of drinks, the people at the table quickly got into the mood. Sister Ko can drink a lot. She's a real heroine. That's right. If it weren't for Sister Ko's efforts to turn the tide at the wine table, how could the last case have gone so smoothly? Oh. Sister Ko. I give in. Drink first as a token of my respect. Looking at these flatterers, Lin He just felt nauseous and picked up the juice in front of him and took 2 sips. At this time, while the people around her were not paying attention, and Cora whispered to Lin He, "Are you stupid? This meal today is worth several months' salary. I'm not giving you a note. May I have your name?" Lin He responded directly, and he became more curious about this simple girl. My name is Encore." After saying this, her cheeks turned slightly red. Lin He smiled slightly, "Thank you." I don't need to thank you." Encore's face instantly became hot. She herself didn't know whether it was because she was drunk or because she was being stared at by a handsome boy. After a while, under the influence of alcohol, everyone got into a state of excitement. Sister Ko, in particular, was in high spirits. At this time, he was whispering about something with a few colleagues, and occasionally he would laugh. Sister Ko's voice is vulgar. "Ha ha ha. You guys are exaggerating. He's just a little kid, I don't even know if his hair has fully grown." As he spoke, he glanced towards Lin He. Lin He knew without thinking that these people must be talking about some obscene topic, so he simply turned his eyes away indifferently. However, this move caused dissatisfaction among several people on the other side. A man with glasses stood up. "No, I want to ask. Lin He, you are a newcomer, so it's fine if you don't toast to everyone. But you don't even show respect to Sister Ko? Aren't you too ignorant? Don't forget, you still have to follow Sister Ko to complete the tasks assigned by Manager Wang." Saying, the man with glasses came over with the bottle and poured Lin He a full glass. "Remember, I am your brother Wang. I will teach you the rules today. You have to toast to Sister Ko first. If it weren't for Sister Ko, we wouldn't give you the face to attend today's dinner." Lin He glanced at Brother Wang and couldn't help but want to laugh. This man looks so gentle and refined, but I didn't expect him to be a scoundrel who even uses his power to bully others. "No, what are you looking at? Can't you hear Brother Wang asking you to drink? Drink! Drink!" Everyone around echoed the voice, and each of them had a condescending look on their face. Lin He smiled slightly. He picked up the wine glass and stood up calmly. The man with glasses nodded with satisfaction. "That's not even close. Damn it! What are you doing?" The man with glasses' face instantly turned red. The wine flowed down his face and onto the white shirt of the man with glasses. Extremely embarrassed, Lin He looked calm. The wine glass in his hand was empty. The scene was silent for a few seconds. Everyone was shocked. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin He was full of disbelief. Sister Ko slammed the table. "Lin He! What are you doing? Senior is here to teach you the rules for your own good, why are you so mad?" Lin He shook off the wine in his hand with some disdain. "With your morals, you still want to teach others the rules? Aren't you afraid that people will laugh at you?" Sister Ko took a deep breath. She never thought that a newcomer would dare to glare at her like this. I'm telling you, you're a newcomer. Let alone asking you to drink a glass of wine, it wouldn't be surprising even if I asked you to accompany everyone to drink. Because I'm your team leader. Your boss. Puff. Lin, he sneered. I'm sorry, you? You're not worthy. Chapter 10. Who will treat me to this meal? As soon as the words fell, Sister Ku's face suddenly turned purple. The lackeys were also surprised. They could understand why Lin He poured wine on Brother Wang just now. After all, he was just an employee of the same level with slightly more seniority. But Sister Ku is different. She is the immediate boss of these people. If they offend her, they will surely suffer endless troubles at work. And Lin He just did it so cleanly and efficiently? Only Kier, who was also a newcomer and was bullied, had her eyes lit up and looked at Lin He with admiration. Sister Ku suppressed her emotions. Lin He, I am very disappointed with your attitude. Today's dinner was supposed to bring you together with your colleagues. If you do this, it only shows that you have a very bad character. Even if you are reluctant to treat us, you can't be so excessive. Under the guidance of Sister Ku, the lackeys suddenly realized. Oh my god. It turns out this guy is worried about money. Heh. To be honest, if it weren't for Sister Ku's sake, I really wouldn't want to come to this dinner. Who said it wasn't true? We originally came here because Sister Ku asked for it, but this kid thought we couldn't afford to eat, so he had to come and eat his food. He's really too petty. TSK. Is such a person worthy of working with us? Seeing that everyone was talking about the same thing, Sister Ku then pretended to be disappointed and spoke. Forget it, brothers and sisters. Since he doesn't appreciate it, he probably won't need our help at work in the future. We've all finished eating, so let's go. Lin He smiled but said nothing. Do you want to leave? How can it be that simple? Really? As soon as Sister Ku raised her buttocks, the waiter came over to greet her. Ma'am, this is tonight's bill, a total of 25,000. How do I pay it? Sister Ku frowned, looking annoyed. Are you blind? Is this my treat? Just come over and hand over the bill? The waiter glanced at Lin He and continued to talk to Sister Ku. Ma'am, please don't embarrass me. Weren't these dishes all ordered by you? When Lin He first arrived, he told several waiters that whoever wanted to pay the bill could do so, and just don't come to him. Sister Ku was put on the fire. Some got angry out of shame. Lin He, what do you mean? This is a welcome party for you, and you don't want to pay now? Aren't you a bad person? Lin He sneered. Sister Ku, didn't you just draw a line between the entire department and me? You ordered all these things, and you ate the most. You still want me to pay? Besides, aren't these your brothers and sisters? Why? You can't even bear to part with this little bit of money? Sister Ku's face tightened. This dinner was hosted in your name. Between the confrontation. With a click, the door of the box was pushed open. Amid everyone's puzzled gazes, Shin Xingyu walked in. Sister Ku froze. Immediately put on an ugly smile. Mr. Shin, why are you here? The people behind him lowered their heads, trying hard to reduce their presence. If the leader knew about this kind of bullying of new employees and asking them to treat you to a meal, your career in the company would be over. Shin Xingyu glanced at the people in the room. I was eating next door, and I heard you guys, so I came over to see you. Team leader Ku, what are you doing? This. Sister Ku looked embarrassed. We are holding a welcome party for Lin He. We are taking this opportunity to let everyone get acquainted with each other. Lin He, is that so? Shin Xingyu asked. In full view of the public. Lin He was not in a hurry to answer, but remained calm and looked at Sister Ku quietly. I saw Sister Ku, who was so arrogant just now had a dry smile on her face and a look of flattery in her eyes. Lin He said carelessly. Yes, Mr. Shen. Team leader Ku cares about his subordinates. He called everyone in the department over and said he would treat everyone to a meal. No one could stop him. As he said this, he handed over the bill. Look, team leader Ku specially ordered so many fine wines. Waiter, how much do these wines cost in total? The waitress was shocked. This excuse? The situation suddenly reversed? The total cost of the drinks was 15,000 yuan. This lady has good taste and ordered all our signature drinks. That being said, Sister Ko's way was immediately blocked. If she had directly said that Lin He was treating her to this meal, then her ordering so much expensive wine would have directly exposed her character, and she would have no good future in the company in the future. Hee, Mr. Shin, this. Seeing Sister Ko's expression of being unable to express her pain, Shin Xingyu couldn't help but find it ridiculous. This Sister Ko was considered a veteran in the office, but she didn't expect that she would fall into Lin He's hands today. Team Leader Ko, I've heard that you care about your subordinates, and today I finally saw the truth. At the next meeting, I will bring up what happened today and let the middle-level leaders learn from it. This is not necessary, Mr. Shin. It's just a small matter. Sister Ko stammered. Lin He stood up gracefully. Okay, the food today is great. Sister Ko, how about we just go our separate ways today? As soon as I spoke, the waiter handed the menu to Sister Ko. Ma'am, please take a look at this bill. Looking at the numbers above, Sister Ko gritted her teeth. This is over 20,000 yuan. Is there any discount? No. Sister Ko's face darkened and she took out her bank card from her bag. Just about to hand it over. The next second, his eyes flashed and a plan came to his mind. Boss Shin, actually this meal is a gift from our colleagues in the design department to express their welcome to the new employees. It's not all my credit. Then he said to the people behind him. When I get home tonight, I'll send the bill to the group and everyone can just give me a. Shin Xingyu was slightly startled. I didn't expect Sister Ko to come up with this idea. It's a pity that it's not very clever. This move does save money, but it is bound to lose the hearts and minds of people that have been accumulated over the years. A total loss-making deal. But it is a good thing for her as the vice president. When people's hearts are scattered, they are easier to control. So that's how it is, Team Leader Ko. The cohesion of the design department is inseparable from your usual management. I am very satisfied. The lackeys were all confused. Aren't you here to eat meat? How did it become AA? Lin He stopped when he saw that he was ahead, and bowed to everyone repeatedly. Thank you, seniors. I am so touched to be able to join such a warm family. Thank you for your help. I have some local specialties at home, so I will bring them to you tomorrow morning. Shin Xingyu almost couldn't hold it back. Lin He is indeed a talented person. The legendary toad that crawls on people's feet but doesn't bite them but makes them feel disgusted must be referring to him, right? Everyone looked at Lin He with resentment in their eyes. Especially Sister Ko. My back teeth are about to break. I love local specialties the most. Chapter 11. Something happened. Downstairs. Inside the car. Shin Xingyu smiled. It turns out that they didn't ask me to come and watch the show, but to assist in the performance. Lin He laughed. Well, it's a good thing you came. Otherwise, this show would be ruined. Shin Xingyu stared at Lin He with confusion in his eyes. If you had revealed your identity earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Why bother? The future successor of the Lin Group, the title alone would be enough to scare people like Sister Ko to death, right? Lin He smiled faintly. That's why I want to learn more. I don't want to live on just the title. Shin Xingyu was speechless. Lin He is indeed different. He is not like the average playboy who only wants to live a carefree life. There is no impetuousness of being poor for a long time and then suddenly getting rich. It's really rare. After a moment of silence, she changed the subject. You have completely offended Sister Ko this time, but you are still working under her. Have you thought about what to do in the future? Lin He smiled, but his eyes showed confidence. The people below will definitely have some opinions about Sister Ko regarding today's bill. Under this premise, she is not that difficult to deal with. Shin Xingyu nodded. Looking at Lin He, there was already some admiration in his eyes. From what you said, it seems like you already have a plan. Then I'll wait for your good news. Having said that, he started the car. Well, it's time to get off work now, and we should do something else. Lin He listened to this and his thoughts ran wild. So, what else do you want to do? Shin Xingyu was stunned, and realized it a little later. What are you thinking? I told you to come to my house for dinner. I've asked Auntie to prepare the meal. We can have a drink together to celebrate your first day at work. Lin He's heartbeat quickened unconsciously. Although he knew Shin Xingyu was his future wife the first time they met, in his heart, he still felt that Shin Xingyu was the kind of woman that was out of his reach. It's inevitable to feel a little nervous when going to someone's house now. Why? Do you have a date? Shin Xingyu asked tentatively. Lin He shook his head and said frankly. No. I'm just a little uncomfortable. Shin Xingyu's face flushed. You'll get used to it. For a moment, an ambiguous atmosphere permeates the air. Fengqing Villa. Auntie, there are guests coming, bring a pair of clean slippers. As soon as I entered the door, Shin Xingyu looked into the house. Strange, why is Auntie gone? Lin He came in and took the note off the shoe cabinet. It seems your aunt has gone home temporarily. Shin Xingyu glanced at it and frowned slightly. Oh, Auntie has some chores at home recently. Forget it, the meal is ready anyway, go wash your hands and get ready to eat. Good. The red wine had already been boiled at the dining table. Shin Xingyu poured a cup. Drink less? Lin He nodded. Can. Ding. The wine glasses clinked together, making a crisp sound. Shin Xingyu casually lifted her hair and pretended nothing happened. I saw my ex-girlfriend last time. Do you want the money back? Lin He was a little surprised. He didn't expect Shin Xingyu to take the initiative to mention another woman at this time. In his opinion, this undoubtedly destroyed the atmosphere. But he didn't know that men and women think differently. When a woman takes the initiative to ask a man about his ex-girlfriend, it most likely means that she has developed a good impression of that man. It's already been agreed that she will pay back the money when the time comes. Shin Xingyu nodded, seeming a little absent-minded. After a few drinks, Lin He felt a little tipsy. Especially when he saw Shin Xingyu's eyes, which had become a little lazy and tired due to alcohol, his heart seemed to beat a little faster. After all, in the dead of night, a man and a woman are alone. Shin Xingyu's face turned slightly red. She raised her cup and looked at Lin He, with an unconscious charm. Lin He, who do you think is prettier, me or your ex-girlfriend? Lin He's heart stagnated. The woman was obviously a little drunk, otherwise she wouldn't have asked such a question. In silence, Shin Xingyu looked at him and said slowly. Is this question difficult to answer? As they looked at each other, Lin He was also a little confused. You're beautiful. Shin Xingyu smiled. Thank you. This is the happiest thing I have heard in the past few days. Lin He discovered some clues. Have you been stressed at work lately? Shin Xingyu sighed and stopped hiding it. It's not about layoffs. Lao Wang from your design department is also a veteran employee, but he is very determined and doesn't want to leave. If he refuses to change his mind, it will be a headache. Lin He was puzzled. Why does Lao Wang have to lay off the boss? Shin Xingyu drank another cup. With his work ability, he shouldn't be in this position. He only got this position because of his relationship with the former general manager. Now because of his poor leadership, the design department is getting worse year by year. How can I allow him to affect the interests of the company? Lin He understood. There is nothing wrong with Shin Xingyu doing this. Seeing Shin Xingyu frowning, Lin He took out his phone and clicked on a light piano piece. Whenever I was unhappy in the past, I would feel better after listening to this kind of song. Would you like to try it too? Shin Xingyu was startled. Listening to the music, I was somewhat mesmerized. How is it? Does it work? Lin He said. Shin Xingyu listened quietly for a while, then stood up and danced gently. Just as Lin He was lost in thought, a white, slender hand appeared before his eyes. Shin Xingyu smiled slightly. Together? Driven by Shin Xingyu's graceful dance steps, Lin He's originally clumsy movements became skillful. He looked down at the woman in front of him. She has thick eyelashes, her eyes are moving, her almond lips are slightly parted, and her every frown and smile is irresistible. The two of them were very close to each other, and an ambiguous warmth was transmitted between their clasped fingers. Lin He couldn't help but be a little dazed, staring at the woman in his arms without blinking. At this moment, he actually felt somewhat fortunate. I am glad that I am the young master of the Lin Group, and I am glad that I have such a fiancée. Shin Xingyu slowly raised her head, her breath was as fragrant as orchid. What are you looking at? You. Lin, he said truthfully. Xin Xingyu was slightly startled, with a shy look on her face. A moment of emotion. Lin, he gently held the cheek of the person in front of him, his eyes gentle, and slowly moved closer. Xin Xingyu's breathing became rapid, and she couldn't help but close her eyes. Ding ding ding. A sudden ringing sound. The perfect atmosphere was instantly broken. Excuse me, I have to take a call. Xin Xingyu picked up the phone at a loss. As soon as the call was connected, her face darkened. What did you say? How is Lao Wang now? Okay, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin, he hurriedly asked. What's going on? Xin Xingyu picked up her bag and walked out, frowning and saying. Lao Wang had a sudden heart attack while working overtime and is now in the emergency room. Lin, he was shocked. It is a taboo for a company to have accidents during overtime work. If not handled properly, it will cause irreparable damage to the company's reputation. Not to mention, now is the time for layoffs. Lao Wang probably volunteered to work overtime to show his loyalty in order to avoid being laid off. But I didn't expect this to happen. If there is really something wrong with Lao Wang, then Xin Xingyu, who is responsible for the layoffs, will be at the center of the storm. Thinking of this, Lin, he also became nervous. Don't worry, I'll go with you. Chapter 12, Love Rival Appears. Hospital. As soon as they arrived outside the ward, then I saw a dozen people gathered there. In the middle of the crowd was a middle-aged woman. She looked tired and shed silent tears. As soon as she saw Xin Xingyu, she suddenly became hysterical and rushed over and shouted. It's all your fault. How can you be so cruel, woman? Why do you have to force my old Wang to death? Tell me. Tell me. Xin Xingyu let the woman tear him apart. I'm sorry, I didn't expect this. How is Manager Wang? How dare you ask? A black-hearted leader like you would wish that my old Wang would die, right? Then you wouldn't have to bother laying off employees. You didn't lay off so many people in the Lin Group, but you're picking on our old Wang. Tell me. Are you dissatisfied with him for not giving you a gift? Lin, he couldn't bear to see this, so he pulled the person away. Auntie, please calm down first. Who are you? None of your business. The woman grabbed Xin Xingyu's wrist. Don't even think about running away. If anything happens to Lao Wang today, I won't live either. I'll die with you. Seeing this, Lin, he stood in front of Xin Xingyu. Auntie. We understand how you feel right now. Mr. Shen is here to solve the problem. Please calm down. No one wants this to happen. Who are you? The woman shouted with red eyes. Lin, he was calm and steady. I'm Mr. Shen's assistant. Xin Xingyu's eyes were shocked, and her heart was slightly moved when she saw Lin he standing in front of her. The woman's temper remains unabated. Okay. Then tell me, what should we do about this matter today? My husband is currently dead or alive. I tell you, I also have friends in the TV station. If you dare to act rogue, I will make your Lin Group and you, Mr. Shin, all lose your reputation. Having said that, Xin Xingyu couldn't remain silent any longer. Auntie, don't worry. Our company will definitely give you a response on this matter. But Manager Wang's sudden illness and the company's layoffs are two completely different things. This. What do you mean? You don't want to admit it, right? If it weren't for the company's layoffs, our Lao Wang wouldn't have had high blood pressure for several days in a row. Plus, the company assigned him so much work that he had to work overtime to complete it. It's all because of you, the Lin Group, that my husband is like this today. Auntie, you can't. Xin Xingyu felt a little helpless. Just as she was about to explain, Lin He gently grabbed her arm. In Xin Xingyu's unexpected gaze, Lin He took over the conversation directly. Auntie, please don't misunderstand. Neither Mr. Shin nor the Lin Group will have the idea of shirking responsibility. Don't worry, all the expenses for Manager Wang's hospitalization will be borne by the Lin Group. If necessary, the Lin Group will also do its best to hire a heart expert to treat Manager Wang. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman calmed down a lot, and her eyes were suspicious. Your words work? Lin He smiled slightly. Auntie, look at what you said. Of course, my words are useless. These are all decisions made before our Mr. Shin came, Mr. Shin, right? Under the gaze of the crowd, Shin Xingyu sighed and said slowly, "Yes, our Lin group will definitely show the right attitude, so you can rest assured." Just then, the door of the emergency room opened. Several doctors came out. The patient is out of danger now, but his body still needs a long time to recover and he needs to be hospitalized for observation and treatment. Okay, thank you, doctor. The woman finally showed a smile of surviving the disaster and hurried to visit the patient. Shin Xingyu also breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. Lin He, thank you for what I did just now. In this kind of situation, I really feel a little. Looking at Shin Xingyu's appearance, Lin He's heart softened. This woman seemed to be decisive and always looked like a strong woman, but in fact she was just a girl who had just graduated. Xingyu, you don't have to be so polite to me. Good. You are tired today, I will take you home to rest. I will come back to deal with the things here later. Shin Xingyu instantly felt like she was being cared for. She had hardly experienced this kind of warmth since her parents' accident. As soon as I turned around, I saw the elevator door at the end of the corridor slowly open. A large group of reporters came over after hearing the noise. Some were carrying cameras, some were holding microphones, and they had a variety of equipment. Shin Xingyu's eyes trembled. What's going on? So fast. Don't let them block you, this way. Lin He acted decisively, grabbed Shin Xingyu's hand, and slipped into the stairwell on the side. Just down 2 floors. Then I heard a chaotic sound from above. What's going on? Didn't they say that the general manager of Lin Group is here? It seems like I'm still a step too late. What a pity that I didn't get the front page news. Alas! All the questions I prepared so hard for were wasted. Listen to these words. Shin Xingyu couldn't help but quicken his pace. Fortunately, we left quickly. These reporters must have prepared a lot of questions with ulterior motives. Lin He smiled triumphantly. Don't worry, you have a smart assistant like me, those people won't succeed. Seeing Lin He trying to ease the atmosphere and make her feel comfortable at this time, Shin Xingyu covered her face and smiled. Thank you, Assistant Lin. Ding ding. At this time, Shin Xingyu's cell phone rang. She took a look and hung up. Lin He was somewhat puzzled. Who is it? Why don't you answer? Nothing. Shin Xingyu smiled unnaturally. The caller was Li Zhe, one of her suitors. He relied on the fact that he was the son of a real estate tycoon in Beijing to indulge in luxury and spend his days doing nothing. The key is that he keeps pestering her, either asking her out for dinner or sending her gifts all day long. Despite repeated rejections, Li Zhe was very persistent. Lin He was here at the moment, and Shin Xingyu really didn't want to hear any news about him. But just arrived at the parking lot. Shin Xingyu was shocked. Her Maserati was splashed with paint at some point. On the side of the car, Li Zhe was holding his cell phone with an anxious look on his face. Shin Xingyu walked forward. Li Zhe. What's going on? When I saw Shin Xingyu, Li Zhe's face suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny. Xingyu. You're here. I just heard about your company's situation and was worried about your safety, so I hurried over. Your car was like this when I got here. In my opinion, someone must have deliberately taken revenge on you. Shin Xingyu was extremely upset. It seems that her decision to lay off employees has indeed offended many people. I just don't know if the person who did this was someone from manager Wang's side or other employees who are about to be laid off. Forget it, I'm fine. Thank you for coming all the way here. This car can't be driven anymore, so I'd better take a taxi. Shin Xingyu deliberately maintained his sense of propriety. How could Li Zhe miss such an opportunity? It's so late, I'm worried about you taking a taxi. I'll take you home. I don't know where you live, so I'll come to find out where you live. Lin He, who was smoking not far away, couldn't help but laugh. This kid is quite blatant. After smoking a cigarette, Lin He stepped forward. I guess this is not necessary? Li Zhe was shocked. He didn't expect Chang Yaojin to appear in the middle of the road. No? Who are you? Lin He couldn't help but sigh that this night was really unusual. Several people asked him who he was. But he was already familiar with the route. Without changing his expression, I am Mr. Shin's assistant, especially responsible for Mr. Shin's safety. Oh. Just you? Li Jia looked Lin He up and down with disdain. Practice? Lin He shook his head, no. Upon hearing this, Li Jia immediately became arrogant. How dare you yell at me? I'm a karate master. If you know what's good for you, get out of here and don't ask for trouble. After that, looking at Shin Xingyu, who had a gloomy face, he hurriedly pretended to be concerned. Xingyu, get in the car quickly. Judging from the condition of your car, the person who wants to take revenge on you might be nearby. It's too dangerous. Shin Xingyu glanced at Lin He. Shake your head again. Forget it, or... Lin He knew that Shin Xingyu was taking his feelings into consideration. But now there are reporters chasing and blocking upstairs, and Shin Xingyu's car has also been damaged. This means that this place is very unsafe and the other party is coming for Shin Xingyu, so it is best to let her leave as soon as possible. He interrupted quietly. Mr. Shin, your friend is right. Why don't we take a car and leave first? Shin Xingyu was a little hesitant, but he also knew that this was the best way. Only. Li Jia smiled triumphantly and said to Lin He. You are a sensible assistant, but my car can only carry Xingyu alone. As he said this, he pointed to a sports car not far away. Look. See? This sports car only has 2 seats. It can't accommodate you. Chapter 13 Standing Up. Lin He was somewhat speechless, and said directly to Shin Xingyu. Mr. Shin, please go first and let me know when you get home. I'll go to the ward and keep an eye on the situation. Shin Xingyu sighed. Okay, then you should be careful. Don't worry. Lin He responded and walked upstairs. Although Manager Wang is fine now, this matter will definitely ferment and will have a significant impact on the Lin Group. In order to prevent any unexpected trouble, it would be safer for him to go to the ward and keep an eye on it. Looking at Lin He's back as he left, Li Jia smiled contemptuously. Xingyu, where did you hire this assistant? He's not professional at all. My dad's company has a few good ones. I'll ask them to come and work for you someday. Shin Xingyu's tone was indifferent. No need, I know all these things. Well, thank you for troubling me today. Saying, looking at the sports car on the side, it was obvious that he didn't want to delay any longer. Li Jia pretended not to see it. It was not easy to spend time alone like this, and he didn't want it to end so soon. He lit a cigarette and said, Do you mind if I refresh you first? I'll take you there in a minute. I'll make sure the ride is smooth and steady. Shin Xingyu forced a smile and tried to remain patient. Fine. In the midst of puffing clouds and smoke, Li Jia narrowed his eyes and looked around Shin Xingyu. Xingyu, tell me, my feelings for you are clear to all the world. How can you be so cruel? For you, I dumped all those girls before. Do you know how I feel about you? I never had this feeling before. Now I know, this is love. Shin Xingyu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his patience was about to run out. Li Jia, you. Before I finished speaking. Then he was interrupted by a roar. Mr. Shen. I finally found you. I must teach you a lesson today. Shin Xingyu was shocked. I saw a disheveled young man walking towards me quickly with a menacing look on his face. Upon seeing this scene, Li Jia suddenly became energetic. What's going on? Someone seeking revenge? Li Jia looked at it intently. At first glance, the other person is a programmer who often stays up late. Not only does he have an untidy beard, he also wears glasses and has not much hair. Physical fitness opens the door at a glance. Isn't this a good opportunity to show off your heroism? God has eyes. Li Jia threw the cigarette but hard on the ground and kicked it away. Pointing at the boy, he shouted. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, this is my woman, don't mess around. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The boy was very excited. Don't mind your own business, Mr. Shin. Do you know that I joined the Lin Group right after graduation, staying up late every day to write programs, working diligently? Didn't I just leak some of Lin's documents to other companies? You actually ordered me to be fired? Now, no other company wants me. Are you satisfied? Shin Xingyu was no stranger to this man. What he had done in the past had caused a lot of losses to the company. They should have been brought to court, but Xin Xingyu did not pursue the matter considering his family conditions were average. But I didn't expect that he had been holding a grudge against me all this time. Xiao Lu, I have done my best in this matter. Don't be stubborn anymore. You are making a bigger mistake now. Xin Xingyu pretended to be calm. But Xiao Lu simply couldn't listen. In just 1 month, he went from being an S-level programmer in a large company to being hated by everyone and ignored by everyone. I suffered a huge psychological gap and resentment. Shut up. You think you're so noble, don't you? I hate the way you guys act so high and mighty. Disgusting. Xiao Lu cursed loudly and rushed towards Xin Xingyu with his fist. Li Zhu was overjoyed and thought to himself that the opportunity had finally come. He rushed forward in a flash and showed off his skills immediately. Spin kick. Left hook. Right hook. In a few seconds, Xiao Lu fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Li Zhu was secretly happy, but he pretended to be impatient. He glanced down at Xiao Lu lying on the ground. Why are you so stubborn? Didn't I warn you in advance? You still want revenge? Go back to your mother's womb and practice for another 10 months. Look at how unlucky you are. Xingyu is kind-hearted. If you do something like that in my father's company, I will put you in jail for a few years, considering your strong backing. Pooh. In an instant, Xiao Lu's psychological defenses completely collapsed. One thought makes you a devil. Ah! He shouted. He took out the fruit knife that he had prepared long ago from his pocket, stood up and rushed towards Li Zhu like crazy. Li Zhu shuddered and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The moves learned in the gym were one thing, but the knife was definitely something from another dimension. As the saying goes, no matter how good your martial arts skills are, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. He made a prompt decision, turned around and ran towards his supercar. Li Zhu's instinct was aroused and he was extremely fast. Get in the car, close the door, and lock it. All in one go. Sitting in the driver's seat, he could feel his own heart beating very fast and had a feeling of having survived a disaster. Get down. Open the door. I'm going to kill you. Bang, bang, bang. The frantic Xiao Lu smashed the glass twice to vent his anger. Just when Li Zhu was about to feel proud again, he turned around and saw Xin Xingyu standing outside the car with a look of fear and helplessness on her face. Li Zhu was stunned. Xiao Lu was still furious. He turned his spearhead and headed towards the unarmed Xin Xingyu in a fighting stance. Xin Xingyu was so scared that she almost suffocated. My legs feel weak. Xiao Lu, what are you going to do? If you have something to say, please talk to me nicely. Xiao Lu's expression didn't change at all, his face was full of determination. He rushed to Xin Xingyu in 2 steps and grabbed Xin Xingyu's collar. Hold the knife in your right hand and raise it high. In an instant, Xin Xingyu felt disheartened and closed his eyes in despair. Click. It happened in the blink of an eye. There was only a crisp sound of metal landing. The force holding her also disappeared. Open your eyes again. Lin He was seen holding Xiao Lu's wrist tightly, his eyes were fierce, and he kicked the man to the ground with a kick. And the fruit knife was kicked away by Lin He. Seeing Xiao Lu fall to the ground, Lin He didn't give him a chance to breathe and punched him twice more on the left and right. Until the other party is completely powerless to fight. He quickly untied his tie and tied Xiao Lu's hands. The security guard came late with a baton in hand. What's going on? What are you guys doing? Lin He glanced at the security guard. This man wants to hurt someone with a weapon, call the police immediately. Until the security guards took the person away. Xin Xingyu was still in shock for a long time. She looked at Lin He and tears welled up in her eyes unconsciously. She rushed over and hugged Lin He, crying. Why did you come just now? It's so scary. Lin He gently stroked her back. It's all right. It's all right. But his eyes were staring coldly at the supercar not far away. Li Zhu got out of the car slowly, looking a little embarrassed. Xingyu, are you okay? Lin He gently let go of Xin Xingyu, and without saying a word, he kicked Li Zhu hard in the abdomen. Li Zhu was caught off guard and was kicked to the ground. Fuck! You dare to hit me? Thinking back to the scene I saw when I came here just now. Lin He became even more furious, and he grabbed Li Zhu by the collar and punched him twice. How dare you, a wretch like you, come and harass Xingyu? Stay away from me from now on. Do you hear me? Oh my god. You, a little assistant, dare to attack me. You are so impatient to live. Leisha was beaten so hard that his teeth were grimacing. He wanted to stand up and fight back, but he found that he felt a sharp pain in his lower back and could not use any strength at all. It must be because I fell too hard just now and injured my bones. Watching the two of them leave in style, Leisha could only grit his teeth. You just wait for me. In the taxi. Leaning on Lin He's shoulder, Shin Qingyu's emotions stabilized a little. Lin He thought about what happened tonight and couldn't help but worry about Shin Qingyu's safety. It's really unsafe for a girl to live outside alone. Qingyu, why don't you go back to live in your Shin family during this period of time? Shin Qingyu was stunned and immediately understood Lin He's intention. But when she thought of the complicated Shin family, she felt some resistance in her heart. The sophisticated second uncle, the sinister and experienced third uncle, and a grandfather who never liked her since she was a child. I don't want to go back to the Shin family, and they won't welcome me. Lin He noticed her emotions. After pondering for a while, he tentatively said, Do you mind if you stay at my house for a while? My dad probably won't mind our relationship. Shin Qingyu blushed. Although we are engaged, it is really embarrassing to live together before marriage. This doesn't seem good. Haven't you been my fiancé for a long time? And there's nothing I can do about it. I'm really worried about you being out there alone. Do you want me to live in your house? You wish. Shin Qingyu's face felt hot. Lin He joked. You can't do this or that. Do you really want me to be your bodyguard outside your house? Mr. Shun? It's not enough that you are my boss during the day, but you want to deprive me of my time at night too? Oh. Shin Qingyu was furious, and stared at Lin He coldly with her peach blossom eyes. Who dares to order you around? I don't have that much power. The two chatted and laughed for a while. Seeing that the other party was in a much better mood, Lin He said seriously. Qingyu, although I am worried about your safety, I respect your opinion anyway. Shin Qingyu murmured softly, feeling somewhat moved. She bowed her head in thought. Lin He, thank you. But I am a traditional girl, and I still hope to keep some mystery before marriage. To be honest, it's not that she doesn't have feelings for Lin He, but she feels that these feelings cannot be called love. Besides, even if Lin He didn't mind, she didn't want to create any bad impression on the elders of the Lin family. Lin He nodded as expected. Okay, then I'll arrange for a few bodyguards to go there tonight. Chapter 14 Private Collectors. The next day. Su family. Sumo had just finished dressing when she heard Lu Xiaoxia's noisy voice. You damn girl. What are you dawdling about? We're going to have lunch with the Wang family soon. Are you ready? I'm telling you, this trip is to discuss your marriage. You must leave a good impression on your future parents-in-law. It's best to set the specific date today. Do you hear me? Su Jiannan was also standing in front of the mirror tying his tie, in a good mood. Mumu, your mother is right. You must behave well today. Our family's future good life depends on you. But Su Mu just couldn't be happy. These 2 days, she always thought of Lin He from time to time, and thought of their meeting in the rental house that day. Especially the resolute expression on Lin He's face when he asked her to pay back the money. Every time she thought of this, she felt a chill in her heart. What are you doing standing there? Lu Xiaoxia pushed the door open and saw Su Mu looking worried. Su Mu gritted his teeth. Mom, you should return the 100,000 yuan to Lin He. Lu Xiaoxia's face suddenly became long. Are you out of your mind? Why are you bringing this up on such a nice day? What, did that guy ask you for money? Su Mu realized that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he just told the truth. Yes, he asked me for the money 2 days ago. Let's return it to him, otherwise I'm afraid he will go to find Wang Dachuan. Hearing this, Su Jiannan also came in, frowning. Oh. I didn't expect this poor boy to be so petty. He even wants to return such a small amount of money. You have been following him for nothing all these years. Lu Xiaoxia said, looking at Su Mu with a look of disappointment. Humph. Exactly. In the end, it's because you don't have the ability. You can't even handle such a poor boy, but your Aunt Chang's daughter had an affair and her husband ended up leaving the house with nothing. That's called ability, look at you. Su Mu felt his ears pierced. I couldn't help but refute. That's different. Besides, the money originally belonged to Lin He. I was just saving it for him at the beginning. Now that we've broken up, isn't it right for me to give it back to him? Having said that, she doesn't want to pay the money back unless it's absolutely necessary. After all, 100,000 yuan is not a small amount of money. When she marries into the Wang family in the future, she will also need some money to support herself. Shut up! Lu Xiaoxia shouted sternly. You stupid girl! Why are you so mean? I think we have raised you in vain. Su Jiannan looked impatient and glanced at his watch. Forget it, forget it. We are broke now. Let's have dinner with the Wang family first. When we come back, sell one of the jewels they sent us. And you should also cut off all ties with that poor boy. This is such a good day, it's really unlucky. Sumu heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Dad. Lu Xiaoxia's mood suddenly fell to the bottom. She felt so heartbroken when she thought about having to sell one of the luxurious jewels sent by the Wang family. Lin He, this poor boy, is really evil. When I find the chance, I will definitely teach this little beast a lesson. Restaurant. In the spacious and luxurious private room, Lu Xiaoxia carefully took out the gold ornaments she had prepared long ago. A flattering face. Mother Dachuan, this is a small ornament made of pure gold. It is a small token of our Su family's appreciation. Please don't despise it. The Queen Mother pretended to be surprised and took the item to admire it. Mother Su Mu, you have a pretty good taste. This little ornament is nice, I like it very much, thank you for taking the trouble. Upon hearing this, the people at the table had different expressions. The Queen Mother spoke in a condescending tone, clearly not treating Lu Xiaoxia as an equal. Lu Xiaoxia looked embarrassed. Oh, you are too polite. Compared with the jewels you gave me, these are nothing. Ha 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 ha. I don't know where our Sumu got such good fortune to meet such a good mother-in-law like you, so generous that she gave my family so many expensive gifts before we even got married. The Queen Mother laughed secretly in her heart. His face remained expressionless. So that's why, Mother Sumu, you really don't have to be so polite. In the past few years when the Wang family became prosperous, Wang's mother socialized with a group of rich ladies every day, and she also became more shrewd like a wealthy person. Otherwise, she would not have sent a private detective to investigate Su Mu's background and also check Lin He's background thoroughly. Because of this incident, the Queen Mother has always been dissatisfied with Su Mu, but she can't help but let her son like her. Lu Xiaoxia waved her hands hurriedly. You're welcome these. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Jiannan. Mother Dachuan, everyone in the capital knows the strength of the Wang family. Young Master Wang is also a rare talent. You also gave us so many jewelry gifts. Although our Su family is only a small wealthy family, we also know how to be polite. Please accept this little gift in return. A slightly wealthy family? Hearing this word, Sumu uncomfortably picked up the water cup and took a sip. What kind of wealthy family is this? They are obviously living on selling jewelry given to them by others. The Queen Mother smiled lightly and said slowly. That's not what I meant. Sumu's father, Sumu's mother, I think you misunderstood. In fact, the jewelry and jadeite I sent last time were all high-quality imitations. As soon as these words came out, except for Wang's parents, everyone else looked shocked. Puff, cough, cough. Especially Su Mu, a mouthful of water choked directly in his throat. Lu Xiaoxia froze. Mother Dachuan, please stop joking. Su Jiannan's expression instantly turned cold and he stared straight at Wang's parents. In his opinion, this is no longer a matter of money, but a mockery of the Su family and a trampling on the dignity of him as the head of the family. For a moment, the air in the private room almost froze. But the Queen Mother seemed to have expected this and took a sip of tea. Mother Sumu, didn't Father Sumu just say that? The Su family is not short of money. I think your family is not short of gold, silver, and jewelry. Last time I heard you say that you liked jadeite, but I didn't see you wearing it. I thought the ones in your house were all collection level and inconvenient to wear out. So, I bought a few sets of high-quality imitations so that you can wear them for fun. Lu Xiaoxia paused for several seconds before she said in a trembling voice. I see. I was so angry that I was shaking, but I couldn't bear to turn hostile. It is like a dumb person eating bitter herbs, unable to express his pain. He could only stare at the gold ornament he had bought for 120,000 renminbi, wondering if there was any way to get it back. As soon as he opened his mouth, the Queen Mother interrupted him and stroked the golden ornament. "This thing is really exquisite. Sumu's mother, I didn't expect you to be a folk collector." "I will accept the thing, thank you." Lu Xiaoxia's heart was stabbed hard again. Private individuals? Collectors? Isn't this a complete irony to her? If it were her usual temper, she would have slapped the other person in the face. But unfortunately, the other party's social status was much higher than hers. Lu Xiaoxia could only suppress her anger. "No, you're welcome." Sumu's face turned pale. "Is the jewelry fake? What about Lin He's 100,000 yuan? Today is the third day, the day to pay back the money. If Lin He really looks for Wang Dachuan, then her dream of marrying into a wealthy family will be completely shattered." Under the table, she clenched her hands tightly, her nails almost digging into her flesh. Chapter 15. Ask Lin He to testify. "Mumu, what's wrong with you?" Wang Dachuan next to her noticed that something was wrong with her. Sumu suddenly came back to his senses and smiled. It's okay. The king's father broke the deadlock. Well, let me say this. Today, we are mainly discussing the marriage of Dachuan and Sumu and confirming some specific details. Then let me make it clear that I only have Dachuan as my son, and when Sumu gets married in the future, we will definitely treat her as our own daughter. Here, this first glass, I toast to Sumu's parents. Thank you for raising such an outstanding daughter. When I saw such a powerful person toasting me, Lu Xiaoxia was flattered and stood up quickly. "Oh my, this. Mr. Wang, you are so polite. I'll look around me." Su Jiannan still had a gloomy face and did not raise his glass for a long time. Lu Xiaoxia gave everyone a stiff smile, then looked at Su Jiannan and stopped on him hard. "Honey, Mr. Wang is toasting." Su Jiannan was silent for 2 seconds before he symbolically raised his glass. "Boss Wang, thank you for your kindness." "Dad." Sumu's tone also had some complaints. She carefully watched the faces of Wang's parents, fearing that the Wang family would be unhappy and ruin her dream of marrying into a wealthy family. Boom boom. There was a knock on the door. The waiter comes in. "Boss Wang, there's someone outside who wants to see you." "Who is it?" "Can't you see I have guests here?" He said his last name was Yen, and he wanted to see you about some business. The waiter hadn't finished speaking yet. The king's father's face changed and he quickly took over the conversation. "Oh. I remember now. I'll be right there." After that, he said to the Su family, "My dear, I have something urgent to deal with. Let's have this meal another day." "I'm sorry." After saying that, he went out directly. Seeing this attitude, Su Jiannan could no longer control himself. "Humph. You are really busy. Wife, Sumu. Let's go home." Sumu stood up, maintaining his dignity. "Auntie, thank you for your hospitality. Dachuan, I'll be leaving now. We'll contact each other later. Bye." In a blink of an eye, only Wang Dachuan and his mother were left in the private room. Thinking of the way Sumu said goodbye just now, the Queen Mother smiled coldly. Loading. Wang Dachuan was not happy. "Mom. What are you doing? You're giving me such a big show of power before we even get married. How can I face Mumu?" The Queen Mother was disappointed with the fact that iron could not be made into steel. "Dachuan, this girl is too scheming, you can't control her. If you listen to me, you can't marry her." "Mom. Why are you so prejudiced against Mumu? Didn't I explain everything about the photo last time? Don't hold on to it. Dachuan. She and that Lin He are not that simple. Mom is afraid that you have been deceived." Wang Dachuan sighed, feeling tired. "Okay. How about this, Mom? I'll find that Lin He tomorrow and let him talk to you in person." "Huh? Why should I follow you?" The Queen Mother raised her eyebrows. Wang Dachuan was confident. "He's a poor boy, isn't it enough to just give him money?" "Mom, you don't know, this boy is very stupid. In order to win back Mumu, he even put on a show in the mall last time. I almost laughed my teeth off." When this incident was mentioned, Wang Dachuan remembered the time when Lin He threw him over his shoulder, and he immediately felt so angry that his teeth itched. Humph, wait till he comes over, and I'll show you how I can humiliate him. Chapter 16 Running Away from Home. After returning from the restaurant, the Su family was in a very low mood. Su Jiannan smoked one cigarette after another with a frown on his face. Dad. Sumu called out cautiously. What should we do now? Today is the last day. If we don't pay the money back to Lin He. Without waiting for Su Jiannan to speak, Lu Xiaoxia slammed the table and yelled. You stupid girl. Shut up. Isn't that annoying enough? Sumu took a deep breath. I don't want to mention it either, but it doesn't mean I can just ignore it. Bang. Lu Xiaoxia slapped Sumu in the face without saying a word. You're such a money loser. You've even learned to talk back? If you had studied hard and not dated that poor boy, would there have been so many problems? This slap was very heavy. In an instant, half of Sumu's face began to swell up. She covered her face, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Looking at the angry mother and the father who always stands by and watches when things like this happen. The grievances suddenly surged into my heart, and years of resentment also burst out at this moment. Study hard? Mom! Have you forgotten that you made me work in the factory after I graduated from high school, and you didn't even plan to let me go to the university I was admitted to? Later, you even cut off my living expenses and tuition fees in order to make me drop out of school. If it weren't for Lin He, I wouldn't have been able to finish college. You can't use my graduate degree to save face. You want to be related to the Wang family? Dream on. Now you think I had a boyfriend while I was in school? Ha ha. How ridiculous. Why are you taking it out on me? If you didn't want to curry favor with the Wang family and spend all your savings on gifts, you wouldn't have been fooled. And ended up like this. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, another crisp slap sounded. Lu Xiaoxia was furious and trembling with anger. Her palms were numb from hitting too hard. Okay, now you dare to show your teeth to me. You mean we have let you down, right? Who raised you to this age? I will beat you to death today. As he said that, he grabbed Sumu's hair roughly. That's enough. Have you had enough of the trouble? Su Jiannan roared and pulled the man away. Then he looked at Sumu with a look of disappointment. Sumu, I thought you had grown up and become sensible, but I didn't expect you to have no gratitude at all. You've been studying for so many years, and you haven't learned anything else, but you've learned to question and talk back to your parents? Humph. You're such a bastard. Sumu was stunned. Looking at the two people in front of her who claimed to be her parents, she felt strange and suffocated. Okay, I'm ignorant. I'm leaving. Sumu ran out of the house crying. He ran all the way until he was hoarse and had no strength left in his body. Standing on the empty street, she burst into tears. Why, what did I do wrong? A few people walked by, giving her strange looks and occasionally whispering about her. A couple walked by arm in arm. Sumu felt sad. In the past, she and Lin He also walked side by side like this on the university campus. Also, every time she was suppressed and scolded by her parents, Lin He was always by her side, encouraging her and carrying the burden for her. Subconsciously, she dialed Lin He's number. Half an hour later, Lin He appeared at the entrance of a street park. Looking at Sumu sitting on the bench, he walked over. It's just a repayment, there's no need to be so formal, right? Do you have the cash ready? On the phone, Sumu just gave an address and hung up, leaving him a little confused. But thinking that today was the day to collect debts, Lin He came happily. Unexpectedly, the situation seemed to be different from what he thought. A little different? There was a 5-finger palm mark on each side of Sumu's face, his hair was a mess, and his eyes were swollen from crying. Can you stay with me? I'm so sad now. Lin He's eyes moved slightly, he slowly squatted down, and looked at Sumu quietly. You are the only one who cares about me so much. Sumu was so moved that he was in a mess. I didn't expect that even though she had done so many things to let Lin He down, Lin He was still willing to stay with her at this time. But the next second, she was totally confused. Lin He looked at her very seriously. You mean, you're not going to pay me back? Sumu looked at Lin He in disbelief. Money? Is money the only thing between us? Can't you see I'm sad? My heart hurts so much. It really hurts. His words were mixed with sobs, making him look very pitiful. Many people who were exercising in the park looked over, including old men and women, and young men who were exercising on the horizontal bar. Looking at Lin He couldn't help but frown. What's going on with this man? How did you make such a beautiful girl so sad? The most important thing is, the girl cried so miserably, but there was not a trace of sympathy or emotion on the man's face. Is his heart made of iron? Sumu, you haven't forgotten, right? We have broken up. Now, we are just a debt relationship. Lin He stood up and looked down at her. To be honest, he was a kind-hearted person and it was impossible for him not to be moved when he saw Sumu's miserable condition. What's more, he had invested real feelings in Sumu. The entire youth, 7 years. He may never forget this person and this relationship for the rest of his life. But water cannot flow back, and what happened cannot be treated as if it never happened. He could not forgive Sumu for hurting him, and he would never look back. We have been together for such a long time, even if we break up, we are still friends, right? Why are you so heartless? Sumu endured the loss in her heart, tears streaming down her face. Oh. Lin He smiled coldly. Friend? Sumu, am I just a tool for you? You are sad now and want me to comfort you. When you are fine, I will naturally have no use for you, right? On the one hand, you want to be Mrs. Wang and live a life of wealth and luxury. On the other hand, you are attached to my care for you. Sumu, don't you think that this is not right? Sumu was stunned and suddenly speechless. Yes, Lin He is right. She is like this now only because she has been wronged and wants that familiar warmth. But no one knew better than herself that it was impossible for her to reconcile with Lin He, let alone give up the idea of marrying into a wealthy family. I'm sorry. I was so presumptuous, you can go now. Lin He stood there motionless. Sumu felt a little happy. Lift your eyes and smile. Why? Are you still reluctant to leave me? Lin He sighed. Money. Sumu's eyes dimmed instantly. Please give me some more time. Lin He was helpless. Okay, but don't try to take advantage of me. This is my hard-earned money from working, and I won't give up. After saying that, he glanced at Sumu and turned away. Sumu sat there for a long time, feeling extremely lonely and helpless. The desire to find someone to talk to was becoming more and more urgent. She opened the social software. Suddenly, a post in the circle of friends caught her attention. Enquire, I feel like my job is a bit shaky right after my internship. What should I do? Oh. Below is a selfie in which she pretends to be cute with a sad face. Sumu hesitated for a moment and clicked into Enquire's dialog box. They used to be desk mates in high school. At that time, Sumu was introverted and Enquire was her only friend, and they had a very good relationship. At that time, their classmates affectionately called them two flowers in class 3. Later, we each went to college and our contact gradually became less and less. I only send greetings during festivals. From childhood to adulthood, Sumu has never made many true friends, and Enquire is one of them. Core, I've heard that you work in Beijing. Are you under a lot of pressure at work recently? Soon. And Core's message came back. Moo. I miss you so much. Yes, I've been under a lot of work pressure lately. Core, are you busy now? Can you come out and chat? Chapter 17, was the credit taken away? After meeting Sumu, Lin He came directly to the Lin group. Because manager Wang had a sudden heart attack while working overtime, there was a lot of noise online and people in the company were in a panic. Hey! Have you heard? Someone is digging up Mr. Shen's personal information online. Isn't it? It's so scary. Although manager Wang is fine now, this incident still attracted a lot of attention in society. TSK. I really don't know how this will end. Look, Mr. Shen hasn't come to work for several days. As soon as Lin He arrived at the company, he heard several people talking at their workstations. He was too lazy to pay attention to those gossiping people. He walked to his workstation, turned on his computer and prepared to work. Lin He. What were you doing during working hours? As soon as Sister Ke shouted, the whole office fell silent. She had been holding a grudge against Lin He for what happened at the Japanese restaurant last time, and was trying hard to find out his mistakes. Today, she finally caught me red-handed. Lin He glanced at her and continued with his work. I just had some personal matters to discuss. I have already told Deputy Manager Zhang about them. Oh. Sister Ke snorted coldly. Have you told Deputy Manager Zhang? Then have you asked me, the team leader? You are such an adult, don't you have this little bit of manners? Lin He smiled faintly. Not at all accustomed. You take advantage of other people's upbringing so casually. Where is your upbringing? Everyone in the office gasped. Sister Ku is usually like a local boss in the office. She relied on her abnormal relationship with a senior leader and her many years of experience in the company to look down on everyone. As the saying goes, it is better to offend a gentleman than to offend a villain. In the entire design department, no one failed to be polite to Sister Ku. And now, Lin He, a new intern, actually embarrassed Sister Ku in front of everyone? What way? Sister Ku's face darkened. Take out the secret weapon that works every time. Lin He, don't forget that your internship period hasn't ended yet. As the team leader, I can decide whether you stay or go to a certain extent. If you still have this attitude towards work, I can assure you that after this month, you will pack up and leave. You'd better take care of yourself. This is already a naked threat. In the past, whenever she met a troublemaker, she would just use this trick and the other party would instantly surrender. She stood there, looking at Lin He with an attitude of a superior. Obviously waiting for Lin He to beg for mercy. But Lin He's attention was still on the computer in front of him. After half a minute, Lin He realized it later. Oh, anything else? The corner of Sister Ke's mouth twitched, and her chest rose and fell violently. Okay. Hello, very good. At this time, Deputy Manager Zhang came in. Design team, have you finished the last design task? Gather in the conference room. I'll take a look. Sister Ke glanced at Lin He. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Meeting room. Design a group of more than a dozen people sitting around a huge conference table. A projector displayed each group's work. The creators take turns to talk about the concept and connotation of the design. Several groups of explanations completed. Deputy Manager Zhang nodded with satisfaction. Okay, Xiaoli and Xiao Zhang have a great idea. Although Manager Wang is in some health issues, it seems that everyone is still very serious about the task that Manager Wang left behind. Let's look at the next group. Next. A design draft appeared on the projector. The entire conference room let out a low cry at the same time. Isn't this too awesome? Yes, the appearance design of this electronic watch is completely comparable to the most advanced products in the country. Yeah, it's full of technology. Which team designed it? I'm so curious. Lin He glanced at Sister Ku and was about to stand up. Sister Ku stood up first. Thank you for the compliments. This is the design I drew. It's just a rough draft. I have some more ideas and will add them later. Lin He was surprised. What? She drew it? This picture was clearly taken from me by her yesterday. It has nothing to do with her. Everyone suddenly realized. Wow. It's Sister Ku. You can be the team leader. You are really amazing. Yes. If it was drawn by Sister Ku, then it wouldn't be strange at all. Alright. Let's be quiet for a moment and listen to Sister Ku's ideas. Take notes. Remember to take notes. Sister Ku pretended to be modest. Actually, there is still a lot of room for improvement in this picture. This is what I think. After he finished speaking, everyone burst into applause. Manager Zhang looked approvingly. Not bad. Team leader Ku, your idea is very good. By the way, wasn't this completed by 2 people? Who is your partner? He must have contributed a lot. Lin He smiled politely and stood up. Manager, my name is Lin He. Let me tell you. Sister Ke raised her hand to interrupt and took over the conversation. Manager. I don't mean to steal the credit. It's like this. Lin He is an intern and is very unfamiliar with the work. So this design was actually completed by me alone. Lin He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So shamelessly saying that I did it alone. How can people be so shameless? The man with glasses, Wango, also stood up and supported him. Manager, I can prove this. Lin He is indeed not familiar with the work content and has a lot of personal matters. Sister Ku is almost taking on the work of two people. I saw Sister Ku staying up late to make pictures last night. Manager Zhang was somewhat dissatisfied. Is there such a thing? Lin He, you are an intern, how can you be afraid of hardship and fatigue? Sister Ku looked gloating, with a sinister look in her narrow eyes. Hey, Xiaolin, you too, the current employment situation is so severe, the company is laying off employees. Even if you don't care about the company, you still have to consider your own future. The Lin Group is the industry leader. If you really can't pass the internship period, I really don't know how you will gain a foothold in the industry in the future. Deputy Manager Zhang was slightly disappointed and said seriously. Lin He, I will record what happened today in your internship record. I will also criticize your negative behavior throughout the company. You must not encourage this kind of atmosphere. Manager. Lin He spoke with great force. Then, under everyone's puzzled gaze, he picked up his notebook. Went to the front position. It's like this. Sister Ku and I have some differences in design concepts, so I also designed a product on my own. Then, a picture appeared on the projector. Looking at the pictures, Lin He talked freely. Sister Ku's face suddenly darkened. She never thought that Lin He had been on guard against her for a long time and even had a second plan. Originally, she wanted to use this incident to scheme against Lin He in front of her boss, and then when the internship period was over, she would be able to get rid of Lin He without any effort. Now it seems that I miscalculated. Looking at Lin He, her eyes flashed with undisguised disgust and sinisterness. Okay, that's all my thoughts for now, thank you everyone. Lin He finished his speech. Manager Zhang's expression eased a lot. It's not bad, but it's still a little different from Team Leader Ku's design. You have to keep working hard and learn from Team Leader Ku's experience. Sister Ku stood up, with a flattering look on her face. Manager, you are so kind. Manager Zhang clapped his hands. Okay, everyone, please take a seat. Overall, I am very satisfied with today's report. Everyone has shown good professionalism. Especially Team Leader Ku's design, which is very good. How about this, everyone take photos of Team Leader Ku's design draft and study it carefully when you go back. It will help you all improve. After the words were spoken, everyone responded. Okay, manager. No problem. I'll go back and study hard. In the sound of taking pictures, a question caught everyone's attention. That's not right. Why does this design by Ms. Ku look so much like the concept map of a new product released by a foreign company called MK Technology? Chapter 18 Routines and Anti-Routines. What? This is impossible. Sister Ku's face tightened and she shouted loudly. But the situation was no longer under her control. More and more people searched for the same design. No way, they are exactly the same. This seems to be a new product released by MK, but it has not been launched in China yet, and almost no one knows about it. How could this happen? Could it be? Everyone looked at Sister Ku with different expressions, the meaning was self-evident. Deputy Manager Zhang frowned. Show me. An employee handed over the phone. When Deputy Manager Zhang saw this, his face suddenly turned cold. Team Leader Ku, what's going on? You are a veteran employee of the company, how could you do such a shameful thing? You know how important this design task is, it concerns the honor of the entire design department. Fortunately, it was discovered early. If the company had put it into production, do you know how much loss it would have caused? Sister Ku was shocked. This, manager, this. Unable to defend herself, she suddenly looked at Lin He. Lin He looked indifferent and aloof, as if he was staying out of the matter. Manager. Actually. Sister Ku was furious. But the next second, he closed his mouth. The design is the same, which can be said to be accidental. If this was given to her by Lin He, then wouldn't what she just said be contradictory? Not only did it fail to prove her innocence, but it also confirmed her bad character and her hypocrisy. Manager Zhang looked annoyed. Actually what? What else do you have to say? Sister Ku looked at Lin He with resentment. Gritting my teeth. Actually, this is just a coincidence, I haven't seen any product pictures from MK. Quibbling. Ku Chen, I'm so disappointed in you. You're still quibbling. Do you think everyone else is a fool? From today on, you can't be the leader of the design team. Learn the professional code of conduct first. The manager slammed the table and walked away. Sister Ka slumped down in the chair helplessly. Everyone left in silence. None of the people who had just flattered her stayed to say a word to Sister Ku. Afraid of being implicated. This is the workplace. That's human nature. Lin He's face showed no emotion. He stood up and was about to go out. Behind me, Sister Ku's voice sounded. Alright, a yellow-haired boy who just graduated actually set me up. But remember, with me, Ka-chen, here, the design department will never tolerate someone with a dirty mind like you. Lin He just thought it was ridiculous. Turning his head, he glanced at Sister Ku. Sister Ku, it's just going to work, that's enough. Sister Ku sneered. Don't be too complacent. Do you believe that I can easily kick you out of the company before your internship is over? Oh. Lin He sneered. He wanted to see how a small design team leader could drive him out of his own company. I've heard people say for a long time that Sister Ku has an unusual relationship with a certain senior executive. Lin He couldn't help but be curious. Who is that person? What role does he play in the company? Okay, let's give it a try. After saying that, he left the meeting room. Lin He came to an empty corner. Turn on your phone. He looked at the phone number of Assistant Gu and pondered for a few seconds. This person is one of Lin Dashan's most capable assistants and was assigned to his site a few days ago. Lin He originally thought that with his current status, it would be unnecessary to have an assistant. But I didn't expect to use it so soon. Hello? Assistant Gu, please help me investigate someone. The next day. Sister Ko walked to Lin He's workstation in her high heels and knocked on the table. Lin He, the president wants to see you. Lin He couldn't help but frown. President? Why is his biological father looking for him? Don't we need to avoid suspicion? He asked again uncertainly. Are you talking about President Lin? Sister Ko curled her lips and smiled. Yes, is there any other president of Lin Group? All right. Lin He was full of confusion as he walked towards the president's office upstairs. As soon as he left, the design department went into an uproar. Oh my god. What's going on? Why would the group president look for Lin He? Although I knew the result a long time ago, I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Ah? You mean, Lin He is going to be in trouble? Oh my. I didn't expect the CEO to value the work status of our grassroots employees so much. He even knows such a small matter in our design department. I have to work harder. Maybe the CEO will discover this golden nugget in me someday. Just wait and see. Lin He might leave before the internship is over. It's so mysterious, is it true or not? Ha! Do you have a brain? Otherwise, why would Mr. Lin meet him? Do you really think that Lin He is also surnamed Lin, and Mr. Lin is his father? Ha, buddy. You've read too many novels. While everyone was discussing, only Encore, who remained silent, looked worried. She worked with Lin He for a few days and found that he was a very nice person. As a new employee, she was often assigned a lot of odd jobs by the old employees, sometimes even working until midnight. On several occasions, Lin He helped her complete the task. But when someone asked him about it, Lin He never took credit for it, or even mentioned it. In Enkire's opinion, Lin He is just too upright and doesn't know how to please his superiors. There is really nothing wrong with the work. It would be so unfair if people like this were fired. She sighed and looked in the direction of Sister Ku. Sister Ku, can you tell us what's going on? That's right. Did you find it? Oh, I know. Keep it a secret. Sister Ko looked very secretive. What does this have to do with me? Isn't it normal for people with poor work ability to be called in for a talk by their leaders? You should also learn from his example and don't follow in his footsteps. Sister Ka half joked and half warned. He is very skilled in finding the right scale. Everyone shut up. I understand. Sister Ko, I'll go back to work now. I'm running away too. Sister Ko raised her eyebrows, her expression full of pride. Even she herself didn't expect that the pillow talk she had just done last night would work so quickly. He even brought the matter to the president's ears. The dismissal order came from the CEO's mouth, and no one would discuss anything messy. Simply perfect. Thinking of this, she took out her cell phone and typed a text message. "Honey, how come you are so awesome? I'm home alone tonight, come over. I just bought a new set of clothes, so I'll give you a good reward." President's office. "Dad, what's going on? Why did you call me up here like this?" Lin he asked as he entered the door. Lin Dashan sat at the tea table, took out a cup and poured it in. "Come on, son, sit down and have some tea and chat with Daddy." Lin he did not refuse, he went over, picked up the cup and started drinking. "Dad, are you worried about the negative reports on the internet? Lin Xingyu has been avoiding the limelight recently and hasn't come to work." Lin Dashan laughed. "This is nothing. The public relations department is already handling it. Fortunately, it's not a big deal and Manager Wang's life is not in danger. I called you here to ask you when you plan to become the general manager of the group in the name of my son." Lin he lowered his head in thought. In fact, he had thought about this matter in the past 2 days, especially when he was targeted by people like Sister Ku. At one point, he wanted to reveal his identity and give this villain a slap in the face. But think about it carefully. My current identity may be an opportunity. There is undoubtedly a huge difference between the perspective of an ordinary employee and that of the general manager. Why doesn't he take this rare opportunity to discover some underlying problems? After only a few days in the design department, he had already discovered many problems. Bullying newcomers, unspoken rules in the workplace, office romance. The discovery and resolution of these problems is very important to the Lin Group. "Dad, actually at the beginning, I just wanted to get familiar with the business. But now, I have discovered many problems below, and I want to." "I haven't finished yet." Lin Dashan raised his hand with an admiring look on his face. "As expected of my son, you have a long-term vision. Just do whatever you want to do. When you think the time is right, I will announce to everyone that you are my son and the future owner of the Lin Group." Lin he felt a warm feeling in his heart. "Dad, thank you." Back to the design department. He felt all kinds of strange looks coming from all around him. The colleague who was gossiping just now poked his head in and asked, "Hey, Lin he, what does Mr. Lin want to ask you about?" "Oh, nothing." Lin he said perfunctorily. Seeing that Lin he was not in high spirits, Sister Ka smiled secretly, feeling somewhat proud. This guy wants to go against her? The president called me in for a talk and there was no chance of getting a permanent position during the internship period. In this design department, no one dares to say anything against what Sister Ka says. Even if she is no longer the team leader, so what? Do you understand the value of having someone above you? Offended her? Just wait to pack up and leave. Chapter 19. You name your price. Lin Family Villa. Lin he was eating breakfast at the dining table when the phone rang. "Hello? Lin he, right?" The person on the other end spoke in a bad tone. "Yes, who are you?" Lin he said. "You can't even recognize my voice? It seems that you haven't thought about Mumu much during this period of time." Upon hearing this, Lin he couldn't help but roll his eyes in his heart. "Wang Dachuan? What's the matter?" Wang Dachuan laughed. "Of course I have something to say. I'm at Gingcheng University right now, you're in Mumu's alma mater. I'll give you half an hour to come over and talk." Lin he was disdainful. "I have nothing to say to you." Just about to hang up, Wang Dachuan's voice came again. "You don't even want the money?" Lin he was stunned and a little surprised. Sumu actually told Wang Dachuan about the debt? How is this possible? Considering the Su family's desire to marry into a wealthy family, how could they let the Wang family know about this borrowing of money? Aren't they afraid that it will affect the Wang family's impression of their family? But anyway, as long as he can get the money back, he and Sumu will be done with each other. Okay, wait. Capital University. Lin he looked at the students coming and going in the environment full of youthful atmosphere, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Feel refreshed. Even though it has been so long since he graduated, he still sometimes misses his school days. Although at that time, he not only has to support himself, but also Sumu. He has to bear the cost of living and studying for 2 people alone, and he is exhausted from working a part-time job every day. But that passionate and persistent age can never be returned. Just as I was feeling sentimental, I heard a commotion not far away. A luxury Lamborghini supercar appeared on campus, accompanied by the sound of its engine, and stopped directly outside the playground. The students stopped one after another. Most of the boys were attracted by the luxury cars. They took out their mobile phones to take pictures, while staring at the man in the driver's seat and secretly envying him. The girls all spontaneously fixed their hairstyles, hoping to be favored by the other party. Wang Dachuan really enjoyed this feeling. He got out of the car with his head held high, and lowered the convertible with 2 beeps. I raised my hand to check the time, so that people can see the new Rolex on his wrist. Wow! This guy is so manly. Why does he seem kind of charming? Is he from our school? Which department? I want all the information about this boy right now. Apart from his appearance, this guy is really hard to take your eyes off. TSK, is it because the way he drives a Lamborghini with one hand is so special? While everyone was guessing, he shook his head helplessly. Was just about to say superficial. But when I thought about it again, I couldn't laugh anymore. When Sumu saw Wang Dachuan for the first time, he should have had the same reaction as these girls, right? Otherwise, how could she be so decisive and break up with him and her 7-year relationship with just one sentence? Is it true that having money is more important than true love? What? Boy, are you ashamed of yourself? Ha, you don't need to feel inferior to me. While he was thinking, Wang Dachuan was already standing in front of him. He was in no mood to talk nonsense. Where's the money? Wang Dachuan was startled and looked at He in disbelief. No, buddy. Are you so short of money? You don't even ask what's the matter, and you just ask for money? He originally thought that it would definitely be difficult to ask He to go home and explain what happened with Sumu. But I didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward? Don't all men have a crush on their first love? How could you just agree to something that would abandon your dignity? It caught him off guard? He also heard something wrong and frowned. Doing things? Aren't you? What are you doing? A voice appeared and interrupted He directly. Sumu looked serious. He stepped forward quickly and said sternly to He. What do you want to do? Why did you ask Dachuan to come here? We have broken up. Please stay away from my fiancé. As soon as she learned that Wang Dachuan had come to Beijing University, she felt something was wrong and hurried over. After all, this is where she went to college and graduate school. If Wang Dachuan investigates carefully, all her and He's past and present lives will be dug up. Who knew that as soon as I got here, I saw my ex-boyfriend and current boyfriend chatting? Who can stand this scene? And last time, she had a conflict with her family and had even approached He. If Wang Dachuan knew about this, the thought sent a chill down her spine. He stared. A few days ago, this woman looked pitiful and begging for comfort, but in the blink of an eye, she turned hostile and ignored people. So fickle. Don't make any mistake. It was your fiancé who asked me out. It seems like you guys have some serious problems. If you have any problems, why don't you just tell me and bring them to me? He smiled playfully. All? Hearing this word, Sumu's heart tightened. Doesn't this clearly mean that she had also looked for He? Fortunately, Wang Dachuan didn't notice it. Humph. Boy, stop flattering yourself. We are fine. I came to you today because I want you to come home with me and explain to my parents that you and Mumu broke up peacefully. And tell them that Mumu is a good girl, and that you forced her to have contact with her several times afterwards. As he spoke, Wang Dachuan showed an unparalleled sense of superiority. Don't worry. As long as you do what I say, you will get the money. How about it? This money is much better than what you earned as a delivery boy or waiter, right? He was very annoyed by this kind of bossy attitude. Sorry, I'm busy. Wang Dachuan refused to give in. No? Don't refuse a toast. I didn't bother with you about the last incident because of Mumu's sake. Otherwise, with the strength of my Wang family, do you think you can still survive in the capital? When Sumu heard about this, he immediately relaxed a lot. But she couldn't allow Wang Dachuan to ridicule He, not because she still had feelings for He, but because she was afraid that He would tell the truth in a fit of anger. Dachuan, I know you did this because you care about me. But I have broken up with him. I only love you sincerely now and don't want to hear anything about other men. Otherwise, let's just forget about it, okay? Lin he sneered in his heart. It's really true and sincere. This woman's acting skills are worthy of an Oscar. Wang Dachuan was very determined. Mumu, don't meddle in a man's business. I will make this boy explain himself today. No one can misunderstand your character, even if that person is my mother. After that, he looked at Lin He and took out a check. You name a price. I, Wang Dachuan, always keep my word. Chapter 20. Just a poor couple. This was a scene he had prepared long ago. He believed that no girl could resist this kind of wealthy and powerful aura. Ha, this poor boy wants to snatch the woman from him? It's your own fault. Really? This move immediately caused exclamations from the onlookers. Wow. Is that a check? Oh my god, isn't the way he waves the check so cool? This plot is to marry Sue, right? Two men fighting for one woman? One is pretty, the other is rich. Oh my god, why can't I come across such a choice? To be honest, that woman is really pretty. If I were a rich second generation, I would be willing to spend a fortune to make her smile. Lin he sneered and took the check. Can. Then, he took out his pen and wrote down his thoughts. Okay, with Master Wang's strength, this number should be no problem, right? Wang Dachuan snorted coldly. No problem, as long as you are not? Are you fucking crazy? 900 million, 9,999,999? Lin he raised his eyebrows, looking nonchalant. Isn't it just a random price? Master Wang, this is not okay? Wang Dachuan was furious. You. The next second, he laughed again. Oh, I know. Isn't it because you still like Mumu? You did this just because you are jealous that I got Mumu, ha? It's ridiculous. Like a clown. As soon as the words fell, people nearby started talking about it and looked at Lin He with strange eyes. I thought so. He's just a gigolo. He's still clinging to her even though she already has a boyfriend. He's really embarrassing for men. Look at this kid wearing those cheap clothes. He wants to snatch women from my Lamborghini brother? Where does his confidence come from? That's right. You can tell from my appearance that he has a bad character, yet he still wants to ask for such a high price. Wang Dachuan was very satisfied after hearing these words. Lin He, you are just an ordinary person, you are not even on the same level as me. If it weren't for Mumu, you would never be able to talk to me in your life. As he said this, he hugged Sumu in a protesting manner. By the way, there is something that our Mumu has never been able to tell you. Let me say it for her now. Listen carefully. Mumu said that she has never liked you. She has been with you for so long only out of sympathy. Lin He was shocked and looked at Sumu in disbelief. Although I have been disappointed with Sumu for a long time, I still feel chilled to hear such words in person. Sumu lowered his head and bit his lips, as if agreeing to everything. Lin He was silent for a few seconds, feeling chilled. Looking at Sumu, he spoke lightly. So that's how it is. Wang Dachuan, don't you want to explain? Come on, I'll go home with you now and explain everything to your parents. Good. Wang Dachuan's eyes lit up. In his opinion, Lin He had finally given up and agreed only after knowing that there was no possibility for him and Sumu to be together again. Don't worry, as long as you dispel my parents' suspicions, I won't treat you unfairly, and I won't cause you any trouble in the future. Lin He sneered. No need. Tell the truth. That's what I should do. Yo. Good. Bro, you're a real man. Wang Dachuan was surprised again, and his eyes became clearer as he looked at Lin He. Just about to leave. Sumu was anxious and stood in front of Lin He. Lin He. Are you sick? Why do you want to interfere in the matter between me and my fiancé? As she spoke, she looked at Wang Dachuan. Dachuan, you don't understand him. Lin He has always resented me for breaking up with him, and he is even more jealous of you. How could he be so kind as to explain for us? Wang Dachuan looked suspicious. Because Sumu's reaction was completely beyond his expectations, Sumu looked as if he was afraid that Lin He would say something he shouldn't say. Then, Sumu looked at Lin He. Say loudly. Lin He. Go away. Please don't disturb my life anymore. There is no relationship between us anymore. It's useless even if you still miss me. If you show up like this, I will only hate you more and more. Lin He saw that Su Mu was desperate and also saw the pleading in her eyes. Just about to speak. Suddenly, a female voice broke the deadlock. Ha! Ridiculous, girl. Where do you get the confidence to say that my fiancé likes you? As soon as Shin Qingyu showed up, he immediately became the focus. She was wearing a white long dress, with her long hair hanging down naturally and a touch of light makeup on her face, which made her look even more beautiful and elegant. She has red lips, white teeth, and a tall figure. Especially the pair of white canvas shoes, which add a touch of youthfulness to her temperament. Among a group of college students, you can't tell that he is just a few years older. Wow! Who is this beauty? Is she from our school? Why have I never seen her before? Oh my god, I can guarantee that this goddess figure and appearance are not inferior to our school's campus beauty Lin Wanner, and she even has a more noble and unattainable temperament than Lin Wanner. Indeed, I originally thought that this angry girl was pretty, but now that I compare her to her, I feel like they are totally on a different level. The goddess just said that pretty boy is her fiancé? Well, I originally thought that the pretty boy might really like this angry girl, but now it seems that, it's totally unnecessary? Is there anyone who doesn't want young me but wants 3 dreams? In the discussion among the people, Shin Qingyu walked to Lin He and took Lin He's arm. Su Mu's expression suddenly turned ugly. It was already a mess, and now my appearance had to be criticized and used as a foil? The most infuriating thing is that there are people who compare her with 3 dreams? Fuck you, you idiots. Wang Dachuan's expression wasn't much better. Originally, he thought his woman was pretty enough and would make Lin He jealous, but now he saw that she was holding the arm of that goddess-level girl? If it was someone else it would be fine, but the other party was Lin He, the person he despised the most. A pauper. An orphan. A guy he seriously despises. Su Mu sneered. Lin He, do you think this trick is too low? If it doesn't work once, try it a second time and ask the same actor to act with you? After hearing this, Wang Dachuan felt much better. That's it. How could Lin He possibly date such a top-notch girl? It would be reasonable if he was hired. Thinking of this, he looked down on Lin He even more. I wonder how much it would cost to pretend for a while. A person who lives on part-time jobs actually hired actors? Ha! You used Huabei to cash out, right? Your credit cards are maxed out, right? I will have to eat instant noodles for 2 or 3 months when I go back, right? Idiot. Shin Qingyu chuckled. Acting? My fiancé's birthday is October 20th, he loves spicy food, his favorite singer is Xue Jiqian, his favorite weather is rainy days, and he likes simple girls. If there is enough time, I can still name 100 characteristics of Lin He. Girl, do you think an actor would know so much? After finishing his speech, not only Su Mu, but even Lin He was shocked. He didn't expect that after only a dozen days of contact, Shin Qingyu actually understood his preferences so clearly. The people around me also sighed with envy. Oh my god, this beautiful woman is so devoted to love? I'm really envious. Hey, I always remember my girlfriend's birthday and spend time preparing gifts for her. But she doesn't even care when my birthday is. And other people's girlfriends, why? Originally, I was just envious of the goddess's beauty, but now, I'm really jealous of this pretty boy. Su Mu was choked up for a moment. What? Are you guys showing off your affection? Ha, just to attract attention. Wang Dachuan also knew that he couldn't delve into this issue any further. He rolled up his sleeves again, revealing his Rolex. Then, he took out the car keys and hugged Su Mu. Forget it, dear. Let's not waste our time with this kind of people. Come on. I'll take you for a ride. Ding ding. The Lamborghini's lights flashed. Wang Dachuan's collapsed confidence rose again. So what if you are a real couple? They are just a poor couple. Chapter 21, trying to show off but getting. Get in the sports car. Wang Dachuan couldn't help but whistle at Shin Qingyu. Beauty. You're wearing a skirt. It's not convenient for you to squeeze into the bus, right? How about you wait for a while? After I send my wife home, I can give you a ride? Ha ha. Su Mu, sitting in the passenger seat, also curled his lips into a smile, feeling indescribably proud in his heart. She won. The win was complete. Looking at Lin He, everyone shook their heads in regret. Alas, this is the sadness of ordinary people. So what if the girl you date is pretty? If you let pretty girls squeeze into the bus, you have already lost miserably. Just when everyone thought that Lin He would leave this place in disgrace. He put his hands in his pockets and smiled calmly. No, I'll take my woman home myself. The driver will be here soon. Haha, what? Driver. Wang Dachuan laughed without disguising his feelings. Lin He, this isn't the way you act cool, is it? You're the only one who's the driver. What? Do you have anyone in school? Can the bus come in to pick you up? Sumu sat in the luxury car, pretending to be sorry. Lin He, to be honest, I really don't want to see you become like this. In fact, even if a person has no money. Before he finished speaking, a low cry sounded among the crowd. I saw an extended Rolls-Royce Phantom driving towards me from afar. Wang Dachuan couldn't take his eyes away for a moment. There are only a few luxury cars like this in the entire capital. Even his richest second-generation friend only drives a Rolls-Royce Ghost, which costs 4 or 5 million. The car in front of me. It is not only a luxurious extended version, but also a customized version. The number of units produced each year is extremely limited. The price will definitely not be less than 20 million. The most arrogant thing is that the license plate number of this car is A88888. A top-notch number that money can't buy. Mumu, did you see this? It's so cool. I've only seen this car once at an exhibition. I didn't expect that Jingcheng University has such a top-notch rich man who can afford a car like this. At this moment, Wang Dachuan seemed to have become a country bumpkin, taking pictures and sighing. Wow! He actually stopped the car. As he said this, he took Sumu's hand. Let's get off the car and ask for a business card. Our Wang family is also a well-known family in Beijing. Maybe we can cooperate in business in the future. I got out of the car and came to the front of the Rolls-Royce. Wang Dachuan straightened his clothes, cleared his throat, and was about to knock on the car window. A voice came from behind. Can you please give way? Wang Dachuan frowned, turned around, and saw Lin He's face. No, are you? Before I finished speaking, the car door opens. A man in a suit and well-dressed came down. He walked up to Lin He, bowed his head. Master, please get in the car. In a moment, Wang Dachuan was shocked. Everyone was shocked. Sumu was confused. All the incredulous eyes were focused on Lin He at the same time. What? This boy in big shorts and flip-flops is actually a young master? The scene was silent for a few seconds. Then someone exclaimed loudly. I found out. This car belongs to the Lin Group. No wonder they are so arrogant. What? Lin's Group? That Lin's Group? The richest man in Beijing, Lin's Group? Could it be that this pretty boy is actually the heir to the Lin Group? Oh my god. Rich people are so low-key. From this point of view, this Master Lin is really handsome. I think I have fallen in love with him. Wang Dachuan had a dazed look on his face and was almost speechless. Lin Group. Lin He. Really? Lin He, so, you really are? Wang Dachuan stuttered when he spoke. He never imagined that the person he looked down upon the most was actually countless levels higher than him. No wonder. No wonder the girls around him are so hot. Thinking of his arrogant behavior just now, Wang Dachuan wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. How is this possible? Lin He, what on earth are you up to? Impossible, I know your situation best. How could you be some young master from the capital? Tell me, is this true? Sumu couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. He stared at Lin He blankly, eagerly wanting an answer. Lin He looked at her indifferently, without a trace of warmth in his eyes. Although no response was received. But at this moment, many doubts in Sumu's mind were resolved. The man in a suit who went to see Lin He's lavish spending in the mall, and his growing charm and composure. So that's how it is. It's actually like this. She wanted to slap herself hard. 7 years of relationship. Lin He was originally sincere to her. The Lin Group is 10,000 times stronger than the Wang family. She actually dumped Lin He like this? Wow. I didn't expect Master Lin to be so handsome and so rich. I'm really in love with him. Yes. She is really charming. She is so capable, but she doesn't bother to show off or brag about herself. She is really low-key and has substance. What's funny is that this young Master Wang is showing off just because he has a little money. Who knows that the other person is much stronger than him? Hey, this is the difference between the nouveau riche and the children of aristocratic families, right? Who said it wasn't true? And this woman actually said that Master Lin was pestering her. I don't know where she got the confidence from. What a pair of clowns. As everyone was discussing, Wang Dachuan and Su Mu looked indescribably embarrassed. Even Lin he felt a little awkward after being praised by everyone. The demeanor of a child from an aristocratic family? Aren't you praising me too much? He himself didn't even know that he had such a magnanimous character. But at this time, you still have to pretend. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin he chuckled and stretched out his hand towards Xingyu. Xingyu, get in the car. We've wasted enough time here. We still have things to do at the company. Good. Xingyu smiled. Without even looking at the two people behind him, he got into the car. It seemed that he didn't take the two people who mocked him seriously at all. Seeing Lin He and Xingyu getting into the car in a casual manner, Sumu was jealous. She's unbalanced. Regret it. I really regret it. The person who was originally sitting next to Lin He and sitting in the Rolls-Royce should be her. She should also be the future wife of the chairman of the Lin Group. What the hell is that vixen? Under the gaze of everyone, the Rolls-Royce roared away. The crowd dispersed. Wang Dachuan smiled awkwardly. This kid is really good at hiding things. He. By the way, Mumu, I have an appointment with the person in charge of coordinating our wedding to discuss the layout of the wedding venue. Let's go over now, it's getting late. Sumu was not interested at all. Dachuan, I'm feeling a little unwell, how about we do it another day? Wang Dachuan felt unhappy. What's wrong? Didn't you keep urging me to do this before? Why don't you want to go now? He looked over Sumu. Sumu, you're not regretting following me now that you see Lin He become a rich man, are you? Sumu was shocked. No. Dachuan, you misunderstood. You are the only one I love now. What happens to Lin He has nothing to do with me. I just have a headache and didn't sleep well last night. Well, how about I go with you? Dachuan looked disappointed. No. I thought to myself. Even a clayman still has some temper. You almost popped out your eyes when you saw Lin He getting into the luxury car just now. Now you say you only like me, who do you think is a fool? In the car. Lin He looked at Xingyu beside him, and felt an indescribable sweetness in his heart. Xingyu, I'm lucky to have a fiancé like you. As he said this, he held the back of Xingyu's delicate and white hand. Xingyu smiled shyly, but pulled her hand away the next second. You just found out? Lin He was a little surprised. What? You're my fiancé, and you can't even hold my hand? I already hugged you last time. That's different. Last time I was too scared, so... Xingyu still feels scared when he recalls the scene of being retaliated against by his employees. Lin He was helpless. If the last time doesn't count, what about the time before that? Xingyu blushed. You were drunk, weren't you? Also, what did you say to that guy just now? Who is your woman? You said it as if something had already happened. Lin He couldn't understand the woman's train of thought at all. You are already my fiancé, so you are not my woman? Of course not, you didn't propose. Xingyu said coquettishly. She is a person who attaches great importance to rituals, especially when it comes to big events like marriage, which must be completed step by step to be a complete success. Then what about your girlfriend? Lin He settled for the next best option. Xingyu said proudly, you didn't confess to me. Lin He's eyes turned dark. Woman. It's really hard to understand. Chapter 22, Old Friends Reunited. Xingyu looked at Lin He with her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Lin He glanced sideways. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. I just can't figure out why you suddenly revealed your identity. In front of your ex-girlfriend. Wang Dachuan spoke rudely to you, and I said it directly without thinking too much. Shin Xingyu raised her eyebrows. Just because of me? Lin He was startled. I didn't expect that Shin Xingyu would see through my thoughts. In fact, he also wanted to see what kind of expression Sumu would have after he knew his identity. Then why do you think it is? Lin He asked back. Because of your ex-girlfriend. Shin Xingyu was a little disappointed. Well, are you satisfied with her expression? She stared at Lin He in a daze. But I don't want to. Lin He just sighed softly and held his forehead helplessly. I was so nervous the first time I acted cool that I didn't pay attention to her. Shin Xingyu was stunned, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Lin He, you really are. What's wrong? I'm not like you. I was born rich. Can't you adapt to it? Lin He said confidently. Shin Xingyu shook his head, with an expression that showed he wouldn't bother with a fool. But the jealousy just now disappeared in an instant. After the joke, Lin He was serious. By the way, Xingyu, the incident with manager Wang has passed. My dad said that he wants you to go back to work in the next 2 days. After all, you were the one who initiated the layoffs, so this matter still needs to continue. Shin Xingyu nodded. Well, it's almost time to announce the layoff list. By the way, how is your work going recently? Sister Ku must have given you a hard time again, right? Lin He waved his hand. Don't worry, she can't do anything to me. But I heard that she has an ambiguous relationship with a senior executive of the company, and I want to find out the truth about it. Is there such a thing? No wonder the design department is always in such a mess. It turns out that this is the problem. Shin Xingyu murmured. Lin He touched Shin Xingyu's head. Okay, you don't have to worry about these things. I can handle it myself. I have to thank you for your stunning appearance today. You have earned me a lot of face. Shin Xingyu smiled embarrassedly. You're very sweet. But how did you know I went to school? I went to your house to look for you. The housekeeper told me. You're looking for me? Is there something wrong? Shin Xingyu was silent for a moment. Today is my parents' anniversary, and I want you to go with me to pay respects. My parents were always worried about my marriage, and now that you're back, they will definitely be relieved. As Shin Xingyu spoke, a hint of sadness flashed across his eyes. Lin He also felt a little uncomfortable. Regarding Shin Xingyu's parents, Lin Dashan once told him that they died in a car accident. But what was a coincidence was that year was the critical juncture when the old man of the Shin family abdicated and Shin Xingyu's father was about to take over the Shin family business. There are many speculations in the industry about the cause of death of the Shin couple. But guesswork is just guesswork. Due to insufficient evidence, the case was ultimately closed as an accident. Well, that's what I should do. I should have gone to see my uncle and aunt earlier. Xingyu, are you okay? Lin He didn't know how to comfort her for a moment. Shin Xingyu wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. After a while, he raised his head. Looking at Lin He seriously. Lin He, can you promise me one thing? Lin He nodded seriously. You tell me, as long as I can do it. If we can get married successfully. And you can take over the Lin Corporation smoothly, then, can you use your power to help me find out about my parents? Lin He nodded without hesitation. If I have the ability, I will definitely help you. Thanks. Lin He couldn't help but feel sorry for this girl. Xingyu, don't be sad. Let's go see your parents together, okay? The next day. As soon as Lin He arrived at the company, he saw an extra breakfast at his workstation. I was wondering. And Kier came over enthusiastically. Brother He. I noticed that you haven't brought breakfast these days. Is it because you don't have time to buy it in the morning? So, I bought it for you when I passed by the breakfast shop. I wonder if you like it. He. Today she has simple makeup and a high ponytail. She was wearing a white shirt and a light-colored pleated skirt. Her calves are white and slender, her ankles are exposed by short canvas shoes, and she has a tall and slender figure, full of pure aura. Several male colleagues beside him looked envious and jealous. Hey! Cora has been in the company for so long, but I haven't seen her bring breakfast to anyone. I've helped you a lot, so why don't you bring it to me? That's right. Last time you left early, I was the one covering for you with the manager. Yes. We have all helped you, why do you only buy it for Lin He? It seems like you are just being lustful. And Kor's cheeks flushed. You guys are so annoying. What do you mean by lust? I am just expressing my gratitude to my colleagues. Yo. You're blushing. I think I understand. Lin He. You are really good. Our sister Kor is the dream goddess of so many otakus in the company. Ah. I am heartbroken too. Several male colleagues refused to give in. Seeing Inkir becoming more and more embarrassed, Lin He stood up and said, "Stop talking nonsense, it will be bad for the girl if this kind of talk gets out." Several people shut up. Inkir felt warm in her heart. Brother He, breakfast is getting cold, eat it while it's hot. This sudden kindness made Lin He feel a little overwhelmed. How much is it? I'll give you the money for the meal. No need. It's just a few dollars, nothing compared to what you helped me with. Inkir waved her hand and walked towards her workstation excitedly. Sitting at the workstation, Inkir's heartbeat couldn't calm down for a long time. I don't know why. Recently, Lin He's figure always appears in her mind. The way he smiled when his plan succeeded in the Japanese restaurant, the face that was not afraid of being bullied, and the smiling face that helped her share the work late at night. She raised her head and looked cautiously at Lin He not far away. What's going on? He was just dressed simply and had a pretty face, but she felt her heart fluttering. Obviously, among those who pursued her, Lin He was not outstanding. Inkir really couldn't figure it out and sighed helplessly. Ding dong. WeChat rang. Sumu, Kor, are you busy? Can you come out and accompany me? I'm so depressed. Inkir replied immediately. Mumu, what's wrong with you? Wait, I'll take a leave and go out to find you. Since the last time the two of them got in touch, they both found the genuine and pure friendship they had in school. Sumu told her a lot of things. There was an ex-boyfriend who had to break up, parents who favored boys over girls, and a domineering fiancé. Inkir felt sorry for her from the bottom of her heart. Half an hour later. Cafes. When Inkir walked in, Sumu had already arrived. I'm sorry, dear Mumu. Our team leader is a bit difficult to deal with, and it took a lot of effort to get me to give you leave. Are you anxious waiting? Sumu smiled. It's okay, dear, I just got here too. It's all my fault for asking you to come out when you were so busy at work. What are you talking about? You are Mumu. My best friend in school. Inkir pouted. By the way, why did you call me out? Did your parents hit you again? Saying. Inkir looked at Sumu's face. Fortunately, there are no scars. The last time she saw Sumu, the palm print on Sumu's face really scared her. She really couldn't imagine that in this day and age there were still parents who favored sons over daughters and didn't treat their daughters as human beings. Sumu shook his head. Kor, I feel like I did something wrong. Chapter 23, I regret it. What's wrong? Mumu, did your fiancé's family cheat you again? Hey, if I were to say, no one would be able to tolerate the last time they sent fake jewelry to your house. This is too much. Inkir stood up for Sumu. She also couldn't understand why Sumu didn't rebel against her parents. If she married into a family like that, wouldn't her life be ruined? Sumu was dejected. My fiancé hasn't done anything excessive, it's my ex-boyfriend. Ex-boyfriend? The part-time guy? Inkir asked. This is the tacit understanding between girls. There are always many men in their lives, but they can't remember their names, so they mostly use their characteristics to represent them. For example, the 3-second man, the spicy hot pot man, the BMW man. To this day, Inkir still doesn't know the name of Sumu's ex-boyfriend. Sumu sighed. Yes, it's him. You know what? I just found out yesterday that the part-time guy is actually a rich second generation. Super rich. Can you imagine how shocked I was at that time? I couldn't say a word. What? Inkir's eyes widened. How is this possible? Didn't you say he was an orphan? And that he worked 3 or 4 jobs a day while in college? I don't know what's going on. Anyway, he is really rich. I suspected it before, but yesterday, he defeated my fiancé in terms of financial resources. Sumu took a sip of coffee, his eyes full of depression. Inkir can also understand this feeling. If you still like part-time men, you should tell your parents clearly. Don't they just want you to marry a rich man? Isn't now the perfect time? You have both love and bread. It would be fine if he didn't mention it. As soon as he mentioned it, Sumu's eyes turned red. But he has changed. He has another vixen around him now. He treats me completely differently than before. Ankir sighed. There is nothing wrong with what they did. After all, you are engaged. No one can wait for you there. But as a close friend, she naturally couldn't say such things. Mumu, don't be sad. There are many good men in the world. Your most urgent task now is to think clearly. Do you really want to be with that overbearing and rude fiancé for the rest of your life? This is a big deal. Whether you can reconcile with the part-time guy or not, you have to deal with your fiancé's situation properly. Sumu was startled. It was an instant enlightenment. Maybe this incident is not a bad thing for her. There was already affection between her and Linhee, so it was not impossible to save the relationship if she wanted to. And Wang Dachuan was also under her control. The only thing she had to do now was to let Wang Dachuan know that she, Sumu, had one more choice. You, Wang Dachuan, are not good to me, but I can turn around and make peace with my ex-boyfriend who is the richest man. It's up to you to decide what to do. She firmly believed that if she and Wang Dachuan broke off the engagement, Linhee would definitely come back to her. After all, Linhee treated her so well before, paying for her schooling, cooking for her, and staying up late to knit scarves for her. Now the situation is very simple. It is normal for a family to have a daughter who is sought after by hundreds of families. She will get engaged to whoever treats her well. But Linhee must try to ease the relationship. She had a bad attitude towards Linhee in the previous few times, so she had to eliminate the alienation between Linhee and her first. Kor, you're so nice. I already know what to do. Sumu burst into laughter. And Kor didn't say anything. Sumu frowned. Kor, what's wrong with you? You seem to be worried today. Hey. Mumu, I don't know what to say. What's wrong with you? What's our relationship? Is there anything you can't talk about? Don't you think of me as a sister? Sumu was a little unhappy. You and Kor even know my family background, and now you are hiding it from me? And Kir waved her hands. No, how could that be? Mumu, you are my best sister. Actually, I seem to have fallen in love with a boy. As Kor was speaking, Linhee's face seemed to appear before her. She couldn't help blushing. Sumu seemed to have discovered a new world. Oh my god. Is this true? Kor, I remember when you were in school, so many people chased you, but you didn't like any of them. You didn't even have a crush on anyone in the whole high school. Now you really have someone you like? Hey. Tell me, who is this person? And Kir looked shy. Well, he is my colleague. He loves to help others, is very honest, and is not worldly wise at all. I think this is what attracts me most about him. Not worldly wise? Sumu looked puzzled. She didn't think this was an advantage. Yes. Our team leader is very difficult and hateful. No one dares to offend him, but he is the only one who doesn't take the team leader seriously. You don't know, when he makes the team leader lose face, he feels so cool. And Kir talked incessantly. So how did he treat you? Sumu asked politely. He. And Kor thought with starry eyes. I don't know, he's quite polite. A few days ago, the old hands in our group threw all the work to me, the newcomer, and he helped me do it, so I didn't have to work overtime all night. Well. I don't think he has a girlfriend. Hey. Mumu, do you think if I pursue him, will it work? Sumu couldn't believe it. Chasing? Kor, I haven't seen you for a few years. How come you have changed so much? How could you even say this word? I remember your catchphrase back then was that you hated stinky men the most? Oh. It's been such a long time, you still remember it. And Kir wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Sometimes people can't even empathize with their past selves. This kind of non-mainstream statement actually came from her mouth. Ha ha ha. Looking at Kor's embarrassment, Sumu laughed without caring about his image. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she hadn't laughed so heartily for a long time since she broke up with Linhee. Oh, Mumu. you're still laughing at me. If you do this again, I won't talk to you anymore. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. Seriously, if you really like a guy who works overtime, you have to find out about his family situation. Don't let your feelings go to waste and your youth be delayed. Sumu said earnestly. And Kier smiled sweetly. Overtime guy? Ha ha ha. Mumu, you're so smart to think of that. What's wrong? Didn't you say he was working overtime for you? From now on, call him the overtime man. Hey, let me ask you, what are his family conditions like? Sumu was very concerned about this. And Kur bit her lip. As for their family conditions, they should be just ordinary people. But it doesn't matter, I don't care. If we are really together in the future, I can work hard to earn money to support him and me. To me, money is not important. Sumu despised such words extremely. Money is not important? Ha! That's what rich people say. Of course, this cannot be said out loud. She put on a warm smile. Kur, I'm glad you think so. Come on. I support you. You can definitely beat the overtime guy. Mumu, I knew you were the best. With your words, I feel more confident. I will take action when I get back. I will definitely take him down. And Kier was delighted. The next second, she looked at her watch. With a cry of surprise, he hurriedly took his bag and ran out. Ah! I only asked for an hour off. Mumu baby, let's make an appointment next time. Chapter 24. Can I communicate with you? Lin Group. When Lin He woke up from his lunch break, he saw several missed calls and several text messages on his phone. See the caller's name. Lin He raised his eyebrows. It was quite good that this woman waited a day before contacting him after knowing his identity. Sumu, can I have a conversation with you? Why don't you reply? Are you really angry? Actually, none of this was my intention. I didn't sleep all night last night. I only have the courage to confess to you now. I have always liked you, and it has never changed. My parents forced me to get engaged to Wang Dachuan. Lin He took a quick look and found that there were more than 10 text messages in total, and there were many that he had not read yet. Probably the same meaning. Explain previous rudeness and reminisce about the past. Lin He was too lazy to finish reading it and deleted it directly. Hey! Everyone, pay attention. The company's announcement is out. The much-anticipated layoff list. Brother Wang shouted. The whole office was instantly in an uproar. I've finally waited for this day. I haven't slept well for a month since I heard the news. Who isn't? Oh my god, I can finally have a good time. Shouldn't Manager Zhang from our design department be here to make the announcement? Why hasn't he come yet? The results from the marketing department next door have already been released. And Kor looked solemn. I felt indescribably nervous. As far as she knows, whether the new employees can successfully pass the probation period will also be announced today. She has been working diligently over the past month in order to pass the exam. After all, if she could become a regular employee, her salary would easily reach tens of thousands of yuan, which was very attractive to her as a student who had just graduated. She couldn't help but look at Lin He, who was not far away. I felt a little uneasy. Lin He has been at loggerheads with Sister Ku for a while now, so it should be difficult for him to become a regular employee. And Kier walked to Lin He and said casually, Brother He, are you nervous? Lin He raised his head and smiled youthfully. Ha? Why are you so nervous? And Kor looked serious, as if she understood you. Brother He, we are so familiar with each other now, so don't pretend that you don't care in front of me. In fact, no matter what the result is today, I want to tell you that I really like you. Ah? Lin He was confused. I mean, I really enjoy working with you. Hopefully, this time, we can both stay and make it through the internship. Looking at Nkir's cute and adorable appearance, Lin He couldn't help but laugh and nodded. Well. Then I hope your wish comes true. And Kier was startled. The smile in the boy's eyes made her feel her heart skip a beat. He brother. Hey! Lin He, at this time, you still have the mind to flirt with others? Suddenly, a sarcastic voice appeared. The whole office suddenly became quiet. Many male colleagues looked gloating. And Kier's appearance and figure are outstanding in the entire group. But this girl is indifferent to others, except for Lin He, who is overly enthusiastic. In addition, Lin He's maverick style makes him never take his predecessors seriously. Many male colleagues in the design department have long disliked Lin He. Team leader Ko, I don't bother to argue with you when you say whatever you want to me. But for a girl, isn't the word flirting too much? Lin He stood up and refused to give in. Sister Ko glanced at Kur with contempt and said loudly, "Oh. You can do it, but others can't say anything? What's wrong with the girl? I think you newcomers have forgotten why you came to the company. The company pays you wages just to let you flirt and have sex?" When the word mess came out, there was a sudden whisper in the office, and everyone's gentlemanly eyes swept between Lin He and Kier. Lin He was furious and instinctively wanted to protect Kur behind him. But unexpectedly, Kier did not back down. She clenched her fists, looked directly at Sister Ko, and said word by word, "Sister Ko, Lin He and I are just ordinary colleagues. Do you know how much impact your casual remarks will have on the reputation of the person involved? You said such unfounded words, please apologize to us." Lin He was a little surprised and turned his gaze to Kur. I saw that she was breathing rapidly, tears were welling up in her eyes, and even her voice was trembling. It can be seen that Kier is not good at quarreling. Sister Ko snorted coldly, as if she had heard a huge joke. "You? Kur, do you think you have established yourself in the company? Let me tell you clearly, when the probation period results are announced today, Lin He will definitely be fired. Do you want to be like him now? If so, just tell me directly, I can help you." There was a huge suppressive force in Sister Ko's words and tone. At this moment, Kier fell silent instinctively. "What? You don't dare to speak? Weren't you very arrogant just now? I tell you, don't forget your position. My sister Ko is in the company." "Location?" Lin He interrupted with a sneer. Sister Ko was stunned, stiffening her neck. "Yes. It's the location. Don't you understand? Do you need me to explain it more clearly? Sister Ko, if I remember correctly, you are no longer a team leader. You are now an ordinary employee like us." "Position? What is your position?" Lin He looked at Sister Ko with disdain. That contemptuous attitude made everyone present gasp. "Isn't this boy too brave? How dare you mock Sister Ko like this? Even if he is not the team leader, he still has someone behind him. He is the company's top management. It is easier to discipline ordinary employees like him than to step on an ant to death. How dare Lin He?" Even Sister Ko's eyes were filled with disbelief. She was speechless for a moment. I was stunned for a few seconds. She sneered. "Lin He, do you think you will pack up and leave today anyway, so you are planning to show off your power in front of me one last time? Ha! Ridiculous. Lin He, don't you think you are too stupid? With my influence in the industry, with just one word from me, there will be no job for you in the design industry in Beijing." Puff. Lin He couldn't help it. He couldn't figure it out. How can a person who is so ordinary be so confident? He felt that Sister Ko was not just bragging, because most people could never brag as majestically as Sister Ko. She boasted, not only fooling others, but even she believed it. "What do you mean? You laughed? You actually laughed? How could you laugh at a time like this? Do you think I'm trying to scare you?" Sister Ko looked furious. At this time, Sister Ko's loyal lackey, Brother Wang, stood up again. Those little eyes shone a light of judgment through the lenses of their glasses. "Lin He, you've gone too far. Even if you're not sensible, you should know that Sister Ko is older than you, right? You don't care about that at all. It seems like that's how you behave." Several male colleagues also started talking. "Hey, let me be fair. Lin He, you really went too far. Sister Ko is still a woman after all. It's really hard to judge you for talking like that." "Indeed. Lin He, I advise you to apologize to Sister Ko as soon as possible. What if you really pass the internship? How are you going to survive in the future? Give yourself a way out." He. I think he just feels like he's going to leave, so he dares to say that. Hey! This guy. Lin He was helpless. He didn't want to bother with these clowns, But in the current situation, if he didn't say anything, it would seem like he was afraid of them. He looked at Brother Wang with a teasing look and was about to speak. The next second. But Encoder stood in front of him with a determined look on her face. Have you said enough? From the beginning till now, every word Lin he said was a statement of fact, and he spoke on the matter at hand. There is no problem at all. And what about you? You rely on your numbers to insult his character and criticize him at will. Don't you think this behavior is disgusting? Chapter 25 The Target of Public Criticism. Lin he couldn't help but be stunned and looked at Enkir with surprise. What's going on? He is a grown man, is he being protected by a woman? But why? He was actually somewhat touched. When he was with Su Mu, he was busy like a dog all day long, and even found time to be Su Mu's personal bodyguard. In order to take Su Mu's feelings into consideration, he also kept his distance from other women. Later, he returned to his ancestral home and met his goddess-like fiancée. He also plays the role of a protector. But now, this frail and skinny girl actually stood in front of him and spoke for him? Everyone in the office looked incredulous. Enkir has just been in the company as an intern for a month, and she is always respectful and friendly to everyone. But now, he is refusing to give in and is standing up for Lin He? The male colleagues who had just been sarcastic to Lin He were even more shocked and felt extremely upset. One of the reasons why they helped Sister Ko to criticize Lin He was because Sister Ko had someone above her. Another more important reason is that Enkir and Lin He are close, and several of her friends who have feelings for her are extremely jealous. And now, their dream lover actually stood in front of Lin He and said with annoyance that they were disgusting? This is so heartbreaking. Brother Wang was the first to react, and he pointed his finger directly at Enkor. No? Who do you think you are? We are just expressing our own opinions. Who are you calling disgusting? Do you have any manners? Sister Ku also looked mean, looking Enkor up and down. Hey, Enkor, didn't you realize that? You're quite protective of men? TSK. At your age, it's normal for you to fall in love with a man like Lin He, but... Sister Ka said as she walked forward slowly. He stretched out a finger and was about to point it towards Enkir's chest. The next second, a strong hand directly shook away Sister Ka's finger that was about to point fingers. Lin He looked disgusted. Isn't that too much? What the hell are you doing? Lin He, I didn't expect you to be such a jerk that you actually hit a woman. Sister Ko grimaced in pain. Call the police. Sister Ko, we must call the police. Go to the hospital to get his injuries checked out. I think we'll have to put this kid in jail for 10 days or half a month. Yes. This is no longer something that can be solved at the company. Sister Ko, don't waste your time talking to him. Several male colleagues kept adding fuel to the fire. Lin He's eyes were completely opened. The bad guys are definitely the first to complain. He sneered. Call the police? Where are your injuries? What other purpose does your making such a scene serve other than letting everyone see you acting like a clown? You don't like me, fine. But the layoff results haven't come out yet. When the results come out, it won't be too late to make sarcastic remarks. Saying, Lin He smiled. But what if I really don't have to leave? Oh. I still have fantasies. Sister Ko shook her head with a confident look in her eyes. Manager Zhang is here. After a voice, everyone returned to their seats. Sister Ko looked at Lin He with a smile on her face. Silently said, You're done. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Manager Zhang walked into the design department door. I believe everyone has been looking forward to today's results for a long time, so I won't waste any more words. Let me first talk about the results of the internship conversion. One group of Han Shuang passed. Wow. Really? Thank you, manager. Thank you, company. One group of Zhang Cheng passed. Thank you, manager. Manager Zhang nodded and continued to look at the documents. One group, Enkor. Enkir's face was full of excitement. Pass. Thank you, manager. Enkir looked delighted. Oh, the villain succeeds. Sister Ko rolled her eyes secretly, looking unhappy. Next, Lin He. For a moment, everyone in the office pricked up their ears. Sister Ko crossed her arms and smiled, as if she couldn't wait to hear the news. Pass. What? Sister Ko screamed in surprise. Not just her. Everyone's face was filled with surprise. Immediately afterwards, many people cast puzzled looks at Sister Ko. What's going on? Doesn't Sister Ko have someone up there? Lin He didn't take Sister Ko seriously, but he still passed the internship period? That's worth thinking about. The person above Sister Ko isn't useful? So from now on in the office, do they no longer have to worship Sister Ko as their ancestor? Ko Chen, what's the matter? Do you have any objection? Manager Zhang raised his eyes and asked. No. Sister Ko's face flushed red. That's good. This is the list of regular employees. Next is the layoffs. After several people were announced in succession, some people in the office were happy while others were sad. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Everyone held their breath and prayed silently that the next name announced would not be theirs. The next second, Manager Zhang raised his eyes. Ms. Ku Chen. Sister Ku was still thinking about why Lin He was able to become a regular employee. Manager Zhang suddenly called out the name. She was a little caught off guard. What's wrong? Manager Zhang? Sorry, you're fired. There was no warmth in Manager Zhang's voice. What? This is impossible. Sister Ko was so shocked that she could hardly control her emotions and shouted loudly. Not only her. Brother Wan was confused. The lackeys were confused. And Kier was confused. Everyone was stunned. Manager, are you kidding? Brother Wang asked with a flattering smile. The crowd also murmured. Yeah. How could Sister Ko? What's going on? I'm a mess. Manager Zhang slapped the table. Quiet. Wang Yiming, what are you asking? In such a serious situation, do I look like I'm joking? In your mind, am I such an unprofessional person? It's my bad, manager. I'm sorry. Brother Wang sat down dejectedly. Okay, this is the result. This is the company's decision after careful research. It combines your personal abilities, your usual performance, and the results of various ability screenings. Please actively cooperate with the follow-up matters. After Manager Zhang finished speaking, he left the office. Sister Ko's eyes were lifeless and she slumped down in the chair. The office became lively. Oh my god. Fortunately, I wasn't there. I was so scared just now. Oh, me too. I can have a big dinner tonight. Ha. Fuck. Can you guys just shut up? What's the point of rubbing salt into someone else's wounds? What a crappy decision. I don't accept it. That's right. I don't accept it either. This decision is totally unconvincing. It's fine if they just laid me off, but they laid off Sister Ko too? She's a veteran employee with a lot of experience. Who else in the entire office can compare to her? After I shouted that, I thought no one would refute me. But the next second, an employee who was not laid off said leisurely, Sister Ko's layoff doesn't mean the result is unconvincing, right? Manager Zhang said that this was the result of careful research. What do you mean? Xiao Lu is right. Although Sister Ko has worked for a long time, to be honest, her ability and dedication are both average. That's right. I think the company's decision is quite wise. When has Sister Ko not thrown the work to the newcomers? And then she took all the credit after the work was done? I could have received a double year-end bonus last year, but it was taken away by someone else. I don't know if she feels guilty about taking the money. Many employees who have been bullied by Sister Ko. They all stood up and gradually formed a team. Chapter 26 Joke. Even in Core couldn't figure it out. Brother He, what on earth is going on? I don't know. Maybe it's God's will? Lin He raised his eyebrows, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. The oppressed army is no longer afraid of Sister Ko. The combat effectiveness continues to grow. Oh. She said she was going to get rid of Lin He. Now she's not leaving, but she's the one who wants to leave. What a joke. Who says she isn't? She relies on her two lackeys to bully people around in the office all day long, and she thinks she's very popular and can get along well with people. But who wants to pay attention to her? Ha! That's it. Eh? No? What the hell? Who are you calling a lackey? Oh? You knew I was talking about you? You stood up on your own accord? You're pretty self-aware. Oh, fuck you XXXXX. Your mom triple X. Your mother is XXXXX. Stinky XX. That's enough. Just shut up. Sister K slammed the table. You guys have almost given up, right? I'm telling you, I absolutely will not accept this result. You guys think you can step on me? Dream on. After saying that, he slammed the door and left. Looking at Sister K's back as she left angrily. Lin, he pressed the phone. Hello? The time is almost here. How are things going over there? Boss Xiaolin, don't worry, they will be in big trouble. Good. Hang up the phone. Lin, he smiled slightly, and a sophisticated look appeared on his young face. He is not a saint and cannot just laugh it off after being bullied. ISNT at Sister K who values face the most. Today, he was going to turn Sister K's face into a complete joke. After Sister K went out, she went straight to the elevator with a clear goal. That was the high-rise office that she would go to after everyone else got off work. She wants to find out clearly. Why did she clearly give instructions to Lin He to pack up and leave, but now she was the one being laid off? She can't figure it out. This kind of thing used to be so simple. Why did it turn out like this time? Ding dong. The elevator door opens. Just as Sister K was about to go up, she saw a familiar face. If this isn't her secret lover, then who is it? Brother Lu, I just happened to be looking for you. Didn't I tell you last time that? Shut up. Vice President Lu interrupted sharply. Only then did Sister K see that Lu Xuan was holding a cardboard box in his hands. Brother Lu. What is this? Damn it. You stupid bitch, you still have the nerve to say that? Because of your little shit, Mr. Xia from the HR department dug up all the shady things I did over the years. I'm leaving too. What? Lao Xia? How dare he? Just shut up. Tell me how many lousy things I've done for you in this tiny little place called the design department. You're such a jerk. Lu Xuan cursed while gritting his teeth. Sister K could never have imagined that the man who had hugged her and said sweet words to her yesterday now disliked her so much. My eyes suddenly turned red. Lu. Who do you think is the one who harmed me? Over the years, I have followed you and have been subjected to so many rumors. Alright. I didn't force you to do this. Why are you talking about this again? Go away. It's bad luck to see you. Sister K is not the kind of woman who would swallow her grievances. Lu Xuan is no longer her leader, and every word he says is full of thorns. She is not afraid of falling out. Ha! Lu Xuan, are you a man? You are a company veteran, but you can't even handle an intern, and you still have the nerve to stand here. Bang! Before Sister K could finish her words, Lu Xuan slapped her in the face. You actually hit me? Sister K was shocked. Lu Xuan's anger did not diminish at all. I looked around. He growled in a low voice. You're a fucking idiot. An ordinary intern? Lin He, is Lin Dashan's only son. He's the heir to the Lin Group. When I said I was going to fire him at the meeting, several important shareholders looked at me like I was an idiot. You've made me lose such a big person, and you're still talking here. Get lost. What? How is this possible? Sister K almost dropped her jaw in shock. She no longer felt the pain on her face and was unable to recover for a long time. At this moment, countless memories came to her mind. Why was it so easy for Lin He to join the Lin Group? Why did Xin Xingyu suddenly show up at that dinner? Besides, a few days ago, Lin Dashan actually asked Lin He to go to his CEO's office. Most importantly, Lin He never seemed to take her seriously. There were so many signs, but she didn't notice them at all. Then, let's go find Lin He and apologize to him. He's a fresh graduate, so he must be soft-hearted. As long as we... Sister K muttered to herself as she thought about it. Lu Xuan. Who is this woman? Sudden. A sharp questioning voice startled both of them. I saw a fat woman wearing Hermes clothes in gold and silver rushing towards me angrily. The sound of this voice lingered in the corridor. Many people from several offices came out to watch the fun. Lu Shuang instinctively distanced himself from Sister Ku. His face turned pale with fear. Wife! Why are you here? No. It's not what you think, let me explain. The fat woman was about 1.7 meters tall and weighed more than 300 kilograms. When I got close to him, I felt a strong sense of oppression. Sister Ko was so frightened that she didn't dare to say a word. Why do you always work overtime? You come home at midnight every day. Is it because you are with this woman? No, no. Honey, I really am working overtime. Bang. Before he could finish, the fat woman swung her arm and slapped him in the face. Lu Shuang's thin body was blown away in an instant, and he staggered and held onto the wall to avoid falling down. But he didn't have any temper at all. Continue to move towards the fat woman. Really? Honey, you really misunderstood me. I would never dare to betray you. Fuck you. The fat woman was merciless and kicked the man away. How dare you lie to me until now? I heard that you were laid off, so I wanted to come over to plead for you, but when I arrived at the company, I heard about your gossip. I didn't believe it at first. It wasn't until I looked at your office computer that I realized that you not only betrayed me. You also kept scolding me with that bitch and called me a tank. The fat woman became angrier and angrier as she spoke, and looked at Sister Ko fiercely. Raise your hand cleanly. Bang. With a slap, Sister Ko was pushed far away. You bitch. The necklace you're wearing around your neck is all old stuff I don't want. You're a rubbish picker. Sister Ko trembled with fear, but dared not speak out. She never expected that. This necklace was given to her by Lu Shuang on her birthday. It turned out to be worn by this fat woman. She didn't want it. That's fine, but the key point is that everyone in the company is watching. She, Sister Ko, has become a complete joke. Chapter 27 Su Mue's dream was shattered. Moment. Sister Ku burst into tears of humiliation. Cry? You still have the nerve to cry? Don't think I don't know, you bitch, you call me Dachuan behind my back. I'll fuck your grandma. The fat woman kicked Sister Ku powerfully and she fell to the ground instantly. I'm sorry. Sister Ku was very decisive in her cowardice. After all, the fat woman's father is the third largest shareholder of the Lin Group, and even Lu Shuang's position was arranged by the fat woman's father. With their strength, it is too easy to deal with a small person like her. Lu Shuang, have you forgotten how you got to where you are today? If it weren't for me, would you be able to be an executive? Driving a luxury car, living in a villa, and being bossy in the company. I'm the one who brought you all this. Do you think I'm fat now? Do you have a heart? When you were following me around, why didn't you say I was a tank? The fat woman yelled. Wife! I was wrong, I was really wrong. Please forgive me just once, just this once. Lu Shuang persisted and hugged the fat woman's thighs again. Get out. Divorce. No, wife, she seduced me. Suddenly, Lu Shuang pointed at Sister Ko, rushed over and pulled the necklace off her neck. You stinky bitch, you ruined my career and family. Go to hell. As he said that, he slapped him again. The slap was so powerful that half of Sister Ko's face swelled up instantly. But she stood there motionless, looking at Lu Shuang in shock. After a long while, he whimpered and cursed. You bastard. The onlookers were stunned. They had never seen Sister Ko in such a state of distress. It actually makes people feel a little pitiful. And Kier frowned as she watched all this and murmured. Why do people change so quickly? Lin, he glanced sideways. I originally thought that this girl, who was often bullied by Sister Ko, would applaud when seeing Sister Ko being humiliated. But she was actually lamenting the fickleness of human nature? Just as I was thinking about it, the cell phone rang. Lin, he walked to a quiet place and answered the call. Vice President Xia, go ahead. Boss Xiaolin, thank you so much. The company has always had problems with abnormal orders in recent years. Thanks to your reminder, we thought of conducting a thorough investigation of the company's top management. This Lu Shuang is such a bastard. In order to enrich himself, he has been stealing the company's orders to other companies. Vice President Xia, you're welcome. I just have some doubts. You guys did all these things. I didn't do anything. Lin, he said. Thank you, Mr. Xiaolin. I won't be polite to you. I just hope that after this matter is resolved, I will treat you to a simple meal. I believe you will do me the honor. Vice President Xia is a very good person. Since he already knew Lin He's identity, it was an advantage for him as he could establish a relationship with her before others. After all, in the company, except for a few major shareholders, few people know Lin He's identity. Okay, that's it. After hanging up the phone, Lin He returned to the design department. The crowd in the corridor has dispersed. Inside the office, everyone was discussing heatedly what had just happened, and most of them were cursing Sister Ke for bringing it upon herself. Only Brother Wang and a few of Sister Ke's followers seemed like outliers. They all lowered their heads, trying to reduce their presence. Lin He was not interested in joining the condemnation meeting and busy himself with the work at hand. At the same time, after talking to Nkur about his worries, Sumu returned home. She stared at her phone the whole afternoon, waiting for Lin He's reply. It was getting dark now, and she was beginning to feel a little hopeless. How so? She had clearly explained it and apologized. Why didn't Lin He reply with even a single word? Is it true that 7 years of relationship is really not worth mentioning in Lin He's heart? Sumu, what are you doing here? Tomorrow is the day you and Dachuan will get your marriage certificate. Didn't Dachuan invite you to dinner tonight? Why haven't you packed yet? Lu Xiaoxia pushed open the door and spoke anxiously. Sumu frowned. She didn't know why, but ever since she knew Lin He's true identity, she always felt an indescribable annoyance towards her parents. It is obvious that she has found the path to the peak of her life. It was her self-righteous parents who made her dump Lin He and get engaged to Wang Dachuan, a half-rich man. But she doesn't like Wang Dachuan at all. Mom, can you knock on the door when you enter my room next time? Yo. Now that you're about to marry into a wealthy family, your temper has gotten worse, right? Lu Xiaoxia's tone was dissatisfied. I don't even bother to take care of you. After saying that, he closed the door with a clang and left. Sumu sighed. She knew that it was pointless to worry about Lin He's matter now, and she could only deal with Wang Dachuan first. After all, the Wang family is quite powerful, and she can cross the class barrier by marrying into the family. She took out her cell phone and called Wang Dachuan. The phone rang for a long time. No one answered. Sumu became a little uneasy. What's going on? Could it be that the last time she saw that Lin He was rich, she showed it a little too obviously? Is Wang Dachuan angry? Thinking of this, she quickly packed up and took a taxi to Wang's construction company. As soon as I entered the company, Sumu felt an atmosphere of panic. The employees I saw all had frowned brows and were walking in a hurry. Sumu couldn't help but feel confused. Is it possible that the company has some urgent business? It is understandable that Wang Dachuan did not answer the phone. He must be busy meeting clients. Walked to the door of the manager's office. I heard a commotion inside. No, Mr. Wang. You can't do this. I haven't received my salary for 2 months. And you're still waiting. How long are you waiting for? Yes. Hurry up and pay us. We're quitting. Pay the bill and leave. Everyone, don't worry. I understand your emotions. The company is just facing a little difficulty. If you can stay with the company and get through it, I, Wang Sihai, will not treat you unfairly. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think we don't know? President Yen has asked you for money several times. There is not a penny left in the company's account. Tell me. Did you, the Wang family, plan to run away a long time ago and take away all the company's money? Don't spit blood on me. My dad and I have been dealing with loan matters these days. Haven't you seen that my dad's hair has turned white? I don't give a damn whether your hair is black or white. Pay me. Otherwise I'll sue you and your son. Yes. Pay your salary. Stop talking nonsense. Pay your salary. Amid the noise, Sumu's whole body had already become stiff. What did she just hear? Is the Wang family going bankrupt? How so? Now not only are there debts, but we can't even pay salaries? What should she do then? Why? Why is God so cruel to her? No! 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 She screamed desperately in her heart. Hey! Moo Moo! Why are you here? Chapter 28. Wang Dachuan's dream was also shattered. Through the crowd, Wang Dachuan saw Sumu standing outside the door and hurried out. Sumu was stunned for a few seconds before he came to his senses. Oh, I couldn't get through to you on the phone, so I came to look for you because I was worried that something might have happened to you. What's going on? Wang Dachuan sighed. It's hard to explain in one sentence. Come in first. After Sumu entered the door, the employees were still yelling at Wang Sihai. Wang Sihai sat in the president's chair, rubbing his temple weakly. From the dark circles under his eyes, it was clear that he hadn't slept for at least a few nights. There was a lot of noise for a while. Wang Sihai sighed helplessly and said as if he had made a great decision. How about this, 3 days? Please give me 3 days, and I will pay you the wages by then. Otherwise, you can sue me or come to the company to move things. After saying this, the employees calmed down a little. Okay. You said so. I'll give you 3 days. Wang Sihai, don't try to play tricks on me. I know where you live. Forget it. Let's go. After everyone left the office, Wang Sihai managed to force a smile. Moo Moo was here. Hey. I'd be so ashamed if you saw this scene. Uncle, what is going on? Wang Dachuan looked at his father's exhausted look and could not bear to disturb him any longer. Dad, you should take a rest first. I'll go out and explain to Moo Moo, and tell him what you think. Wang Sihai nodded. Go ahead. Roadside Cafe. Wang Dachuan was silent for half an hour before he spoke his first sentence. Moo Moo, as you can see, the company's finances are indeed in some trouble. Now, I don't want to hide it from you, my family's construction company may really declare bankruptcy. Sumu's heart suddenly shook. Before that, she still held a glimmer of hope in her heart. She kept comforting herself. Maybe it's just a minor crisis that will soon pass, and she can still be a rich wife as planned. But at this moment, the fire in her heart was completely extinguished. What do you want to say? Sumu paused for a while before asking. She had a feeling that perhaps Wang Dachuan didn't want to implicate her and would take the initiative to cancel the engagement. That would be best, she wouldn't have to be a bad person. Wang Dachuan grabbed Sumu's hand. In a negotiating tone he said, Mumu, you've seen the situation of our family. Can you please sell our wedding house first and pay off the debt owed by the company? But don't worry, other than this, nothing else will change. We should get the marriage certificate tomorrow. While what? Sumu looked puzzled. Mumu, don't worry. The current difficulties are only temporary. With my father's ability, he will be able to make a comeback in a year at most. His business will be even bigger than it is now. When the time comes, I will give you double what I can't give you now. Wang Dachuan promised solemnly. But in Sumu's opinion, this is just empty talk. You said we can succeed in 1 year, but what if we fail by then? At that time, the marriage certificate had been obtained and she had become a wife. It was impossible to go back. Wang Dachuan, you want to scheme against her whole life just because of a promise you made casually? Dachuan, let's break up. Finally, Sumu said this sentence very calmly. Wang Dachuan was stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. The hand that was originally holding Sumu also pulled back. Mumu, what did you say? Dachuan, let's break up. We are not suitable for each other. Sumu repeated again. Wang Dachuan stared at Sumu for a long time, his eyes were extremely unfamiliar. Finally spoke. Why? Is it because my family has no money? No, Mumu, you are not that kind of person. During this time, he got along with Sumu and could feel that Sumu's personality was no longer the same as it was in elementary school. But in his heart, Sumu was still his childhood sweetheart. Simple. Kind. Sincere. And now, looking at the resolute face in front of me without a trace of warmth. His dream was shattered. Dachuan, I don't want to hide it from you. In fact, it was my parents who wanted us to get engaged. I didn't actually want to get married so early. Wang Dachuan is not a fool. How could he not see through such perfunctory rhetoric? Oh. Sumu, do you think I'm stupid? You're still thinking about Lin He, right? You got engaged to me before because I was rich and he wasn't. Now that you see Lin He is rich and I'm broke, you regret it, right? Sumu. You disappoint me so much. My mother told me a long time ago that you are not a simple woman, but I didn't believe it. But now, I see you clearly, I finally see you clearly. Sumu, you emotional liar. I hate you, I will never forgive you. Last words. Wang Dachuan almost shouted. His eyes were red and full of despair. Men don't shed tears easily, but they do when they are sad. Everyone in the cafe looked at Wang Dachuan with strange eyes, as if they were looking at a mental patient. Sumu sat there as if nothing had happened, his eyes still cold. Dachuan, calm down. This won't solve the problem. Wang Dachuan wiped his tears and nodded in despair. Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's break up. After saying that, he turned and left. Etc. Sumu quickly stood up and shouted anxiously. Anything else? Wang Dachuan stopped but did not look back. I will return the things your mother sent to my house before tomorrow. Please also return the gift my mother sent. When Wang Dachuan heard this, he felt more disgusted than if he had eaten a dead fly. This is the woman that Wang Dachuan has been thinking about for so long. Even now, I am still thinking about my own money and the priceless golden Buddha statue. He finally understood now. If the Su family had not thought that the Wang family was a rare treasure, they would never have returned such a big gift. He, don't worry. I'll prepare it for you. After that, Wang Dachuan left the cafe without looking back. 5 minutes later. Only when he sat in his car did Wang Dachuan burst into tears without restraint. He had misjudged the person. I really got the wrong person. It turns out that what my mother said was right all along. On the phone, Wang Dachuan finally vented his emotions. Mom. I broke up. You're right, Sumu is not what I thought. As soon as I told her about the situation at home, she broke up with me. I'm so disappointed. The Queen Mother was silent for a while. Son, remember what I told you before? If someone approaches you for money, he will definitely leave you for money in the end. Mom. I remember it. There is one more thing, son, you must remember it well. Mom, tell me. There are two things in the world that you cannot look directly at, the sun and the human heart. What wise words! What wise words, whoa, but it's too late to say anything now. I have nothing left. I have become a complete loser. Son, don't be sad. In fact, Mom has something else to tell you. Chapter 29, A Difficult Choice. What? This is all fake? Mom, what does this mean? Wang Dachuan exclaimed. Silly son, don't you understand? Tomorrow was originally the day you were going to get your marriage certificate. For the future of the Wang family, your father and I have to give it some thought. So? This is a test. Wang Dachuan realized it later. He couldn't help but secretly sigh that his parents were indeed thoughtful. If it weren't for the drama in the past few days, he would probably never see through Sumu's character. Thinking that he was almost going to share a bed with such a heartless woman for the rest of his life, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. When his mother was diligent in caring for him before, he thought that his mother was prejudiced against Sumu, and even thought that his mother was annoying at one point. Now, he felt a surge of remorse. Mom. Okay, son, Mom knows everything. Let's just let it go. By the way, last time you said that Lin He was actually the young master of the Lin group? You must have offended him before. How about this, you make an appointment, I'll call your dad, and go with you to apologize to him. Mom, is this necessary? Speaking of this, Wang Dachuan felt a little resistant. Every time he met Lin He never felt proud. He originally thought that his financial resources could intimidate Lin He, but he didn't expect that behind Lin He was the Lin group. He is 80 blocks away. In the field where he was most proud, he was instantly defeated by his love rival. There is probably nothing more painful than this. Dachuan, this matter is non-negotiable. Think about it carefully. The Lin family is the richest family in Beijing, with top resources and strength. If we can establish a good relationship, we will make endless money in the future. Just picking up the money that leaks from the fingers of the Lin family can double our assets. Besides, after you offended Lin He, our Wang family's company can be fine, which shows that they are generous and worthy of making friends. The Queen Mother explained the truth very clearly. Wang Dachuan couldn't refuse. Okay, I understand. Lin Group. After Sister Quest incident, the whole office was filled with talk and excitement. There was no silence for over an hour. Lin He felt a headache after listening to all this gossip. Seeing that it was almost time to get off work, he packed up his things and prepared to leave without saying a word. As soon as I set off, a sweet voice sounded behind me. Brother He. Are you free tonight? I want to treat you to dinner. And Kier's face was full of sincerity and her eyes were full of anticipation. Many colleagues around looked over. What's going on? Treating you to dinner so late at night? Is it that obvious? Many of Nkira's followers were heartbroken. I didn't expect that it was Nkir who took the initiative. What's up with this kid Lin He? Forehead. Lin He hesitated. To be honest, Nkor is such a straightforward, honest and beautiful girl, she is really attractive. He is not a fool. He can sense Nkir's unusual attitude towards him. But he has a fiancée. Brother He. Don't get me wrong. You helped me so much before, and you helped me out again today. If I don't thank you properly, I will really feel uncomfortable. This was something Nkor had thought of a long time ago, and it was a good reason. It's just to thank you for the help, most people wouldn't refuse. Now, Lin He was in a bit of a dilemma. With so many people watching and the girl already saying so, if he refuses again, it would be really embarrassing for the girl. From Nkir's tightly bitten lips, he could see that it took a lot of courage for Nkir to say this. Just as he was about to speak. Ding ding. Lin He's cell phone rang. Xinxingyu, Lin He, let us have dinner together tonight. Lin He held the phone in his hand and suddenly felt panicked. Why is it such a coincidence? He originally wanted to agree to Nkir, but now Xinxingyu actually sent him a text message asking him to have dinner. He doesn't have the ability to clone himself. Brother He, is it okay? Nkor stared at him with her big sparkling eyes and asked again. Lin He's hesitant attitude made her feel disappointed. Nkor has been spoiled since she was a child, and all the boys she met when she grew up would try their best to please her. But Lin He always looked like he had no interest in her. Especially now, despite her sincere invitation, Lin He still looked embarrassed. She doesn't care about her face. Oh. Cool. Lin He doesn't want to go, but I can. That's right, Kor. I can do that too. While the male colleagues were scrambling to cheer, there were also many female colleagues who secretly laughed and talked about it. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that she doesn't want to go, but she's still pushing for it. I'm embarrassed for her. Ha! It seems that pretty girls are just like this. I feel relieved now, huh? But to be honest, it hurts my self-esteem. If it were me, I would not be able to stay here with so many people watching. Gossip falls into my ears. And Kir's face became more and more embarrassed. She bit her lips tightly and her emotions were on the verge of collapse. Lin He was immediately aroused to protect. In his heart, Nkor is still a friend. As for the gossiping women around, they usually either order him and newcomers like Nkir to do work, or they belittle and look down on them in various ways. These people wanted to see Nkir embarrassed, so he would not let them have their way. Thinking of this, Lin He put away his phone and said with a smile. Of course. Kor, it's my honor that you treat me to a meal, how could I not go? I was just thinking about what to eat. Hey. You won't be reluctant to spend the expensive food, right? Lin He said. I already have a plan in mind. Let us solve Nkir's current dilemma first, and then go downstairs to take Nkir to eat some Shaxian snacks. After eating, I took a few steps to send Nkir to the subway. It won't take more than half an hour in total. After Nkir left, when he contacted Xinxingyu again, he said he had just seen the text message, and finally he had a wonderful candlelight dinner with Xinxingyu. He also ordered a bottle of nice red wine, and when he was a little tipsy, he made an excuse to send Xinxingyu home. It just so happens that Xinxingyu's nanny is not here these 2 days. A lonely man and a widow, a beautiful moon and a long-lasting love. Perfect. How could that be? Brother He, you've helped me so much, I'll treat you to anything. Nkir felt relieved and a pair of sweet dimples appeared on her face. Then let's go. Lin He. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded. Shin Qingyu had a blank expression on his face, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. After she sent the text message to Lin He, she no longer had the heart to work. After quickly finishing the work at hand, he couldn't help but come over to see if Lin He had gotten off work. As soon as I arrived, she saw Lin He ignored her text message and accepted another woman's date invitation with kindness and intimacy in his eyes. Too much. It was always Shin Qingyu who rejected others, so when had she been ignored like this? For a time, Shin Qingyu's anger mixed with jealousy rushed to his head. She didn't know why she spoke up. She only knew that when it came to men, she couldn't allow herself to lose to any woman. Everyone was shocked. Mr. Shun? How could she, a company executive, visit the design department in person? Lin He took a breath of cold air. Looking at the other person's expression, did he see everything that just happened? In an instant, 10,000 alpaca horses galloped in Lin He's heart. You can't carry it this way. Now, let alone a candlelight dinner, all your love and affection will probably be in vain. Shin Qingyu must think that he is a scumbag who is greedy for more. Unfair. He just wanted to help someone out. Mr. Shin, why are you here? Lin He asked with gritted teeth. Chapter 33 Women, 1 Drama. This nonchalant look made Shin Qingyu even more angry. Why is she here? Why can't she come? If she hadn't come, she wouldn't know that your image as a loyal person, Lin He, was fake. Oh, it's okay. Manager Zhang said that you've done a good job in the design department. Among the newcomers, your ability is pretty good. So, there's a project I'd like you to try out. Do you have time now? Let's find a restaurant and talk about it in detail. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the design department was stunned. What? Mr. Shin, who has always been aloof and indifferent, actually wants to invite Lin He to dinner? And he still wants to try to follow the project? You have to know that the projects that a vice president like her has are worth tens of millions. Ordinary projects are simply not comparable. Now it's going to be handed over to a newcomer like Lin He? Why? And Kur was also confused. She was originally planning to have a Western meal with Lin He to improve their relationship, but suddenly Mr. Shin showed up? What does this mean? Someone who openly pried her away? Ha! Want to force her to give in? Impossible. What's so great about being the vice president? Don't forget, it's time to get off work. Mr. Shun, this brother he and I just agreed to go out for dinner. You see. And Kir said it very tactfully, but her attitude was clear. Shin Qingyu glanced sideways. He glanced at Encore calmly. Oh, so that's the case. I came at a bad time. But, my work schedule for tomorrow is very full, so I'm afraid I don't have time. Lin He, what do you think? After saying that, he looked at Lin He intently. And Kir stopped talking, took a deep breath, and looked at Lin He. Her eyes were full of confidence. She felt that Lin He was a man who valued his promises. Since he had promised, he would definitely not break his word. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. More than 2 girls. The entire office stared at Lin He. Several employees even started to discuss quietly. TSK, TSK, TSK. One is a beautiful woman who shows affection, and the other is an olive branch thrown by work. Whether to choose a woman or a career has always been a difficult question since ancient times. Why is Lin He so lucky? Why doesn't I get the chance to choose like this? However, President Shin is really very elegant, bright, and generous. If I can have a meal with President Shin, the project won't be important at all, okay? And Kor is not bad either. She has a nice figure, a sweet face, and a good personality. And anyone can tell that she is interested in Lin He. If it were me, I would definitely choose Kor. Lin He was already sweating profusely. He knew that in principle, he should quickly agree to Shin Qingyu and then explain everything clearly. But he did promise Kor, and if he changed sides now, Kor would be embarrassed. Maybe, even he himself will be branded as someone who broke his word in order to curry favor with his superiors. There is no other way. This is the only way. Lin He coughed lightly, a smile appeared on his face, and he spread his hands. Otherwise, let's go together. As soon as these words came out, Shin Qingyu froze. And Kir was stunned. Everyone was stunned. No? Did this guy take the wrong medicine? Can this be done together? Is there anything wrong with your brain circuit? But Lin, he said. This did ease the atmosphere among the three of them. The two girls were shocked but also relieved. At least Lin, he did not leave with the other party. Everyone can get by with it. Okay. Shin Xingyu quickly suppressed her emotions and said with a smile. Everyone was shocked again. It actually works? Are women so tolerant? Several male employees couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with their previous cognition, as if they had missed a lot of opportunities unintentionally. But they quickly rejected the idea. Mr. Shin is a man who takes his work extremely seriously. He is usually busy and must be doing it just for work. Then, everyone's eyes fell on Nkir again. Nkir is interested in Lin He. How could I agree to have dinner with 3 people? Kor, what about you? Lin, he asked. I'm fine. Nkir was not to be outdone. In fact, as things had developed to this point, she was no longer so eager to have dinner with Lin He. But if you don't go now, it would be like admitting defeat. Most women have this idea: if others are grabbing something, I also want to grab it. If others don't want it, then what's the point of me wanting it? Okay, let's go. What do you want to eat? I'll make a reservation. Lin He said this, and the 3 of them left the office together. Everyone was still in shock, unable to recover for a long time. Damn! Look at how cocky this kid Lin He is. 2 beautiful ladies are walking beside him, one on each side. Damn! He thought he was the emperor? I have seen the world today, I have really seen the world. I have to say it, Lin He is so brave. He did something I have always wanted to do but didn't dare to do. I have decided, from today on, Lin He is my role model. Lin Heon? Isn't Nkir brave? She dares to snatch a man in front of the vice president. She is indeed a newborn calf who is not afraid of a tiger. I'm really jealous of being able to have dinner with 2 beautiful ladies at once. Boss Shin, Kor, what would you like to eat? Lin, he asked the 2 women. Most of the people in the Western restaurant are couples eating. The configuration of 3 people eating here is hard not to attract attention. Shin Xingyu drank a sip of tea and said lightly. It's all right, waiter, just order some of the signature dishes. Kor, what about you? Lin, he asked again. Nkir smiled. The appetizers and soups made by the chef in this restaurant are all good. The beef Wellington is also good. I often ordered it when I came here before. You can also try it. Really? Then I want the same as you. Lin, he said casually. In fact, to him, Western food is all the same and he can't taste much difference. If it were him, he would rather eat Lansao ramen. But when there are girls around you, you always have to be more careful. This Western restaurant is a good choice. After hearing what Nkor said, Shin Xingyu couldn't help but frown. As far as she knows, this Western restaurant costs over 1,000 yuan per person, which is definitely not affordable. And Nkir's salary level doesn't match at all. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but become more curious about Nkor. After a while, all the dishes were served. Brother He, look what's going on. We originally agreed that I would treat you, but now it's you who's treating. I feel even more embarrassed. Nkir spoke first. It's okay, we are all colleagues. Lin, he said casually. He concentrated on studying the fork and knife in front of him. He and Sumu had also eaten this thing, and they could barely figure it out with a fork and a knife. This is what is in front of you now. There are several pairs of knives and forks. Big and small, curved and flat. Those who knew thought he was eating, while those who didn't thought he was a doctor performing surgery. I am worried. The cell phone rang. Lin, he breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the phone, but frowned again. Sumu, congratulations. I know you must have been busy, so you haven't replied to my WeChat. It's okay, I don't mind at all. I've figured it out. You are the best person in the world to me. I'm going to confront my parents. For you, I can even break off relations with my parents. Give me another chance, okay? I'll let you know that I'm still the Mumu you liked before. I have broken off the engagement with Wang Dachuan. Now no one can stop us. Are you happy? Are you really angry? I have always had my reasons. Please believe me, I can explain it to you slowly. Reply to me. Even one word will do. My heart hurts so much. I really regret it. Can we start over? After Sumu saw the Wang family go bankrupt. After a brief period of depression, I immediately became more confident. Make peace with Lin He. This is her only chance to change her fate, and also her last chance. 7 years of relationship, 2,558 days of getting along. How many 7 years can a person have in his life? It is impossible for anyone to let go easily. As long as she is sincere enough, Lin He can't help but be soft-hearted. Lin He, who is it? Xin Xingyu couldn't help but ask. Because from Lin He's expression, she had already determined that it was a text message from a woman. Chapter 31. What is our current relationship? You are so good, Lin He. It's not enough for you to eat and take advantage of others in the company, you are also chatting with someone on the phone. Do you really think that her fiancé doesn't exist? Oh, advertising. Lin He chuckled and turned off his phone calmly. The situation tonight was already chaotic enough, and he didn't want to hear any more news about this woman Sumu. And Kir's eyes moved between Xin Xingyu and Lin He. Mr. Shin, don't you have a job to assign to Lin He? Is it inconvenient for me to be here? Oh, well, it's not a very important job. After all, you are considered newcomers to the Lin Group. The group is very caring towards newcomers, actively encouraging them and making important use of them. This is also an incentive for other newcomers. It was originally a fabricated reason, and in a hurry, Xin Xingyu could only blurt out some nonsense. Oh. Thank you, Mr. Shin. And Kir nodded blankly, pretending to understand. After turning off the phone, Lin He looked at the steak and the various tableware in front of him, and his heart began to beat. If I had known, I wouldn't have chosen such an expensive restaurant. How to use so many tableware? He didn't want to show his shyness when there were girls around. But he had just returned to his ancestral home not long ago, and he really hadn't had the chance to catch up on the lesson of Western dining etiquette. Xin Xingyu discovered Lin He's embarrassment. Pretending to say casually. In fact, when I was studying abroad, I seldom ate Western food. There were too many requirements, even the tableware had to be used from the outside to the inside, but in fact, the functions seemed to be almost the same. Lin He raised his eyes and felt warm in his heart. Xin Xingyu said this jokingly, which not only avoided his embarrassment, but also did not seem deliberate. Just as I was about to pick up the knife and fork on the outermost edge. And Kor's eyes turned. Raise your hands, look confident. Waiter, bring me a pair of chopsticks. For a moment, everyone in the restaurant looked at her. Asking for chopsticks in a Western restaurant may be common in TV dramas, but in reality, it is definitely weird. Especially this kind of high-end Western restaurant. Ma'am, what do you mean? The waiter tentatively confirmed. And Kir smiled and playfully flicked the knife and fork in front of her with her fingertips. Help me get a pair of chopsticks. I'm not used to using these things. After saying that, he turned to Lin He and Xin Xingyu. Boss Shin, brother He, do you want it? For a time, Lin He was stunned. If Xin Xingyu's actions made him feel warm in his heart, then what Kir did at this time actually made him a little moved. And Kir just mentioned all the dishes here, so it's impossible that she doesn't know how to use tableware. But Kir stood by his side without hesitation. Lin He smiled. Well, give me a pair of chopsticks too, thank you. This kind of interaction fell into Xin Xingyu's eyes. She suddenly felt uncomfortable. Lin He was obviously her fiancé, but now, she seemed to have become a witness to the sweet interaction between Lin He and another woman. Well, I have something else to do today. The words are not finished yet. And Kir's cell phone rang. Excuse me, I have to answer a phone call. Go to the side. And Kir said to the phone. Mumu baby, what's wrong? I'm eating outside. Kor, do you have time? Can you chat with me? I feel so sad. It's been a whole day, and Sumu himself couldn't count how many text messages he had sent to Lin He, but there was not a single reply. Just now she couldn't help but call, but the phone was turned off. She broke down. Does Lin He really hate her that much? At this moment, she felt like something was missing in her heart, and she finally realized that Lin He might really not like her anymore. And Kir looked at Lin He, who was not far away. I felt a little conflicted. After all, it was not easy to get Lin He out. But on the one hand, there are the needs of my bestie. She gritted her teeth. Okay, baby, stop crying. Where are you now? I'll come find you right away. Return to your seat. And Kier said apologetically. Mr. Shin, brother my friend has something urgent to deal with, so I have to go over there. Sorry, I have to excuse you. Take your time eating. Oh, okay, be careful on the road then. He stood up and said. After all, it was nighttime, and he knew he should politely say see him off. But Shin Xingyu was there, so he didn't say it. Aha! Bye. Fortunately, and Kier was not a person who would find fault. She said goodbye casually and left the restaurant. Haven't seen enough? Shin Xingyu said coldly. He looked away awkwardly. Xingyu, don't misunderstand me. I'm just helping her out. After saying that, he picked up the cup in front of him and took a sip. Can't you see that she likes you very much? Shin Xingyu went straight to the point. Ahem. He didn't expect Shin Xingyu to be so direct. The water choked his throat. I think there is a little bit. I just discovered it. Just discovered? Then why did you accept her invitation and give her hope? Shin Xingyu questioned with his eyes. Xingyu, I was just trying to help her out. If I didn't agree, she would be embarrassed. You only care about other people's feelings, what about me? Even Shin Xingyu herself didn't know why she suddenly became so aggressive. This is obviously not her character. He didn't know what to say for a moment and felt powerless in his heart. Because he had discovered long ago. When a woman is angry, you can't reason with her. Women who are angry have full logic talent points, and it is difficult for ordinary people to win. Even if you win by chance, the other party can destroy you from all hope with just one word. That sentence is, what's your attitude? Stop talking? Do you know where you went wrong? Shin Xingyu's voice was cold. He couldn't help but frown. Why does this tone sound so uncomfortable? I was about to refute. He suddenly had an evil thought in his mind. Instead of being angry, I laugh. Boss Shin, you care so much about my relationship with other women, have you decided to be my girlfriend? Shin Xingyu was choked for a moment. It only took her 1 second to realize that he was plotting against her. Last time he said that I was his woman, I evaded the issue by saying that he had not proposed to me, but he actually started to make a fuss about it. After all, fiancé is just a title. He wanted to tell her that if she wanted to be held accountable, it would only count if she was his real girlfriend. Looking at Shin Xingyu's complicated expression, he looked proud, with a look of victory on his face. Look, you're not my girlfriend. You want to use my fiancé as an excuse? Ha! You won't even let me hold your hand. So, leave me alone. After that, he stood up and was about to leave. Chapter 32 Waking Up in the Hotel. Stop. Shin Xingyu said coldly. She has always been a woman who enjoys compliments and admiration from men. How could she have ever been treated like this? But she couldn't refute what he said. The two of them are engaged, but they have never confirmed their relationship, and they haven't even held hands once. Even last time, she fooled me by saying that she hadn't confessed her feelings. Now that she thinks about it, it's not that she doesn't have feelings for she's just afraid of losing the most important thing for a woman. He stopped and turned around. Looking at Shin Xingyu. His face was expressionless, not at all as playful and carefree as usual. Without saying anything, Shin Xingyu walked up to him, grabbed He's tie, and leaned close to him. He said in a voice that only two people could hear. Okay. Is this enough? After saying that, she leaned closer and kissed him directly. He was startled and his heart skipped a beat. The kiss was warm. The unique fragrance of a woman penetrates into the nose, stirring the emotions again and again. It's hard to help yourself. The customers nearby were stunned. Wow, this is such a pleasing sight. I didn't expect a goddess-level woman could be so proactive. TSK, this kid is so lucky. This woman really looks like Louis Fei. Not only is he very lucky, but he also acts very arrogant. When a girl kissed him, he just put his hands in his pockets? What is he pretending for? The next morning, he woke up in the presidential suite. My head hurts. It seems I drank too much last night, hiss. He got up and drank some water, looking at the mess on the bed and recalling what happened last night. In the restaurant, Shin Qingyu kissed and ran away. He was left alone in the restaurant, confused for a long time. Did she agree? But she didn't say it. She didn't mean that? Then she kissed me. Until the restaurant closes. He then realized that he had drunk the entire bottle of red wine without realizing it. Red wine is indeed much stronger than beer. He finally had trouble walking and had to book a suite in the hotel next to the restaurant. What is this? Lin, he muttered. Turn on your phone. I realized that there were more than 30 missed calls and over 40 text messages on my phone, all from Sumu. There was only one message from Shin Qingyu. You didn't refuse, so I took it as your consent. Remember, from today on, we are a couple. Lin, he had a sweet feeling. After this incident, he understood Shin Qingyu a little better. Shin Qingyu seems to be indifferent to everything, but in fact, she is very possessive when it comes to relationships. And there is no drag at all. Lin, he thought about it and edited the information. Qingyu, actually my attitude yesterday was not good either. I know what you mean, don't worry, I will keep my distance from other women in the future. After editing, he hissed and frowned. No, that's too much of a bootlicker. Judging from the situation last night, Shin Qingyu should like men with more style. Besides, they haven't even gotten married yet, but he's already so humble. How can they have a good life after they get married? Delete. Re-edit. Just because I didn't refuse doesn't mean I agree. Shin Qingyu, do you think I'm like the men around you? Remember, no one can make decisions for me. Editing completed. Lin, he sucked his fingers and read it again. Ugh. That's disgusting. No. This is not my style. Delete. Finally, Lin, he thought for a while. Retype. Click send. Sent successfully. Looking at this word, Lin, he felt secretly proud. Just a Not only does it not show any humble attitude, it also does not make people feel arrogant or rude. It will only appear mysterious, melancholy, and deep. That little smell that makes women crazy comes up immediately. Second. Especially this period, it is simply a stroke of genius. If you just send a it will seem very perfunctory. And adding this period, it becomes It looks like it is well thought out and very serious. Not bad. I'm a little hungry, let's order some takeout. Today is the weekend, and Lin, he plans to relax in the hotel. Just finished ordering food. The phone rang. I thought it was Shin Qingyu, but when I picked up the phone, I found out it was my best friend from college, Zhao Bai. Hello? La Bai, why did you think of calling me? TSK. What are you talking about? Can't we just keep in touch when there's nothing to do? Heezy, how are you doing lately? Zhao Bai asked familiarly. The two had a very close relationship in college and were like one family. Although they had been in touch less in recent years, their feelings had not changed much. In addition, Zhao Bai had difficulty finding a job after graduation, so they had drunk all night several times. What else can I do? Just go to work. Lin, he did not reveal his identity. Sometimes, the prerequisite for maintaining a relationship between friends is that the two people are in similar circumstances. Whenever one party is clearly superior to the other, the friendship can easily go sour. It's okay. Take your time. I've only just gotten better at work recently. Let's not waste any more time. I'm calling you because there's a class reunion tomorrow and you have to be there. Zhao Bai said. Lin, he felt somewhat resistant. College was the poorest and most difficult time for him. At that time, he not only had to earn money to pay for his own tuition, but also had to earn money for Sumu's tuition and living expenses. But they happened to study the most expensive art. The tuition for two people alone is over 20,000 yuan a year. This amount of money was a huge sum for him who had just entered college. To this end, he got up earlier than the chickens and went to bed later than the dogs every day, and he hardly slept for 6 hours a day during his 4 years in college. Naturally, he had no time to make friends. In the eyes of his classmates, he was just a taciturn and boring poor guy. You guys are getting together again? I won't go. I'm a little tired lately. Lin, he thought about it and finally refused. After all, Zhao Bai has been a close friend for many years, so how could he not understand Lin He's thoughts? Easy, don't think too much. It's just a meal and some singing. It's okay that you didn't come before, but do you know who organized this time? Who is it? The instructor, Lao Lu, is going to retire this year, so he specially organized this class reunion. Have you forgotten? He is the one in our class who has the deepest feelings for us. When it comes to Lao Lu, Lin he felt a sudden warmth in his heart. Old Lu was a very lovely old man who was especially caring for his students. At first, old Lu felt sorry for him because he was an orphan, so he often introduced him to part-time jobs and invited him to his home every now and then to eat meat. Lin he still remembers that the braised pork made by his master's wife was as skillful as that of a master chef. As soon as it comes out of the pot, it can make you intoxicated by the fragrance. When they got to the dinner table, Lao Lu was afraid that he would feel embarrassed, so he put the meat directly into his bowl. Thinking about it now, I still feel warm. Okay, I have to go then. Just send me the time and place. Okay. Zhao Yibai responded. He immediately reminded. By the way, dress up nicely when you go tomorrow. You know Lu Yu, right? He's going too. Upon hearing the name, Lin he frowned immediately. This Lu Yu is the most pretentious student in college, no doubt about it. Relying on his family's wealth, he developed a lot of followers, and whenever he got the chance he would boss people around and show off his power in class. The most important thing is that he had flirted with Su Mu verbally. And he knew that Su Mu was his girlfriend. He simply doesn't treat Lin He as a human being. The two even had a fight over this. But also, now think about it. At that time, other people drove Mercedes-Benz C to and from school, but Lin He had to buy a monthly pass to ride a shared bicycle. The gap is too big. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Lin he muttered. Zhao Bai also snorted coldly. Who said it wasn't true? And this kid is even more pretentious this time. I heard that his Universe Media Company is going to be listed soon. This bastard is so lucky to have a good father. Look at me, it's endless again. Okay, that's it. Don't be late. Lin he smiled helplessly. Okay, see you tomorrow, buddy. Chapter 33 Class Reunion. The next day at noon. In front of Jingzhou Hotel. As soon as Lin he arrived, he saw Zhao Bai's figure. Hey! Heezy! Over here! It was obvious that Zhao Bai had dressed up carefully. He was wearing a gray suit, a pair of shiny black leather shoes, and his hair was blow-dried. From a distance, he looks like a typical urban elite, a handsome guy. Hey! Look at your outfit. If I didn't know you, I would think you were here for a blind date. Isn't it just a reunion of old classmates? Lin he hooked his arm around Zhao Bai's shoulder and teased. Zhao Bai chuckled. Shanshan is here today too. We've been in touch again these past 2 days, and I feel like she still can't forget me. He. Lin Shanshan? Damn, you're not? Lin he was startled. Speaking of Lin Shanshan, he was very familiar with her. Zhao Bai's girlfriend in college was also a famous snob. It was because Lin Shanshan was average-looking, otherwise she wouldn't have dated Zhao Bai, a student from an ordinary family. She particularly looked down on him as an orphan and ignored him every time they met, making Zhao Bai feel very awkward being caught in the middle. Don't make such a fuss, buddy. Shanshan has changed. You have no idea how considerate she has been when I was chatting with her these past 2 days. I guess she must have found that I am the better person after working in society for a few years, and she regretted it. Zhao Bai looked very proud. Lin he didn't know what to say. Alright, you can do whatever you want. Almost everyone is here, right? Let's go in. Just as I was about to set off, I heard the roar of an engine on the side of the road. Immediately afterwards, a black Maserati whizzed past the two of them and braked suddenly to a stop in front of the hotel. The next second, a young man dressed in Versace, wearing sunglasses and a pair of red leather shoes got out of the car. He threw the car keys aside. Security! Stop the car! Lin he stared. Oh. If this isn't Lu Yu, then who is he? Fuck. He's really good at pretending. His car is less than 2 meters away from the parking space next to him. Zhao Bai cursed inwardly. As soon as the words fell, Lu Yu walked towards the two of them. Hey! Isn't this Linhee? How's it going these past 2 years? You've been a part-time little prince? Luyu looked condescending and didn't even take off his sunglasses when he spoke. Linhee pretended not to hear and turned to Zhaoibai and said, Old Zhao, which floor are we on? Let's go, it's quite noisy outside. Zhaoibai understood and rolled his eyes at Luyu. Yes. Let's walk. Watching the two leave, Luyu was stunned, feeling unhappy. How dare two poor bastards ignore him? I gave you the chance to curry favor with me, but you are useless. Linhee and his friend arrived at the private room, where many classmates were already sitting. He took a quick look and found that everyone there seemed to be doing well, and several of the female classmates were carrying Hermes bags. Seeing people coming, several activists started shouting. Oh, what a rare guest! Isn't this Linhee? Hey! There have been so many class reunions since graduation, but this is your first time here. That's right. It has to be Teacher Lu's honor. Otherwise, we can't invite him. No more words. Linhee. You should drink 3 cups as punishment. Everyone, stop making trouble. Linhee can't drink much. Following the sound, Linhee couldn't help but frown. This woman Sumu was here too. It looked like she had dressed up carefully. Sumu's appearance was not bad to begin with, and she stood out among her female classmates. Yo yo yo! As expected of a couple of years, Sumu still cares about Linhee. You two haven't gotten married yet? Linhee. Haven't you saved enough money to get a wife? Ha ha. That's right. Our Sumu has already graduated as a graduate student. He's not young anymore. Don't hold him back. Everyone made sour jokes, one after another. Sumu's cheeks turned red. I'm not afraid of being delayed. After these words were spoken, the booing became even louder. The only thing missing was for Linhee to propose to her on the spot. Linhee smiled slightly, not bothering to explain, and walked straight to the main seat. Teacher Lu. Are you okay? I haven't seen you for a long time. Old Lu was obviously in a good mood, his face was rosy. Okay. I'm fine. I'm even happier to see you today. Come and take a seat. Good. Linhee responded and looked around the table. There were only a few empty seats left. As luck would have it, there was one next to Sumu. Linhee, please sit next to me. Sumu's voice was soft and gentle, and her eyes were charming, which attracted many male classmates at the table. No. As expected, Linhee refused and sat in the empty seat next to Zhaoibai. Zhaoibai asked in a low voice. Dude? What's going on? Did you two have a fight? We've split. Zhaoibai had a look on his face as if he had eaten something big. Linhee quickly gave Zhaoibai a look. Don't get sick, I'll tell you later. Okay, brother. Zhaoibai shut up obediently. Is everyone almost here? Let me say a few words. Teacher Lu looked at the time and raised his glass of wine. Teacher Lu, wait a little longer. Brother Yu hasn't come up yet. He's almost here, he's already in the elevator. Lu Tao said, looking out the door. Brother Yu. Hey, over here. Lu Yu walked in, still wearing sunglasses, and raised his hand to reveal a Vacheron Constantin watch. What happened? I was clearly looking at the time, but I was 5 minutes late. Zhaoibai rolled his eyes and whispered. Isn't it just showing off the watch? But many female classmates liked this and cast admiring glances at Lu Yu. It's no wonder. When he was in school, Lu Yu was the most popular rich second generation in the class. Now his family's company is doing better and better, and he is no longer in the same class as ordinary people. A class reunion. Those who understand will understand, old love is rekindled, and it is a great opportunity to develop feelings. Anyone here who has some connection with Lu Yu will at least have to work less for 20 years. A few anxious girls have already taken off their coats calmly, revealing their sexy collarbones and shoulders. The boys were not to be outdone and began to flatter her. Boss Lu. You are really doing very well now. This outfit must cost tens of thousands. What are you talking about? A few tens of thousands is money to Mr. Lu? He is doing big business now, he doesn't care about this at all. Boss Lu, please sit over here. I still remember that we shared a dormitory and played games all night long. Liu enjoyed the feeling of being looked up to by everyone and waved his hand. What, Mr. Liu? So distant. In front of my classmates at Beijing University, I will always be classmate Liu. Saying. He glanced around the table and glanced at Lin He. He simply ignored his good roommate's invitation and sat down in the empty seat next to Sumu. Sumu? Even after all these years since graduation, you're still so beautiful. Liu stared at Sumu and spoke loudly on purpose. In fact, he had no interest in Sumu at all, he just wanted to discuss Lin He and avenge himself for being ignored just now. Sumu was stunned, and suddenly felt a little proud. Humph. What's the point of your flirting? See who the real beauty is. Just as I was about to speak, I felt a chill in my heart. No. Lin He is here. Keep calm. Don't show your joy. Liu has good conditions, but Lin He is the young master of the Lin group. He is 100 times stronger than Liu. Thinking of this, Sumu instantly put away the smile in his eyes and replied coldly. Oh, thank you. Liu was surprised. What's going on? Weren't you quite proactive when we were in school? And you kept flirting with me? Otherwise, with so many girls, how could I flirt with you? Okay, everyone is here, let me say a few words. Teacher Liu stood up again. I am very happy that our classmates from the Academy of Fine Arts of Beijing University have gathered here. 1,000 words omitted here. Okay. Then in the end, I wish all the students a bright future and a good meal today. As soon as the words fell, there was thunderous applause. Good. Teacher Liu. You will always be our best teacher. Teacher Liu, I'd like to toast you on behalf of my classmates. After the opening drinks, everyone at the table began to reminisce about the past, and the content was probably the same everywhere in the country. The heavy rain I missed in those years, the love I missed in those years. You used to be very careful and asked me to borrow half an eraser. You also mentioned casually that you liked being with me. At that time, the sky was always blue and the days passed too slowly. You always said that graduation was a long way off, but in the blink of an eye, we went our separate ways. After reminiscing about the past, the wine was almost finished. It's bragging time. Several male classmates who were doing well talked about the employment situation, future housing prices, and then about future housing prices and gold trends. The table suddenly became hot and saliva was flying. Lin He wasn't close to any of these classmates, so naturally he had no interest in joining. Zhao Bai had already sat next to Lin Shanshan, and they seemed to be very affectionate with each other. However, Lin He discovered that Lin Shanshan always looked at him vaguely. Lin He suddenly became nervous. What's going on? Is he saying bad things about him to Lao Zhao? When they were in school, Lin Shanshan always said bad things about him. Chapter 34 Conflict Escalates. Bai, where is Lin He working recently? He should be doing well, right? I didn't ask in detail. But it's definitely not as good as yours. My Shanshan is the only one in our class who stayed in school to work. Who else can compare to her? Hey! That Lin He. TSK. Zhao Bai finally couldn't bear it anymore. Shanshan, what's wrong with you today? Why are you always asking about my buddy? I don't have much contact with him, and I don't know anything, but I know that he and Sumu broke up. Don't talk nonsense, no one else knows. Oh, really? Haha, aren't you close to him? I'm just asking casually, we're classmates. Lin Shanshan responded. But I was secretly happy. Last time at Jingcheng University, she was also present and saw how Lin He's identity was exposed. When someone said that Lin He was the young master of the Lin family, she was really shocked. She went back and checked a lot of information before she was sure that this was true. It was because of this that she took the initiative to contact Zhao Bai, hoping to use Zhao Bai's relationship to get acquainted with Lin He. It just so happens that a gold digger like Sumu broke up with Lin He. Doesn't that mean she has her chance? She and Lin He, at least, can be considered classmates, right? If I could marry into the Lin family, wouldn't it be a step to heaven? She still needs to stay at Jingcheng University as a teaching assistant? She's fed up with running errands for those old professors every day. Okay, Shanshan, don't talk about others. Look, this is a gift I bought especially for you. Do you like it? Zhao Bai excitedly took out a lipstick from his pocket and handed it to Lin Shanshan. Lin Shanshan looked at it with disdain in her heart. Mac? She's afraid of getting her lips rotten after using a lipstick that costs over $100. Even if you don't know about Radish, you still have to buy a Yves Saint Laurent, right? This. What's wrong, Shanshan, you don't like it? No, I quite like it, thanks. The two chatted. The atmosphere at the table became even more heated, especially among those who wanted to curry favor with Lu Yu. They had already started taking turns lighting cigarettes for Lu Yu. The entire private room seemed to have become Lu Yu's exclusive show, and even teacher Lu couldn't get a word in. Brother Yu, can you tell us what is the easiest way to make money? Your media company seems to be quite powerful. That's right. Brother Yu, a few words from you are more useful than our efforts for several years. Hey! Brother Yu. I'll fill it up for you. Lu Tao said this as he bent down to pour the wine. The glass is not full, but the bottle is empty. Lu Yu held a cigarette in his mouth and acted arrogantly. Hey there! Lin He, go call the waiter and ask for 2 more bottles of Wuliangye. This attitude made Lin He very dissatisfied, and he had no intention of indulging her at all. You don't have legs yourself? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Lin He. Has Lin He changed so much? When he was in school, he would always say it in a very tactful way even if he refused. But now, facing Lu Yu's contempt, Lin He actually responded so bluntly? Even Lin He's aura is much stronger than Lu Yu's. No? Why does he do that? No? Lin He, what's wrong with you? Didn't my brother Yu ask you to run an errand? What's your attitude? That's right. Lin He, it's boring if you do this. It's a good day, why are you making trouble? Lin He, just go. You can't interrupt us anyway. It's all about finance. TSK. How could he know anything about finance? He knows better than anyone how much a food delivery order costs now. Ha 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 ha. That is too much, buddy. Sarcasm sounded again and again. But Lin He was not angry at all. He actually listened with great interest, as if what was happening now had nothing to do with him at all. This was also the first time that Lin He felt that absolute status and money could really give people an impeccable and unparalleled self-confidence. What's wrong with me delivering food before? My struggles are really worthy of respect. Seeing that the people were getting more and more excited, Zhao Bai finally couldn't bear it anymore. He slammed the table and jumped up and cursed. Fuck! You guys are bullying me, aren't you? What? My buddy doesn't want to go, so what? All you know how to do is talk nonsense? Don't you have legs? Why do you like ordering others around so much? No? Zhao Bai, what do you want? That's right. We are talking to Lin He, who are you to blame for being a bug? Oh. Can't you see that? They were 2 poor guys who hung out together all day in school, so now they shouldn't be a united front, right? Lu Tao stood beside Lu Yu, his eyes full of contempt. It seemed as if he was standing together with Lu Yu, and he himself became superior to the other one. Zhao Bai, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but if you... Hey! I'll go. Suddenly, Lu Tao shouted, and the arrogant sarcasm stopped abruptly. And his head was already in chaos. From the top of the head to the roots of the hair, the lump soup is constantly dripping out. Oh! How disgusting! Many girls were frightened by this sudden situation and screamed. The instigator, Lin He, looked at Lu Tao with a smile on his face, holding a large bowl of dumpling soup in his hand. Fuck! Lin He, are you looking for death? Lu Tao touched his hair and shouted with red eyes. Is my brother someone you can ridicule? Lin He sneered and glanced at the people who had just spoken. This time, not to mention Lu Yu's followers, even Lu Yu himself was confused. What's going on? Did Lin He change his character? Or did he go out to work after graduation? The way he speaks and behaves is totally unlike the taciturn Lin He of the past. Lin He, who do you think you are? What's the matter? You were so drunk on my Wuliangye, right? You even forgot your own weight? Lu Yu sneered, looking sinister. Lin He was a little confused, your Wuliangye? Oh. Lu Yu smiled triumphantly. I thought to myself, Lin He, you brought shame upon yourself, so don't blame me for not giving you face. What else? Since I'm here, I'll definitely pay the bill in the end. Are you going to treat me? I can treat you, it's not a lot of money. As soon as Lin He finished speaking, several lackeys started to speak with exaggerated expressions. Ouch! Look at the tone of our class's part-time little prince. Lin He, stop trying to be so arrogant. This is a high-end hotel in Beijing. Even if we split the bill, it will cost several hundred per person. Are you treating? That's right. Don't let your credit card get maxed out, it will be even more embarrassing. Lin He shook his head helplessly and took out a card. I'm treating you to dinner today. If you don't believe me, ask the waiter to pay the bill. Lao Lin had given him this card a long time ago, but he never had the chance to use it. It's a good idea to bring it out today. After all, it's Teacher Lu's retirement dinner. When he was in school, Teacher Lu took good care of him, so it's nothing wrong for him to treat us. No? What's going on? Are you spending a lot of money just to save face? Just pretend. Suddenly, an angry voice sounded amid the discussion. Can you guys stop it? I can't stand it anymore. Lu Yu is generous when he pays the bill, but Lin He is just trying to show off when he pays the bill? They just respect Teacher Lu and want to do something for him, right? After Lin Shanshan finished speaking, her chest continued to rise and fall, and her eyes were full of anger. Zhao Bai was shocked. So righteous and outspoken? Is this still the Lin Shanshan he knows? Doesn't she always say that it's none of her business? But on second thought, Zhao Bai felt a little complacent. Lin Shanshan seems to be helping Lin He, but in fact she is on his side. Lin Shanshan stood up because he and Lin He are good brothers. There is great hope for reconciliation. Lin He himself was also shocked. He looked at Lin Shanshan's righteous face and couldn't believe it. Didn't Lin Shanshan always think he was poor and unlucky? Was she drunk too? Chapter 35, No More Pretending. It's time to show off. The classmates were shocked. Didn't Lin Shanshan dislike Lin He before? Why did she suddenly think about him and talk to him like this? Lin Shanshan, what does this have to do with you? Lin He, just tell me, can you do it? If not, I'll do it. Lu Yu frowned and said impatiently. Lin He didn't hesitate at all, please. Didn't I tell you that a long time ago? Then, he casually threw the bank card on the table and glanced at the male classmates who had mocked him. Who among you is going to swipe the card? The password is 6 zeros. Teacher Lu stood up to help. Forget it. You guys had conflicting personalities when you were in school. Can't you all be more restrained when I'm organizing a dinner party? We're all classmates. Why are you making it so awkward? Lin He, take your card back. You don't have to pay for this meal. I've prepared the money myself. Just eat whatever you want. Teacher Lu, it's really okay. We are now able to afford it, and it's only right for us to take the initiative to pay the bill. Lin He said with respect. Hey! Teacher Lu, look! Lin He is so enthusiastic, so let's fulfill his wish. I'll go and pay the bill now. Lu Tao shouted, took the bank card on the table and walked away. Hey, Lu Tao! Teacher Lu looked anxious, but he had already disappeared. He turned and looked at Lin He. Lin He, you have just graduated for a few years and you don't make much money. Why are you spending so much money? The teacher is very happy to see you. There is no need to be so polite. Teacher, it's really nothing. I often went to your house for meals. This little money is nothing. Ha ha ha. Lin He, it seems like you have really made it. Then tell me, where are you working now? Let the teacher be happy for you too. Teacher Lu changed the topic and deliberately made it a little more relaxed. I am now. He works at the Lin Group. Teacher. Before Lin He finished speaking, Sumu stood up and answered. After saying that, Sumu glanced vaguely in the direction of Lin Shanshan. The meaning is obvious. This is my man, get away from me. Bitch. As soon as these words came out, the students were all stunned, their faces unable to believe it. Almost everyone in the Lin Group is aware of it. Those who study fine arts dream of joining the design department of the Lin Group. Great room for promotion. Good system and high salary. Really? Lin He, that's great. The teacher is happy for you. Teacher Lu praised repeatedly, his eyes full of satisfaction. but many people were jealous. Oh, Lin He, you really can't tell? It's so hard to get into the Lin Group, but you got in? You're really lucky. Yes. Do you know anyone there? Introduce him to us. Hey. Actually, it's nothing great. No matter how powerful the Lin Group is, you are just an employee. Everyone was talking at once, and their words were full of sarcasm. This is what disgusts these people. I'm about to treat you to a meal, but you don't even have a nice word to say. Just because you think I'm an orphan? Because you think I'm just holding on? In a word, without money, everything is wrong. Lu Yu couldn't help but curl his lips. I suddenly felt a sense of superiority. That's right, isn't he just an employee? The Lin Group is powerful, what does it have to do with you? I, Lu Yu, will soon take over the company as the chairman, but I'm not as ostentatious as you. But at this time, you still have to pretend. Lu Yu cleared his throat. Lin He, you are really lucky to be able to work at the Lin Group. Our Universe Media Company happens to be cooperating with the Lin Group. Last time, I had dinner with their CEO Xia. He and I have a good relationship. How about this, since we are classmates, I will give him a call next time and ask him to take care of you. It was called cooperation, but in fact, Universe Media had been trying to win investment from the Lin Group. In the past few days, he and his father had been busy entertaining people, and finally they were about to get Mr. Xia's investment. Really? Then you are really amazing. Lin He wanted to laugh. I thought to myself, do I need you to go to old Xia and say a few words for me? When the others heard Lu Yu's words, their jaws dropped. Wow! Brother Yu. Is this true? Are you still cooperating with the Lin Group? Oh my god. That's amazing, right? Brother Yu, I never thought your family was so powerful. Brother, are you still in need of a driver to run errands or something? I can do it all. Lin He. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and thank Brother Yu. Only Sumu, who was sitting next to Lu Yu, had a look of disgust in his eyes. This guy is really stupid. He is showing off the Lin Group in front of the young master of the Lin Group. I wonder what his expression will be when he knows the truth. I'm afraid it's even uglier than Wang Dachuan's expression at that time. Thinking of this, Sumu couldn't help but hide his face and smile. When Lu Yu found out, his face turned red. Hey! Sumu, why are you looking at me and smiling? Is there something on my face? Do you have anything to do after this? Do you want to go shopping together? After finishing speaking, Lu Yu was also a little excited. After all, Lin He was not far away. It was exciting to steal someone's girlfriend in front of him. But I didn't expect that. Sumu suddenly stopped smiling and snorted coldly. Oh, no need. Lu Yu, no? Are you crazy? You did it twice in such a short time. Now he was too lazy to pay attention to Sumu. He rolled his eyes at her and started playing with his phone. Suddenly, Lu Tao's voice came from the door. Manager, this card is not mine. It's his. His name is Lin He. Did you see it? Everyone looked over. Lu Tao, what's going on? Didn't you go to pay the bill? Oh. Don't mention it. As soon as I went to pay the bill, they took the card and called the hotel manager within a few minutes. There must be no money in the card. It's so embarrassing. Lu Tao couldn't stop complaining. After saying this, everyone looked at Lin He with contempt. Lin He was stunned, and even doubted himself. No money? No way? He had indeed never used this card before, but Lao Lin wouldn't give him a useless card, right? What is the purpose? Is it to train his adaptability? As soon as the words fell, the manager walked directly towards Lin He. Sir, is this card yours? Yes. I really don't know what I am talking about. Sir, how about this? All your consumption today is free. You can come over anytime you have time. The hotel manager looked at Lin He with admiration. Everyone was stunned and almost doubted their own ears. Why? Lin He was also a little confused. Sir, please stop teasing me. The holder of this bank card is Mr. Lin, the president of the Lin Group. Mr. Lin is the largest shareholder of this hotel. How could I ask for your money if you use this card to eat? Oh, I see. All right then, thank you. Lin He accepted it calmly. The Lin Group itself has invested in many industries, but I didn't expect that the famous Jingzhou Hotel was also among them. Okay. Then take your time eating. The manager went out respectfully, and after finishing the job, he asked the waiter to bring in a lot of famous wines and signature dishes. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. They looked at each other and Lin He, full of confusion. After a long while, Teacher Lu slowly spoke. Lin He, what's going on? Don't you work for the Lin Group? How come you have the CEO's card? The looks of the crowd gradually became strange. Lin He, your job at the Lin Group, isn't it as the president's assistant or something like that? If you just take out someone else's card like that, does that count as stealing? What bad luck! I need someone like this at a party. Lin He was speechless. Can't you see this? Oh well. It's time to show off. No more pretending. Steal? My dad's things, why would I steal them? Chapter 36 President Xia arrives. As soon as these words came out, the whole room was dead silent. Then, laughter of varying degrees of intensity broke out. Oh my god. I'm dying of laughter. Lin He, are you suffering from delusional disorder? You are the president of Lin Group and your father? Ha ha ha. Even if you want to be rich, you can't just recognize your father casually, right? That's right. You can only fool a 3-year-old with this, right? Everyone knows that you are an orphan, and suddenly you have a father? And the richest man? Even Teacher Lu shook his head. Lin He, it's not scary to make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes, but you must have the courage to admit your mistakes. Listen to the teacher and give the card back to the person intact. Let's just pretend that this incident never happened. Lin He felt lost. He doesn't care how others misunderstand him. But in his heart, Teacher Lu was both a teacher and a father, and a rare person who was kind to him in the first 20 years of his life. Teacher Lu, I. The words are not finished yet. Lu Yu said loudly. Everyone. President Xia of the Lin Group is discussing work at the Jingzhou Hotel. I have already asked him to come over. Didn't Lin He say that he is the son of the president? This Vice President Xia is an important executive of the Lin Group. Once he comes, everything will be clear. Teacher Lu was anxious and stood up quickly. Lu Yu. What are you doing? Aren't you deliberately making things worse? Have you ever thought about how Lin He would live if this kind of thing got out? Reject him now. Teacher Lu, don't worry. Vice President Xia is a very easygoing person, and we have been discussing cooperation recently. Don't worry, I will help Lin He to speak for him, and everything will be fine. Lu Yu pretended to be considerate, but he was actually very happy. Lin He, are you still pretending? The attempt to steal a chicken ends up with the loss of the rice. Idiot. I will expose you in person soon, and watch you become completely ruined and turned into stinking dog shit. Lin He sighed. He sat helplessly on the chair, ignoring the whispers and pointing of the people around him. After a while, the door of the private room was opened. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie walked in, followed by a large group of people holding briefcases. Hey! President Xia, you're finally here. When I saw the person coming, Lu Yu hurriedly nodded and bowed to greet him, completely losing his previous arrogance. Lu Erdong, who was standing behind Vice President Xia, frowned. He didn't expect to see his son in this occasion, and he couldn't help but feel a little angry. Just now, President Xia was about to sign an investment contract for his Universe Media company. Once the contract is signed, the company's listing is just around the corner. What a pity! I was interrupted by a message at the critical moment. When I looked over, I found out that the person who sent the text message was my son. Can you not get angry? Lu Yu, what are you doing here? Also, how dare you disturb President Xia when you have nothing to do? Can you contact President Xia casually? Lu Erdong criticized. Lu Yu then saw his father in the crowd and said in surprise. Dad? Why are you here? Lu Erdong hesitated to speak. Forget it, what on earth do you want? Don't waste Mr. Xia's time. Vice President Xia looked serious. Mr. Lu, you just said that someone is pretending to be the young master of our Lin Group? Where is he? Lu Yu immediately perked up and pointed in Lin He's direction as if to ask for credit. Boss Xia, it's him. Not only did he steal President Lin's bank card, he also claimed to be President Lin's son. I'm really worried that his behavior will affect your company's reputation. That's why I contacted you. You don't know that this kid is an orphan. He doesn't seem to be mentally normal now, so he said such nonsense. Boss Xia, you can do whatever you want. Lu Yu shook his head, looking helpless. Lu Yu. You, why do you say that? Teacher Lu looked anxious and complained. Then, he immediately stood in front of Lin He. Mr. Xia, please don't be angry. My student is young and naive. Please don't bother with him. Chapter 37 Lu Yu apologizes. Vice President Xia was ruthless and said sternly. I don't care who it is. Our Lin group will never allow this to happen. We will definitely. Mr. Shaolin? Is it really you? The angry words stopped abruptly. Instead, there was a look of nervousness and fear. In a moment, everyone in the room was shocked. How is this possible? Don't Lin He and the others understand? If you don't work while you're in school, you'll starve to death. The clothes I wear will never cost more than $30. Now he is said to be the young master of the Lin group? This is so fantastic. What? Lu Yu's face turned pale. Lin He, so you really are. At this moment, his biggest feeling was not shame, but fear. What kind of person is the young master of the Lin group? Top of the rich circle in Beijing. The Lin family's influence in the Beijing business world is too great. Just one finger can kill him, and his Universe Media Company as well. Lin He ignored him and nodded to Vice President Xia. Lao Xia, what a coincidence that you are here too. Do you have any work? Yes, Mr. Xiaolin, I was just talking about investment downstairs. Mr. Xiaolin, I'm sorry, my attitude just now was really. Vice President Xia lowered his head with a very humble attitude. The reason why he was able to become the vice president is that he is very tactful in dealing with people. Then who is Lin He? Lin Dashan's only son. He was finally found after more than 20 years of searching. It's easy to imagine how important Lin He is to Lin Dashan. Moreover, Lin Dashan has now begun to let Lin He slowly take over the Lin group. I am afraid that in a few years, Lin He will be a veritable tycoon in Beijing. How could a small vice president like him mess with him? Taking the opportunity to show his loyalty was the right choice. Thinking of this, Vice President Xia couldn't help but feel a little resentful towards Lu Yu and his son. If this incident damaged his image in Lin He's heart, wouldn't it be a big loss? Lin He waved his hand. It's okay, it's just a little misunderstanding. Lao Xia, go and do whatever you need to do first. Okay, Mr. Kobayashi. Vice President Xia bowed to Lin He again. No. Wait a minute. Mr. Xia, could it be a mistake? How is this possible? Lin He has always been an orphan. How could it be? Lu Yu thought about it, but still couldn't accept it. Finally, he came to a conclusion. This is a conspiracy. There is absolutely no way that Lin He is the young master of the Lin group. He wants to expose Lin He's true face. That's enough. Vice President Xia glared at him. Mr. Lu, your behavior today is very offensive to Master Lin. With all due respect, you are not qualified to comment on Master Lin. Vice President Xia still has a strong leadership aura. Lu Yu was so shocked that he dared not speak for a moment. Lu Erdong apologized immediately. Mr. Xia, I'm sorry. It's all because I didn't teach my son well that I offended Master Lin. Please don't be angry. Our contract just now. Boss Lu, let's talk about the contract next time. I still need to investigate your company's qualifications. After saying that, Vice President Xia left the private room without even looking back. Dad. Looking at Lu Erdong with a stern expression, Lu Yu avoided his eyes. Bang. Lu Erdong slapped Lu Yu in the face without saying a word. Lu Yu trembled all over. I didn't even dare to breathe. Because he knew very well. How important is this contract to Universe Media? How much Lu Erdong cares about this? And now, things were ruined in his hands. Dad, Shut up. You idiot. What did I teach you? Be low-key outside. Be well-mannered. What about you? You usually play with cars, watches, and women. I just ignore them. Now you've caused me such a big trouble. Go and apologize to Master Lin. But, Lu Yu looked at Lin He on the side and felt an instinctive resistance in his heart. If for no other reason, he has always been absolutely superior to Lin He. And now, he is asked to apologize to Lin He? In front of so many people? No, he can't do it. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go. Lu Erdong showed no mercy. He also knew that this was a violation of his son's self-esteem. But after years in the business world, Lu Erdong has long understood that the dignity of those in a lower position is worthless. With status, you naturally have dignity. Lu Yu's eyes were red and he clenched his teeth. He walked slowly to Lin He, and every step seemed particularly heavy. Lin He, I'm sorry, I went too far just now, I didn't recognize the real talent. Seeing this scene, everyone was already shocked to the point of their scalps going numb. How could the arrogant Lu Yu stand in front of Lin He so humbly? Lu Yu, you don't have to be like this. I don't take it to heart at all. Lin He smiled indifferently. He was telling the truth. Having been an orphan for so many years, his psychological quality was no longer comparable to that of ordinary people. Besides, he already knew the truth would come out. In the end, it definitely won't be him who will be the one to look really bad. Lu Erdong also came over. Boss Lin, my son is ignorant and said something he shouldn't have said. He now knows he was wrong. Could you please ask Boss Xia to reconsider? Our Universe Media Company is really a good choice. If we can get the investment from the Lin Group, we will definitely be able to give the Lin Group a good rate of return. Boss Lu, these matters are not within my authority. I believe Boss Xia will make the decision on how to proceed. Of course, I will tell him not to be affected by what happened today. But it is hard for me to say what the outcome will be. Lin He spoke calmly and generously, without any mistakes. Although he knew that given Vice President Xia's shrewdness, he would definitely not cooperate with Universe Media again. He could have done without caring, but expecting him to beg for mercy was really too much. Many female classmates gave me admiring looks. I didn't expect Lin He to be so rich and yet so low-key. Such a broad mind. As expected, he is the young master of the Lin Group, the richest man in Beijing. It really is the style of a noble family. Okay, Mr. Lin, we will leave first. Please enjoy your meal. After Lu Erdong said goodbye politely, he pulled the distraught Lu Yu out of the private room. The way people looked at Lin He was completely different. Especially Lu Tao. Just now he was trying to curry favor with Lu Yu and said a lot of excessive words. Now, he already regretted it. Well, Lin He, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful background. I drank a couple of glasses just now and said some nonsense. I'm sorry, please don't take it seriously. How about this? I'll blow this bottle. After that, he picked up a bottle of Brave the World and drank it. Many of the students who had just mocked Lin He also stood up. Yeah, Lin He, don't take it seriously, we were just joking with you. Yes. Lin He, I didn't expect you to be so low-key. Lin He, I was a little harsh with your words just now, I'm sorry. We are old classmates, you shouldn't mind it, right? He. This kind of fence-sitting behavior is actually very shameful. But that's often the case. Once someone starts a trend, more and more people will follow suit, as if they will look bad if they don't follow the crowd. Lin He smiled brightly. It's all in the past. We're here today to celebrate Teacher Lu's retirement. Let's not talk about unhappy things. All right, classmates. Sit down. Let's chat for a while. Teacher Lu said. In the following time, everyone was not interested. Not long after we sat down, someone suggested the next step. Go sing. Lin He didn't plan to attend, so he said goodbye to Teacher Lu and went downstairs. Zhao Bai sent Lin He downstairs. Brother, you really don't want to go? It would be nice to sing some songs. We haven't seen each other for such a long time. You guys go ahead, I'm a little tired these past few days. Lin He smiled and said. In fact, he didn't want to see Sumu. If he went to sing, Sumu would definitely come close to him. Hey, okay. Actually, I'm not very good at singing, but the main thing is that I can spend more time with Lin Shanshan. Wait for my good news, brother. When we get back together, I'll treat you to a meal. Zhao Bai patted Lin He on the shoulder. At the same time, in the hotel room, Sumu became the target of everyone's encirclement. Mumu, you are so lucky, aren't you? Your boyfriend is actually a rich young man from Beijing. Does that mean you are going to marry into a wealthy family soon? Oh, I'm so envious. Sumu, we have a great relationship. Don't forget us when you become rich. That's right. We are good sisters forever. Sumu's smile was stiff. Oh. No, don't talk nonsense. She felt a little uneasy, but driven by her vanity, she did not deny it. Even if it's fake. Even if it's only for a minute. She also wanted to feel more of the feeling of being looked up to. Suddenly, a voice came out from the crowd. That's right, don't talk nonsense, Sumu and Lin He broke up a long time ago. Sumu's heart trembled and he looked over suddenly. Lin Shanshan just smiled provocatively. Everyone was shocked. Lin Shanshan, what did you say? They broke up? No way? Well. Actually, I've already sensed it. Didn't you notice? During the whole dinner, Lin He didn't say a word to Sumu. It was basically Sumu sticking to Lin He. What on earth is going on? Could it be that Lin He dumped Sumu now that he has money? Isn't this too much? There are many different opinions. Sumu's face turned aggrieved in an instant, as if someone had hit the nail on the head. She was the wife who was abandoned by a scumbag. But not for a second. Lin Shanshan said directly. Don't talk nonsense. Lin He is not that kind of person at all. As far as I know, after they broke up, Sumu already has a new boyfriend. Chapter 38, War Between Women. The last time she was at school, she clearly saw Sumu with an ordinary-looking man. The two of them even mocked Lin He at that time. When everyone heard this, they looked at him with disdain. Sumu, is this true? Really? Speak up. Is what Lin Shanshan said true? Then you acted like Lin He's girlfriend just now. Sumu clenched his fists and immediately confirmed that Lin Shanshan must have seen what happened last time at school and also saw her and Wang Dachuan together. But at this time, how could she allow Lin Shanshan to say it in front of everyone? Shanshan, can you come out with me for a moment? Okay. Lin Shanshan accepted it gladly, without any fear on her face. 5 minutes later, the two found an empty private room. With a click, Lin Shanshan skillfully placed a thin lotus flower. Took a sip. Just tell me what you want to tell me. In fact, when they were in school, Sumu and Lin Shanshan had a good relationship, and they often went out together to sketch and paint. A little closer than ordinary students. At that time, Lin Shanshan was a well-known snob in the class. She and Sumu said a lot of bad things about Lin He, both openly and secretly, and also advised Sumu and Lin He to break up many times. Every time Sumu heard this, he did not refute it, but had a friendly conversation with Lin Shanshan and analyzed the pros and cons. The two men's abilities are comparable. After a while, they all understand each other's little thoughts almost perfectly. What do you mean? Why did you say that in front of your classmates? Sumu went straight to the point. Oh. Am I not telling the truth? Sumu, sometimes I really don't understand you. What's the point of you pretending to be a victim in front of these people? Do you just want people to sympathize with you? Lin Shanshan glanced at Sumu and looked down upon such behavior. This is none of your business. Lin Shanshan, what right do you have to tell others about my affairs? Do we know each other so well? Sumu looked angry. I have already prepared myself mentally for never seeing each other again. Lin Shanshan was not to be outdone and pressed forward aggressively. Then what right do you have to mislead others? What right do you have to damage Lin He's reputation? Sumu, have you finished pretending? What kind of person are you? Others may not know, but I do. When you were in school, you pretended to be a poor person whose family favored boys over girls, and made Lin He work hard to earn tuition for you. What about you? You were flirting with other men in the library. Who do you think you are? And when Lu Yu and Lin He had a fight, didn't you take the initiative to seduce Lu Yu? And you even sent flirtatious text messages to others? You, how could you? Sumu's pupils trembled. She thought she was doing this very secretly, and no one would know as long as Luyu didn't say anything. Ha! Are you stupid? You want to ask me how I know? To tell you the truth, when you sent the text message, I was with Luyu. Lin Shanshan said shamelessly. You? Weren't you and Zhaoibai in a relationship at that time? You actually. I didn't expect you to be so shameless. You actually played two girls at the same time. At this moment, Sumu could no longer pretend and pointed at Lin Shanshan's nose and cursed. But Lin Shanshan had expected this. She raised her hand and shook Sumu's hand away. So what? It's true that I'm two-timing, but at least I'm doing it above board. Unlike you, who just pretends all day long. Have you forgotten what you said at that time? I don't like Linhee, but no one else pays my tuition except him. Didn't you say that? In fact, you did the same thing, didn't you? You dumped Linhee right after you graduated from graduate school? And then you started dating that guy who drove a Lamborghini. What about now? Do you regret it now that you know Linhee is rich? Are you anxious to get close to Linhee? Sumu, you are really cheap. Stupid and cheap. Bah! You. Sumu was so angry that his face turned pale, but he was powerless to refute. She never imagined that what she had said all those years ago would boomerang back and hit her at this moment. What do you mean by you? I'm telling you, Sumu. You deserve it. Linhee is ignoring you now, and it's God's will. This way, others will have a chance. Lin Shanshan's fighting spirit did not diminish at all, and she even became more and more angry as she spoke. In her opinion, if Sumu hadn't been there, Linhee would never have left so early. She would not miss this hard-earned opportunity to get in touch with Linhee. Sumu was shocked, and finally understood. What do you mean? You like Linhee? You are despicable. I tell you, Lin Shanshan, don't even think about it. Lin Shanshan snorted coldly, stared and cursed. Why can't I think about it? Who do you think you are? Sumu, let me tell you, a hypocritical and disgusting bitch like you is not worthy of Linhee at all. I just want to fight for Linhee, what's wrong with that? What the hell is it to you? Sumu took a deep breath and threatened. If I'm not worthy, then you are? You're a two-timing bastard. You're now an assistant professor at Jingcheng University. Aren't you afraid that I'll expose everything you've done? Oh? Do you think I care about such trivial matters? Say whatever you want to say. Say whatever you want. But don't forget how many things you said to me that you shouldn't have said when you were together with Linhee. If I tell Linhee those things, do you think he will hate you for deceiving him for so many years? Oh. Do you still want to marry into a wealthy family by then? Bah! With the strength of the Lin family, it will be easy to kill you. Lin Shanshan's logic is clear and her momentum is overwhelming. You. Sumu was so angry that he gritted his teeth and wished he could tear Lin Shanshan to pieces right now. But reason told her not to do that. Because in terms of body shape, Lin Shanshan is 168 centimeters tall, while she is only 162 centimeters. Besides, Lin Shanshan likes fitness the most. She has already developed her waistline. She is no match for Lin Shanshan at all. In a hurry. Sumu's eyes were red and tears were rolling in them. She hated Lin Shanshan, that hateful woman. What do you mean by you? Sumu, you bitch. You'd better behave yourself in front of me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Lin Shanshan cursed and slammed the door and left. She doesn't have so much time to waste, today is a rare opportunity. Wouldn't it be a shame not to use Zhaoibai, this tool? Linhee, here I come. Chapter 39 Lin Shanshan's plan. Downstairs. Then I'm leaving, Lao Zhao, we'll meet again next time. Linhee said. Zhaoibai smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to speak, the phone in his hand rang. Hello? Shanshan, what's wrong? Ibai, are you and Linhee together? Yes, what's the matter? Tell him to wait a moment. I just saw his watch on the table and it seems he forgot to take it. I'll take it down to him now. On the other end of the phone, Lin Shanshan was panting. A watch? Oh, okay. Zhaoibai responded, turned to Linhee and asked. Heezy, did you drop your watch on the table? Linhee was at a loss. Watch? I don't have a watch with me. Ah? Hey! Shan Shan! Don't come down. This must be a mistake. What? I'm going down the stairs. The signal is bad. There are too many people in the elevator, I'm afraid of delaying things, so, Suddenly, a scream came from the phone and Lin Shanshan's voice stopped abruptly. Hello? Shanshan? Shanshan? What's wrong with you? Zhao Yibai's face suddenly became tense. Heezy, Shanshan seems to be in trouble. I have to go check it out. What? What happened? Lin He listened to the general idea and it seemed to be related to him. Don't worry, I'll go with you. 5 minutes later. The two found Lin Shanshan in the stairwell on the 7th floor. Lin Shanshan sprained her foot and her calf was scraped. She was sitting on the stairs with a painful look on her face. Zhao Yibai was heartbroken. Shanshan. What happened? Why did he fall down out of nowhere? Lin Shanshan glanced at Lin He behind her and bit her lip. It's all my fault. I saw a watch missing from Lin He's seat just now, so I rushed to bring it down for you, but the elevator didn't come no matter how hard I waited, so I... Oh. Shanshan, why are you so anxious? The watch is not Lin He's at all. Lin Shanshan looked at the watch in her hand innocently. It turns out I was wrong. I'm sorry, Lin He, for wasting your time. As he spoke, he tried to suppress the pain on his face. Hiss. Well, I'm fine here. I'll just go buy some medicine later, hiss, or, if you have something to do, go and do it first. Lin Shanshan plays hard to get. How can I do this? Shanshan, you're already like this, why should I be busy? I must accompany you to apply medicine. If you sprain your joint, the problem will be very serious. Come, I'll carry you. After Zhao Yibai finished speaking, he bent down. This. Lin Shanshan hesitated. She didn't want to act so intimate with Zhao Yibai in front of Lin He. It's okay, Yibai, I can do it myself. It will be very tiring if you carry me on your back. I can hold on. Lin He, I'm really fine, if you have something to do, you can go first, hiss. Seeing Lin Shanshan limping, Lin He felt embarrassed to leave. After all, it was because of you that he fell like this. Although, it's totally unnecessary. But no matter what, we have to show some humanitarian concern. Moreover, when he was ridiculed by everyone at the dinner party, Lin Shanshan stood up for him and argued with them. Is it true, as Lao Zhao said, that Lin Shanshan has changed? Oh, I'm fine. Yibai is right, let's go to the hospital first. Well, thank you for your help. Lin Shanshan smiled and nodded at Lin He. Downstairs. I saw a brand new Bentley car parked in front of me. Zhao Yibai's eyes widened. Heezy, is this your car? Wow. It's so cool. So handsome. There are very few boys who don't like cars, and Zhao Yibai is no exception. He often uses software to check various luxury cars, looking at the price, performance, and cost effectiveness. Although I can't afford it, I'll own it once I've seen it. Lin He felt a little uncomfortable. My dad asked me to use this car. Come on, get in first. After getting on the bus, Zhao Yibai was still looking around with curiosity. It's really a luxury car. Look at the seats and the interior. It's so comfortable and has such a great sense of design. Lin Shanshan was also overwhelmed with emotion. Looking at Lin He's eyes, it was more like a hungry wolf seeing a fat sheep. Wealthy family. So this is a wealthy family. So exciting. I never thought Lin He was that handsome before, but why do I think he is so charming these 2 times? He is so charming that I can't take my eyes off him. Hey! Shanshan, don't you think so? This car is really nice. Zhao Yibai asked. Lin Shanshan was startled, then smiled modestly. I don't understand these, but the appearance is still pretty good. It's really good. Shanshan, when I make money in the future, I will buy you one of these cars. Then we can go for a ride, it will be so cool. Zhao Yibai was in high spirits and spoke eloquently. He. Lin Shanshan smiled politely and looked at Lin He, who was sitting in front of her. Deliberately said. Actually, I don't care about these things, besides, even if I like it, I can buy it myself. Who wants you to buy it? She said this intentionally to distance herself from Zhao Yibai. The meaning is clear. I have nothing to do with you now. Zhao Bai realized it later. Sorry, Shanshan, I'm too excited. He. Lin He is not that slow. He always felt something was a little weird. How could Lin Shanshan change so much? Is it because of his identity? However, when Lin Shanshan spoke for him, he had not yet revealed his identity. So suspicious. Especially that kind of secretive, ambiguous, and shy look, which always makes Lin He feel a chill down his spine. It's better to arrange for her as soon as possible and get out of here as soon as possible. Lao Zhao, there's a hospital right up ahead. How about you guys take a break in the car while I go make an appointment? Lin He asked. Zhao Bai hesitated. Even though they are good brothers, Lin He is now the young master of the Lin group. This kind of errand running is inappropriate. No need, Heezy. Let's just get off the car. You will definitely have something else to do later, so don't follow us. Lin Shanshan's heart skipped a beat and she immediately became dissatisfied with Zhao Bai. Just let Lin He go like this? She was unwilling. Hiss. There are so many people in this hospital. If I have to wait for a long time, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. Lin He, if it's not too much trouble, can you just take me home? The wound on my leg needs to be disinfected quickly. I'd better take care of it myself. Zhao Bai looked embarrassed. Shanshan, we've already caused a lot of trouble for Lin He. It's okay. If you can handle it yourself, I'll take you back. It's not a big deal. Lin He said. Lin Shanshan smiled. Thank you. My house is just across the street, very close. Ibai, Lin He, thank you for sending me home. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do. Lin Shanshan sat on the sofa at home with a grateful look on her face. It's okay, Shanshan. Where's the alcohol in your house? I'll help you disinfect. Zhao Bai asked, with a bit of shyness on his face. I will touch the goddess' feet soon. Why am I still a little excited? Lin Shanshan hesitated for a moment. Do you have any in this cupboard? No. Shanshan, did you remember the wrong place? Zhao Bai said as he searched. Ah, that should be because we ran out of it last time. Oh. It's okay. I just saw a pharmacy downstairs. I ran there and came back in 5 minutes. Zhao Bai said something and hurried out the door. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin He hurriedly said. Old Zhao, what's the point of me staying here alone? I'd better go. What's the big deal? You're not familiar with this place. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Zhao Bai left quickly. Chapter 40. No need to take responsibility? For a moment, Lin He and Lin Shanshan were the only ones left in the room. Lin He, don't be shy, just sit anywhere. Lin Shanshan said. Lin He felt that kind of ambiguous and provocative look again. Oh, how are you injured? Hiss. Lin Shanshan frowned slightly. Much better, but my ankle still hurts a little, maybe I need to apply some ice, can you get it for me? There are ice packs in the refrigerator. Oh, okay. Lin He responded, took out an ice pack from the refrigerator and handed it to Lin Shanshan. Give. Oh, okay. Lin Shanshan was stunned and felt disappointed. I thought Lin He would just give her a foot massage. She pretended to put it on her foot. Hiss. I can't reach it. The wound on my leg will be torn if I move a little. Ah. It hurts. This explicit and seductive voice made Lin He's body tremble. This woman definitely did it on purpose. The key point is that Lin Shanshan is wearing a short skirt, and her slender and white thighs are right in front of you, making it hard not to pay attention, and your blood boils immediately. No. Don't cheat on your friend's wife. Lin He is not such a bastard. Well, why don't you just bear with it for a while and wait for Zhao Bai to come back and let him help you apply it? But, it really hurts. I can't hold on any longer, ah. Lin Shanshan moaned. All right then. Lin He sat down next to Lin Shanshan and put an ice pack on the red and swollen ankle. Are you feeling better? Much better. Thank you. Lin He. Lin Shanshan is quite experienced, and with her seductive eyes she instantly creates an ambiguous atmosphere. Just as Lin He was about to pull his hand away, he felt Lin Shanshan's foot move slightly and rub against his thigh. Lin He's heart tightened. No. Things are getting increasingly wrong. Retreat quickly. Well, I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first. Just about to get up. Then I heard Lin Shanshan's gentle voice. Wait a minute. Actually, no one has ever touched my feet. Lin He, you are the first. Lin He was surprised at first, and then immediately felt a little disgusted with Lin Shanshan. Who doesn't know that you had a lot of fun when you were in school? Am I the first one to touch your feet? Are you kidding me? It only took a moment for Lin He to feel disgusted with Lin Shanshan. Let me see if Lao Zhao is back. He picked up the phone, thinking that Lin Shanshan would restrain herself, but he didn't expect Lin Shanshan's next move to shock Lin He completely. Boo! While Lin He was looking at his phone, Lin Shanshan kissed him on the face in a lightning-fast manner. What the hell? What are you doing? Lin He jumped from zero frame and looked at Lin Shanshan in disbelief. But I didn't expect it. Lin Shanshan looked very charming and stood up as if nothing had happened. Close to Lin He's chest, looking up. Lin He, I don't like Zhao Bai. I like you. If you want, I can give it to you right now. Just say one word. Lin He is numb. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such a shameless person. Lin Shanshan, are you fucking crazy? You're so bold to say something like that. Old Zhao will be back soon. Shoo. Lin Shanshan gently placed her index finger on Lin He's lips. We don't open the door, so he can't get in. Don't you think it's more exciting this way? I don't want any status, and you don't have to take any responsibility for me. As long as we have each other, isn't that good? As he spoke, his restless fingers began to wander over Lin He's body. Get out of here. Lin He couldn't bear it anymore and pushed Lin Shanshan away. He knows that many girls will take the initiative towards rich men. But he didn't expect that he could be so proactive. If he didn't stop, his belt would soon leave his pants. What are you doing? Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Zhao Bai looked pale, and he was holding a bottle of alcohol and medical gauze in his hands. Lin He was shocked. Old Zhao, don't misunderstand me. Before I finished speaking, Zhao Bai had already stood in front of him, his expression extremely sad. Easy, you don't need to explain, I heard everything. Lin He heaved a sigh of relief. He attaches great importance to his friendship with Zhao Bai. In his heart, 100 Lin Shanshans are not as good as Zhao Bai's toes. Zhao Bai looked at Lin Shanshan with red eyes. After a long pause, he said, Lin Shanshan, you contacted me because of Lin He, right? Everything you told me before was a lie, right? Lin Shanshan looked embarrassed for a moment, but she straightened her back quickly. Yes. Zhao Bai, you are not worthy of me at all. Why can't I consider my own future? Zhao Bai looked puzzled. You took advantage of me, and you're still so shameless? Oh. So what? Lin Shanshan snorted coldly, not taking it seriously. Zhao Bai was stunned for several seconds. Disgusting. Lin Shanshan, you were so fucking disgusting. I must have been blind to fall for you. At this moment, he finally saw clearly that the woman he had been thinking about for so long had not changed at all. Still so snobbish and despicable. Lin Shanshan sneered. Do you regret it now? Zhao Bai, you should be content. I spent the best years of my college years with you. Think about it yourself, are you worthy of me? You have no money, no power, and no looks. Can you find other high-quality girls besides me? You should be grateful that I gave you the opportunity to be with me. Looking at Lin Shanshan's shameless and aggressive appearance, Lin He instantly remembered the day he broke up with Su Mu. The contemptuous look from Su Mu's parents, those similar words, and Su Mu's silent expression. Is that what she thought at that time? You have no money or power, you are not worthy of me at all. So what if I dump you? You should be grateful that I chose you in the past. How shameless. How despicable. Lin He clenched his fists, and anger rose in his eyes. Love should be pure and innocent. But it is distorted and complicated by some messy theories. Is it that all you see is material things? Bang! Suddenly, Zhao Bai raised his hand and slapped him. Chapter 41 Your Medical Expenses. Lin Shanshan was caught off guard and fell directly on the sofa. Zhao Bai, how dare you fight me? Are you still a man? Zhao Bai gritted his teeth. eyes red. Lin Shanshan, I can tolerate you lying to me, playing tricks on me, and playing with my feelings. But you actually want to use me and attack my brother. I absolutely cannot tolerate this. Even if the King of Heaven comes, I can't tolerate it. Bitch. Looking at Zhao Weibai's appearance, Lin He felt a little bit reluctant. He knew Zhao Weibai very well, and he was a very persistent type. Over the years, the only one who has never forgotten him and has been deeply in love with him is Lin Shanshan. He values Lin Shanshan very much. Zhao Weibai. Stop trying to act like a man in front of me. I'm not the kind of woman who wouldn't dare to fart after getting beaten. You're done. I'll definitely find someone to examine your injuries and then sue you. Lin Shanshan looked fierce and pointed at Zhao Weibai's nose and cursed. Whatever. I'm not afraid. After saying that, Zhao Weibai left without looking back. Looking at Lin Shanshan's shrewish look, Lin He felt sick to his stomach, and suddenly felt that no matter how good-looking he was, his appearance couldn't make up for his inner ugliness. Lin Shanshan, I advise you to part ways with Lao Zhao in peace. Lin Shanshan stopped pretending and stared. What? Do you think you can cover the sky with one hand just because you have money? This is a matter between Zhao Weibai and me. You have no right to interfere. I am going to sue him and make him lose everything. See you in court. Lin He sneered. Oh. See you in court? Okay. Then I will hire the best lawyer for him. Besides, your behavior towards me just now should be considered as sexual harassment. If you want to see you in court, I will definitely accompany you to the end. Lin Shanshan's eyes flashed with cunning. Do you have any evidence? Humph. Who would believe that a man was sexually harassed? I can then turn the tables and see how you, the young master of the Lin Group, can face others. Yeah. Lin He sneered, then took out his cell phone. Click to stop recording. Press the play button again. If you want, I can give it to you right now. He can't get in. Don't you think it's more exciting this way? Put the blame on someone else. Lin Shanshan's face turned pale instantly, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. If these words were to get out, not only would she lose her life, but what was even more terrible was that Lin He might really sue her. With the power of the Lin Group, she will definitely be in trouble. You, how could you? Lin He put away his phone. I'm sorry, I didn't have that idea in the first place. It's just that you were acting so abnormal today. We were alone, so I was just in case. So, do you still want to cause trouble? Lin Shanshan never imagined that in just a few years, Lin He's way of doing things had changed completely. The calmness and confidence in his eyes are really frightening. Lin He, can you please delete this? I will definitely stay away from Zhao Weibai and never cause trouble for him again. Lin He seemed to be smiling. I will delete the recording, but not now. I beg you. Lin He, I know I was wrong. Can you just pretend that what happened today never happened? Lin Shanshan's eyes were full of begging and flattering. But Lin He knew that this was just an appearance. He has completely seen through Lin Shanshan's character. There is nothing a woman like her can't do. Cannot. Lin He was very decisive. Lin Shanshan was stunned. So, what do you want? I will keep this recording for a while, until I feel that you will not cause trouble again. Of course, if I find out that you have done something you shouldn't have done, I will not be lenient with you. Do you understand? I understand. Lin He nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to go out, he noticed Lin Shanshan's red and swollen cheeks. After a brief pause, he took out a dozen banknotes from his wallet. Your medical expenses. He was afraid that his brother would get into trouble, but he didn't want to bully others by taking advantage of his power. At this time, using money to solve the problem is a good way. There was obvious surprise in Lin Shanshan's eyes. He took the money, his mouth twitched. Thanks. Just got downstairs. Lin He then saw Zhao Weibai squatting on the side of the road. At this time, old Zhao's eyes were red and he looked indescribably frustrated. Lin He patted his shoulder. Brother, don't be sad. It's not worth it for a woman like this. She will definitely regret it in the future. Zhao Weibai rubbed his eyes, looking embarrassed. It's okay, Heezy. I haven't seen you for so long. I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself. What are you talking about? Who are we talking about? I promise. Your girlfriend in the future will definitely be 10,000 times better than Lin Shanshan. Zhao Weibai shook his head. With a wry smile on his lips. Forget it, Heezy, don't mention this. Well, I have something to do at home, so I'll go back first. Let's make an appointment next time. Lin Haiyu choked. I immediately realized that Lao Zhao was already feeling uncomfortable about this matter. Lin He sighed in his heart. It's no wonder, no one can accept such a depressing plot. Okay then, Lao Zhao, just go ahead and do whatever you want. Feel free to contact me if you have anything else. Zhao Weibai responded and turned to leave. Looking at Zhao Weibai's back, Lin He felt helpless and planned to go back to the hotel to rest. He was drunk last night and had rented out his hotel room for a week. That's fine. Take advantage of these 2 days of the weekend to have a good rest. Just about to leave the neighborhood. A figure suddenly rushed out from the bushes and ran straight into his arms. Lin He was startled and was about to speak, but when he saw who it was, he frowned instantly. Sumu, why are you here? Are you blocking me on purpose? Sumu originally wanted to throw himself into Lin He's arms, but he didn't expect Lin He to not buy it at all. He even took 2 steps back with some disgust. She suddenly felt an indescribable bitterness in her heart. She had been following Lin He since the class reunion and had been waiting fearfully downstairs of Lin Shanshan's house for such a long time. The mosquitoes in the grass bit her all over her body. But Lin He has this attitude. Why didn't you reply to my message? Aren't you afraid that I would worry? In the past. Stop. Before she could finish, Lin He spoke impatiently. Sumu, can you please stop talking about the past? What is the past? The past when you and your parents looked down on me? The past when you lived in a rental house with me? The past when you ate discounted food with me? Aren't those the days you hate the most? Sumu was stunned. Shaking his head in panic. No, you misunderstood. My parents forced me to say this before. You know, I have lived in a family that favors boys over girls since I was a child. My parents. Oh. Sumu, do you think I will still believe your words after all that has happened? Do you think you can still control me with just this one sentence after all these years? Lin He sneered and spoke mercilessly. In fact, he had felt before that Sumu said these words just to arouse his desire to protect him. But at that time he loved Sumu so much that he was not willing to bother about these details. But now that they have broken up for so long, Lin He already understands many things better than ever. Sumu always transferred the conflicts to his parents, but she just sat back and reaped the benefits. She took all the fame and benefits. Too scheming. Chapter 42. No time to watch your show. No. I didn't. Am I such a scheming woman in your heart? Sumu looked aggrieved and stared at Lin He with tearful eyes. Yes. Lin He answered in a clear and melodious voice. Not a second of hesitation. I. Sumu couldn't believe it. In her opinion, although she had hurt Lin He's heart a long time ago, Lin He would never have the heart to make her sad. And now. Lin He's eyes, which were cold without a trace of warmth, made her feel extremely cold, which quickly spread from her heart to her whole body. She couldn't even utter a word. In an instant, 2 lines of tears fell like beads from a broken string. Even she herself didn't expect that she would be so sad. She had always thought of herself as a person who loved money and vanity more than anything else, but now, for the first time, she felt that she loved the man in front of her more than anything else. Why? How so? Have you cried enough? I don't have time to watch your performance here. Lin He looked at her with a distant tone. Don't go. I want to tell you. I have cancelled my engagement with Wang Dachuan. Can you just pretend that what happened before never happened? Let's go back to the past, back to the time when we were happiest, okay? Sumu looked pleadingly. But in Lin He's opinion, this is just an upgraded performance. He smiled bitterly. Back to the past? How? Of course. I can do it. I will definitely. That's enough. I don't have time for your bullshit. Before Sumu finished speaking, Lin He completely lost his patience and walked straight forward. Sumu, who was thrown away, suddenly became anxious. She doesn't want to lose Lin He. She really loves Lin He more than she thought. Even if Lin He has no money, she still loves him. In a desperate situation, Sumu fell to his knees with a bang, holding Lin He's thighs tightly with both hands. I beg you. Can you forgive me just once? Have you forgotten the days and nights before? The days when we snuggled up to each other for warmth, the afternoons when you waited for me to finish class, and the roadside stall where we ate together. You told me that you felt happy to be with me. I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. I will never be stupid again. Please give me a chance. Please, don't leave. I will agree to whatever you say. Don't leave me, okay, woo. Sumu was in tears, and his tone was almost begging. At this moment, she was humbled to the core and completely abandoned her previous pride and arrogance. Seeing this scene, many passers-by stopped to point and talk. This girl is pretty, why is she so humble? Are you in love? TSK, I really don't know what boys are thinking nowadays. I can't even bear to frown at such a pretty girl, how can he bear to let her do this? Who said it wasn't? How cruel. Lin He turned a deaf ear to him and just looked back at Sumu helplessly. Do you have to make it so ugly? Sumu's pear blossoms were wet with rain. Looking up at Lin He, can you forgive me, whoa, I really regret it, please? Sumu, let go. I'm already engaged, please respect yourself. Sumu hugged Lin He's thighs even tighter. Is it the girl from last time? No, congratulations. You are just engaged, not married yet, right? You can still make a new choice. When it comes to love, no one is qualified to compete with me. Lin He looked puzzled. After a few seconds of silence, he said, Okay, then listen carefully. After that, Lin He picked up the phone. With Sumu's confused eyes, he dialed Xinxingyu's number. Xingyu, if you have time next weekend, let's have a meal together. It's time to set a date for our wedding. This was Lin He's plan long ago. I just didn't expect it to be brought up in a situation like this. He has almost solved the problems in the design department, and with the help of Assistant Gu, he has also gained some understanding of the situation of various departments in the company. Perhaps, it's time to reveal our identity and get everything back on track. Sumu was filled with shock. She never expected that Lin He would talk about marriage with another woman in front of her. She suddenly lost all her strength and sat down on the ground in despair. No. On the phone, Xinxingyu was a little surprised. Marry? Speaking of this, Xinxingyu was instinctively a little shy. After all, getting married meant a completely different life from before. Besides, the Lin family is a big family that attracts attention, and they are the most powerful family in the capital, so it is inevitable that they feel uneasy and fearful. Yes, Xingyu, do you have any ideas? Lin He simply ignored Sumu and asked into the phone. Xinxingyu spoke. No, I'm just still a little uncomfortable. It's okay, Xingyu, just take your time. Once the marriage is settled, I will also appear in the Lin group as Lin Dashan's son. Upon hearing this, Sumu felt a suffocating pain in his heart. Lin Dashan's son. The heir of the Lin group. All these high-profile halos belong to Lin He, her ex-boyfriend. She could have obtained these gorgeous halos effortlessly, but she lost them herself. Really? That's great. Xinxingyu felt somewhat relieved. After all, in her opinion, someone of Lin He's status was not suitable to stay in an ordinary office. Not just anyone can be rude to Lin He. She had heard a lot about what happened in the design department's office, and was therefore very dissatisfied with some people. Of course, there are also girls like Nkir who have feelings for Lin Hemming. It also made her feel overwhelmed. Well, then next weekend, the two families will sit down for a meal and talk about our marriage? Xingyu, what do you think? Lin He asked again. He was a little unsure. After all, Xinxingyu's appearance and abilities are both top-notch. He is just an ordinary undergraduate student. If it weren't for Master Lin's identity, he probably would never have the chance to talk to a girl like Xinxingyu in his life. What's more worrying is that Xinxingyu didn't really like him at all, but was only giving herself to him reluctantly due to the pressure of the engagement. But no matter what, the engagement could not be changed, and he had no way to influence Xinxingyu's thoughts. He could only secretly resolve to treat the girl well. After a long time, there will always be feelings. But now, using the engagement to completely get rid of Sumu is also a good choice. Xinxingyu blushed. On the phone, Good. Hang up the phone. Sumu's eyes were dull as he looked at Lin He with despair in his eyes. Lin He, how could you do this to me? I gave up everything for you, gave up marrying into a wealthy family, how could you? Lin He sneered. Give up marrying into a wealthy family? Are you referring to the Wang family? Sumu was startled, and suddenly felt guilty. What's wrong? Do you think I would lie to you? Unexpectedly, Lin He's next words tore down her only remaining self-esteem. Sumu, if you hadn't witnessed the Wang family's bankruptcy with your own eyes, why would you beg at my feet? You really haven't changed, Sumu, you don't love anyone, you just love money. You know, when I see you now, I really feel sorry for my youth in those years. Chapter 43. Who is this guy? Lin He's words were clear, and every sentence was filled with disappointment and disgust. How do you know all this? You have been monitoring me. Sumu's eyes were filled with shock, but he unintentionally revealed a sense of relief. If Lin He had been monitoring her, could it prove that Lin He still cared about her? And couldn't let her go? But, if Lin He really knew everything, how ugly would she be in Lin He's heart? She regretted it so much. Why did she get engaged to Wang Dachuan? Why should we listen to our parents? She hated Wang Dachuan, hated herself, and what she hated most was her parents. But Lin He's next words made her mood plummet. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to know about you at all. But there are always people who think they are smart and tell me nonsense. Lin He said coldly. In the past few days, Wang Sihai has contacted him more than once, and even took credit for it by talking about how he set up a trap to test Sumu. Lin He also understood that the Wang family was trying to please him deliberately because they valued the Lin group and wanted to get some benefits. But the Wang family didn't know that Lin He didn't want to know anything about this woman. What? This? Sumu wanted to say something else. Lin He turned around and walked away without giving the other party a chance to speak. Even though Sumu continued to cry behind him, he walked away without looking back. He had wasted enough time today. Back to the hotel. Lin He ordered some food. After eating and drinking, go to bed. Outside the window, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. Inside the house, the night is long and dreamless. The next morning, Lin He woke up naturally from a long sleep and felt refreshed. Then I eat, sleep, and read novels. He felt that life was so beautiful. The leisurely weekend passed quickly. Monday came in a flash. Lin He got up early. Pack up and get to work. He felt that since he was in the group, he should also pay attention to his image. After all, he and Xinxingyu were about to be engaged. In the company, the time to reveal your true identity is just around the corner. Naturally, people cannot associate young Master Lin with the image of a loser. Thinking of this, Lin He asked the butler to bring him a suit. This was what Xinxingyu bought last time. He felt uncomfortable and never wore it. But after working in Lin's for a long time, he saw that many of his male colleagues wore suits very stylishly. Lin He was also eager to try. Facing the mirror, he adjusted his tie with self-admiration. Yeah, it's much more handsome indeed. Great. Let's go. Arrived at the company. After dressing up, Lin He looks very different and he gets more people turning to look at him. After entering the design department, many female colleagues were attracted to the attention. Wow. Xiaolin, what's wrong with you today? You're dressed so handsomely? Yes. You can't tell normally, but it turns out that Xiaolin looks pretty stylish in a suit. Come, let sister see. Some male colleagues also feel unbalanced. Hey. Lin He, are you going on a blind date today? What kind of blind date is this? It looks like he's going to work part-time as an MC after work. Ha ha. TSK. Look at him. He just wants to show off in front of the new manager. But it's no use pretending, the manager won't fall for it. As Lao Wang spoke, he looked across the corridor with a flattering look. Lin He glanced sideways and noticed that a new person had already moved into the manager's office opposite. It seems that manager Wang's problem has been completely resolved, and Xinxingyu is still very efficient. Through the glass you can see. The new manager sat at his desk, wearing a suit that looked very well made, and a watch on his wrist that, judging by its design, must be worth a lot of money. He has a gentle and handsome appearance, wears silver-framed glasses, and exudes a noble temperament. The person inside raised his eyes and happened to meet Lin He's eyes. After a brief gaze, the new manager slowly stood up and walked into the design department. Everyone suddenly fell silent, their expressions filled with fear. The new manager had a serious expression and looked at everyone in the design department with a scrutinizing gaze. Seeing the scene was a bit tense. Lin He, who was facing the new manager, nodded politely and extended his hand. "Hello, manager. My name is Lin He and I am a member of the design department." The new manager glanced at Lin He's hand stretched in the air. Without any action, the voice said indifferently, "From today on, I am your new manager. My last name is Lin, and you can call me Manager Lin. In addition, I value the ability of my employees more, and I don't like those who want to gain benefits by flattering their leaders. Please remember this." As he said this, Manager Lin glanced at Lin He vaguely. "Okay, that's all I have to say, everyone keep working." After saying that, he turned around and walked back to the manager's office in a cool manner, and adjusted the floor-to-ceiling windows to frosted mode to block out the view from the outside world. Lin He was confused. Where does this person come from? Why is he pretending like this? As soon as I sat down, I received a message from Encore. "Be careful, I heard that the new manager is called Lin Xiaofeng, the son of our group boss Lin Dashan, don't offend him." Lin He almost dropped his jaw. Lin Dashan's son? How come he doesn't know his father has a son? Look up in surprise. Then he saw Encore's pure and lovely face, and she made a face at him. Lin He, okay. However, curiosity arose in my heart. Manager Lin's temperament and appearance were indeed not like those of ordinary people, but his identity was definitely not as everyone had guessed. Lin He was sure that his father had never mentioned that he had other sons. Who is this person? As I was thinking about this, the morning passed quickly. During the lunch break, people in the office started gossiping in groups of 4 or 5. Hey. Is this true? Is Manager Lin really the president? Keep your voice down. How could this be false? If he wasn't the crown prince of the group, how could he be parachuted into the most important design department right after arriving? I think it's pretty close. Think about it, the president's name is Lin Dashan, and the manager's name is Lin Xiaofeng. They are obviously parent-child names. Even a fool can see that. Puff. Cough. Upon hearing this, Lin He choked on his tea. These people are really talented. They can come up with such associations. And they make sense. He couldn't refute it. Hey. Lin He? From what you said, you don't believe it? Lao Zhang looked dissatisfied when he said this. Lin He smiled foolishly and waved his hands. No, I think what you said makes sense. Is that so? Only then did Lao Zhang reveal a proud look. I'm telling you, now that we know this, we have to perform well. If Master Lin is happy, wouldn't it just take him a word to double our salary? Everyone thought it made sense and nodded. Yes, Lao Zhang is right. Chapter 44 Xin Qingyu's Crisis. Lin He was completely speechless and turned his attention back to the computer. He has recently been studying top design products from home and abroad, and has come up with a lot of ideas in his mind. He was the top student in his design class in college. His teacher also said that he had some talent and suggested that he study abroad. Unfortunately, given his situation at the time, this was simply impossible. Now that he had the opportunity to study, he studied eagerly. In just 2 months, his designs could be compared with those of students from top design schools in China. The lunch break passed quickly. Everyone in the design department entered their workstations one after another, but Lin He discovered that, unlike in the morning, most of the female colleagues' makeup was much more refined than in the morning. They talked and laughed, with some shyness on their faces. Hey! Sister Chen, your lipstick color is pretty. Give me the link later. No problem. Xiaoli, you look so beautiful with makeup on. Tell me the truth, do you want to attract the attention of Manager Lin? What? Sister Chen, stop talking nonsense. It's so embarrassing. Hey! What's the big deal? Look around, all the unmarried girls in the office are dressed up carefully. Who would have thought that Manager Lin is so handsome and has such an extraordinary status? If anyone can be favored by him, they don't have to work hard for the rest of their lives. Just be a rich wife. Oh. Sister Chen, this has nothing to do with it. Lin He finally understood and couldn't help shaking his head and smiling, thinking that these colleagues were quite interesting. Hey! It's already past 2 o'clock and the meeting is about to start. Why hasn't Encore arrived yet? Sister Chen asked with a frown. Since Sister Ke left the company in disgrace, the position of Group 1 leader was taken over by Sister Chen. As soon as the words fell, Encore rushed into the design department. I'm sorry. Sister Chen, I was delayed by something just now. Sister Chen narrowed her eyes and looked at Encore, her tone unfriendly. What's wrong with you? Don't you know there's a regular meeting this afternoon? Encore bowed her head again to apologize. It's my fault. I won't do it again next time, Sister Chen. Sister Chen finally gave up. Everyone, prepare your materials. The meeting will start in the conference room in 10 minutes. Seeing that there is still time, Lin He took advantage of the opportunity and took out 2 small loaves of bread from his bag. I was so focused on studying the design drawings at noon that I had completely forgotten about eating. My stomach is growling with hunger now. But as soon as I opened the package, the bread in my hand was taken away. Lin He looked up blankly, only to see Encore standing beside him, holding a steaming lunchbox in her hand. Stop chewing on the bread, eat this. Lin He was startled. You were late just now, because of buying this? Encore's fair face was flushed, and her big, dark, bright eyes dodged slightly. The whole person exudes a charming and pretty agility. Don't worry about it, just eat. After saying that, he turned and left in a hurry. Lin He was holding the lunchbox. I feel an indescribable feeling of being touched. He knew what the girl meant. But he was about to get married and really didn't want to delay the girl's marriage. He thought about it, picked up the phone. Core, thank you. But you really don't have to be so nice to me. I'm too ordinary. As soon as Lin He put down his phone, the other party replied. Encore, I think you are not ordinary. You have many advantages. And you are also very handsome, shy. When Lin He saw this message, he almost couldn't breathe. Are all girls nowadays so straight? He gestured at the screen helplessly, not knowing how to reply. The other parties sent a message again. Encore, even more handsome than Eddie Peng. Lin He's eyes went dark and he almost got his philtrum pinched. It's an exaggeration. But I couldn't control the joy in my heart. Few boys would remain calm when a girl compliments their looks so bluntly. Calm down. Lin He, you have a fiancée. Even though she is telling the truth, you can't give her a chance just because of this. Lin He calmed down. Tap the screen carefully and click send. Bite. Encore opened the message bar with great anticipation. Brother He. Putting down his phone, Lin He became more determined. We must speed up the process of getting married. The attack of this little girl Encore was getting more and more fierce. She hit him with straight balls one after another, catching him off guard and making him feel uneasy. If this continues, something bad will happen. Before the end of get off work, Lin He sent a message to Xingyu. Xingyu, are you free after get off work? Let's have dinner together. Before talking about marriage, it is necessary to consolidate the relationship between each other. He wanted to make up for the unpleasant experience in the Western restaurant last time. But a long time has passed and there is still no reply. Another half-hour passed. Still no reply. Lin He couldn't help but call, but it took a while before the call was answered. Hello? Xingyu lowered his voice. Xingyu, what happened to you? There has been no news. No, it's okay. Xingyu's voice came from the phone. But from the other party's phone, Lin He seemed to hear someone arguing. Xingyu, stop lying to me. What happened? Xingyu was silent for a moment. She was really exhausted these past 2 days. The market value of Shin's group has been rising continuously in recent years. As the persons holding the most shares in the group, the second and third uncles of the Shin family have been fighting openly and secretly, each wanting to buy shares from the other and become the real person in charge of the Shin family. But Xingyu, an orphan girl, happened to own 10% of the shares, so her second uncle and third uncle all set their sights on her. He wanted to buy out all her shares at a low price. Well, it's just some Shin family matters, which are a little tricky. Give me the address, I'll go over and take a look. Lin He said. No, really not. Do you want me to look up the address myself? Lin He's tone left no room for doubt. Xingyu was startled. Suddenly, she felt that Lin He's domineering attitude made her feel a lot more at ease. especially when the Shin family was putting pressure on her and trying to squeeze benefits from her. She really wanted to lean on Lin He's shoulder. I'm at the Capitol Hotel, room 888. Wait. After hanging up the phone, Lin He went downstairs directly. Chapter 45 Wolf Ambitions. Capitol Hotel. Xiaoyu, I have explained the matter to you clearly. Why are you so selfish? Do you think this is just a matter of 10% of the shares? This is related to the future of our Shin group. Do you understand? Shin Sanchio looked disappointed and scolded Shin Xingyu. Uncle San, I know this matter is of great importance. But this 10% of the shares is what my father left me. If I lose all of this, I will be too embarrassed to see him in the future. Shin Xingyu felt a little sad when she thought of her deceased parents. What do you mean by lost? Xiaoyu, who are your second and third uncles in your eyes? Don't we value my brother's hard work? To put it bluntly, we have to do this because we don't want the company my brother built to decline. Shin Erxia put on a dignified look. But a hint of calculation flashed in the corner of his eyes. Based on the current share price of Shin Group, the value of Shin Xingyu's shares has exceeded 10 million. If he could convince this little girl this time and buy the company at the price from 2 years ago, he would only need 3 million to clear out the 10% of Shin Xingyu's shares. This is a very suitable business. The two uncles of the Shin family were also very confident that they could persuade Shin Xingyu. After all, the eldest son of the Shin family had died in a car accident. Shin Xingyu is just an orphan and her status in the Shin family is precarious. Shin Xingyu felt deeply powerless. Second uncle, third uncle, since you said so, it's not impossible for me to give up these shares. I just don't know what price you two want to offer. The two uncles of the Shin family looked at each other. Shin Sanchio cleared his throat, his eyes sharp. I have discussed this with your second uncle. We will buy your shares at a high price, 2.3 million. What do you think? I hope I am not bullying you? 2,300,000? Shin Xingyu couldn't believe it. She had known that her second and third uncles were sinister and money-loving, but she never imagined they were so cruel. Even 2 years ago, when the company was at its lowest point, the price of 10% of the shares was far from this. What? You think it's not enough? Shin Erxia narrowed her eyes, her tone revealing dissatisfaction. Shin Xingyu took a deep breath. Uncle, this price is only a quarter of the market price at most. I have nothing in the Shin family except these shares my father left me, which is my only support. Uncle, can't you consider me? Bang! Shin Erxia slammed the table. Enough! Shin Xingyu. What are you talking about? We are originally thinking about the Shin family. We are afraid that a woman like you will rashly waste the shares, so we have to come forward to manage it for you. But what about you? Not only do you not know how to be grateful, but you also want to take the opportunity to ask for a huge amount. You don't care about family feelings at all, it's really too much. Seeing that the other party was not going to reason, Shin Xingyu did not want to continue to pester him. She just wanted to sell it. Okay, let's stop here for today. Second uncle, third uncle, I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first. Shin Sanchio took out a family tree from his bag slowly. Xiaoyu, we didn't want to make this move, but we didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Shin Xingyu trembled all over. Uncle San. What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. Shin Sanchio stopped pretending and his evil ambitions were clearly revealed. You. Shin Xingyu never imagined that her second uncle would be so shameless as to use such means as removing her from the family tree to deal with her. But she just had no idea what to do. If she was really kicked out by the Shin family, she would really have no one to rely on. She was not sure whether the Lin family would still agree to Lin He marrying her if they knew about this. For a moment, Shin Xingyu was silent. Shin Erxia smiled sinisterly and took the share transfer contract to Shin Xingyu. Don't bear it, niece. Sign it. Your uncles will not treat you unfairly in the future. Seeing the pen handed to me, I think of the worried look in my parents' eyes when they passed away. The last bit of strength in Shin Xingyu's body also faded away. She can't leave the Shin family. That was the place her parents had guarded for half their lives. A tear fell from her bright eyes and she raised her hand to pick up the pen. The next second, there was a loud bang and the door of the private room was kicked open. Lin He was wearing a high-end suit, his figure was exceptionally tall and straight, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. He actually had a kind of condescending majesty, and with his handsome face, he looked extraordinary and noble, making people feel intimidated. Lin He. Shin Qingyu suddenly felt like crying. Shin Erxia and Shin Sanchio looked Lin He up and down, speaking in an unfriendly tone. Who is this? Lin He walked straight in and sat leisurely on the main seat. I'm sorry, you two. Miss Shin's shares cannot be given to you. This is our family matter. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Leave now. Or I'll call security. Shin Erxia glared, feeling very annoyed at this guy who suddenly appeared. Uncle, he is my fiancé, the young master of the Lin Group, Lin He. What? Uncle Shun was shocked. I had heard that young Master Lin had been found, but I never had the chance to see his true appearance with my own eyes. Besides, even if there is such an opportunity, a family like the Shin family has no qualifications to sit at the table in front of the Lin Group. The only reason Shin Qingyu was able to get engaged to Lin He was because of the good personal relationship between Shin Ichuan and Lin Dashan. However, in recent years, the Shin family has increased its assets several times by leveraging the marriage contract with the Lin Group. Master Lin, I wonder if you have any advice for me since you came here today? Shin Sanchio's face suddenly became full of flattery. It's not that I'm giving you any advice, I just want to tell you too that I have my own arrangements for my fiancé's shares in the Shin family, so don't bother others with the trouble. Lin He said in a resounding voice. Just now, outside the door, he heard with his own ears how these two uncles in wolfskins bullied Shin Qingyu. He has no love for his own niece, but instead relies on his status as an elder to threaten her with the family tree. It's really despicable. Shin Erxia laughed. Master Lin, you must have misunderstood. We did this for Xiaoyu's sake. Now. You're only giving me this little money for my fiancé's sake? Is that how you two act as uncles? Lin He interrupted directly. The two uncles of the Shin family did not expect Lin He's attitude to be so tough. But Shin Erxia has been in the business world for most of his life, and what he is best at is dealing with people. He's just a young boy. Do you think you can scare him away just by relying on the Lin family's reputation? Dream. Master Lin, this price is already very fair. You may not know that there are still some problems within our Shin's company, so we definitely can't just look at the apparent value. Yeah. Shin Sanchio also spoke up. Lin He smiled slightly. Then there's nothing to talk about. If you don't want to offer, we don't want to sell. Qingyu, let's go. The two uncles of the Shin family looked tense. They originally thought that using the family tree to threaten Shin Qingyu would ensure victory, but the arrival of Lin He made them dare not be so unscrupulous. But it would be a pity to let go of Shin Qingyu, this piece of fat meat. Master Lin. Please wait. Lin He raised his eyebrows. Shin Erxia gritted her teeth. So what price do you think is appropriate? Lin He pondered it seriously. I think it should be at least 20 million. 30 million is not too much. Chapter 46 An Unexpected Decision. What? Shin Erxia widened her eyes. In fact, the price of these shares is relatively transparent, with a market price of around 10 million. He originally thought that if things really didn't work out, he would just bite the bullet and take them. After all, these shares still have a lot of room for appreciation. But I didn't expect Lin He to ask for 20 or 30 million right away. That's too much. Master Lin, aren't you making things difficult for us? No one would buy these shares, not to mention 20 million, even if they were 12 million. He was telling the truth. The Shin family was just a company that made daily chemicals. Although they had developed new products in the past 2 years and their profits had increased a lot, this industry was very competitive. Other companies were also developing new products one after another. If the Shin family's product innovation was a little bit lagging, their profits would immediately drop. If the 10% stake of the Shin family is really worth 20 million, then Shin Sanchio would be the first one to sell his shares. Lin He swore solemnly. I think Shin's company has a bright future. I believe that as long as Qingyu is willing to take action, it can be sold within a day. Shin Qingyu looked a little embarrassed. Lin He, I'm afraid. She felt that Lin He was a little too optimistic, and a little unrealistic. He even began to feel that if he rashly let Lin He come over, the situation would only get worse. Before he finished speaking, he heard Shin Erxia sneer. Within 1 day? Absolutely impossible. If she really has this ability, then we are convinced. We will never interfere in her affairs again. He was originally a little afraid of Lin He, but now it seems that he is just an uneducated rich boy. They don't even have the most basic understanding of the market. It's really ridiculous. But the next second, Lin He spoke again. Okay. That would be the best. Get your company's legal and accounting staff here. I'm going to invest 20 million right now to buy out Shin Xingyu's shares. In a moment, Shin Erxia was confused. Shin Sanchio was silent. Even Shin Xingyu was shocked. Are you kidding me? You want to buy my shares? This. At this moment, she seemed to understand the gap between them. Her Shin family is still deceiving each other for a little bit of profit, but for Lin He, it's just a matter of a word. It hasn't even reached the standard for calculating the rate of return. Lin He disagreed. Is it not possible? It's only 20 million, it's worth it. He just wanted Uncle Shen to understand. He is Shin Xingyu's backer. If you want to bully Shin Xingyu, consider your own weight first. Moreover, considering the character of these two uncles, I am afraid that only if Shin Xingyu's shares are taken over, they will not dare to covet these shares anymore. This? Shin Erxia also understood this immediately, suppressed his inner reluctance, gritted his teeth and said, Master Lin is indeed generous. Master Lin spent a fortune on his beloved wife, and we have nothing to say. Ha ha. In fact, we will all be a family in the future. How dare we say anything if Master Lin wants the shares? Shin Sanchio was flexible and turned around to start currying favor with Lin He. Since the result cannot be changed, you can only choose a direction that is more beneficial to yourself. The Lin family is not easy to mess with. So he won't mess with them. Not only will he not mess with them, he can even lick their ass. Lin He didn't expect the other party to change so quickly, which saved him a lot of trouble. Okay, that's it, I'll find someone to draft a contract. Half an hour later. The contract has been drawn up. Witnessed by the two uncles of the Shin family, the contract appraisal was completed. At the same time, transfer 20 million to Shin Xingyu's bank account. The whole process takes less than 5 minutes. A 20 million renminbi business, is it easier for Lin He to run it than to buy a popsicle in a supermarket? When Shin Xingyu saw the news that the funds had arrived, she was moved by Lin He's help, but also felt a little lost. This was the only thing her father left her, but now it has turned into a string of cold numbers. The two uncles of the Shin family are completely convinced. Stunned. Is this the strength of the richest man in Beijing? After seeing the young master of the Lin group take action with their own eyes, they realized more deeply the gap between themselves and the Lin family. So, in the following time, Shin Xingyu saw. The two uncles who had been so aggressive in front of him became as docile and fawning as two Hello Kitties in front of Lin He. Master Lin, what we did today was inappropriate, please don't take it as an offense. Yes, Master Lin. You are such a perfect match for our Xingyu. We, as uncles, are honored to have a nephew-in-law like you. Then we will wait for good news from you and my nephew. Goodbye. Stay. After the two uncles of the Shin family left, Shin Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Lin He, I'm really sorry to bother you today. If you hadn't come, I really don't know what to do. Lin He took Shin Xingyu's hand. Xingyu, we will be husband and wife soon. You don't have to be so polite to me. But, will Uncle Lin agree with your decision today? Shin Xingyu was a little worried. After all, the Lin group now belongs to Lin Dashan, and the money in Lin He's hands also belongs to Lin Dashan. Lin He smiled. Xingyu, don't worry about the money. I know what's going on. In fact, he now has a total of 200 million yuan in his personal account, which he can use at any time. On the second day after he returned to his ancestral home, Lin Dashan gave him a card and told him to spend it as he pleased, as compensation for all the suffering he had endured over the years. But Lin He is used to being frugal and doesn't have any hobbies of spending money. So ordinary people would never imagine that his bank card balance is in the 9 digits. Besides, Secretary Gu also said that Lin Dashan is now gradually transferring the shares of various companies to Lin He's name. And these shares are truly priceless. Lin He's current net worth is no longer comparable to that of an ordinary young master from a wealthy family. Really? Then I feel relieved. Shin Xingyu smiled faintly, still tormented by the issue of shares. She knew that this was the best outcome. Lin He solved the problem for her and everyone was happy. But she really didn't dare to think about her deceased father. If her father knew that she had sold these shares, would he think she was useless? But the next second, Lin He waved to the legal affairs officer at the side. Xiao Zhao, draft another transfer contract and transfer all the shares just now to my fiance's name. Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Chapter 47, Emotional Heat. My meaning is very simple, these shares still belong to Miss Shen. Lin He said seriously. Okay. The legal affairs officer responded and immediately went back to work. Shin Xingyu was still in shock for a long time, and even doubted his own ears. Lin He? You? Xingyu, I know what you care about and how important these shares are to you. Don't worry, I will always be by your side. Looking at Lin He's sincere eyes, Shin Xingyu burst into tears. She was really touched. Why is he so considerate? Did you see through her thoughts at once? See through her pretense of being strong? Lin He. So you were just trying to help me out. I'm so touched. Thank you. Thank you for helping me keep these shares. I'll transfer the money back to you right now. She cried with joy, wiping her tears and taking out her cell phone. But immediately, her hand was held by a strong hand. Xingyu, you don't have to pay me back. These shares are given to you by me. Ah? Shin Xingyu was completely stunned. At first, she thought Lin He was just waiting for the appreciation. Later, she thought Lin He was trying to help her out. Now, Lin He said he wanted to give these shares to her? But these shares have always been in her name. Did Lin He give her shares or 20 million? Xingyu, I hope that every time you think of these shares, you will also think of me, and remember that I gave them to you. I'm afraid that this effect cannot be achieved no matter how much money I give you. Ha ha. When you think about it this way, am I making a fortune? After saying this, the hearts of the secretaries standing by melted. What kind of wonderful man is this? Not only is he so rich, but he's also so thoughtful and considerate. The sweet talk is also perfect. This woman is so lucky. She actually met such an outstanding man. Not only women, but even Xiao Zhao from the legal department was excited. So awesome. So high-end. So invincible. How many women can resist such an attack? Not to mention women, he wants to marry any man. Shin Xingyu stood there for a long time, looking at Lin He eagerly. In an instant, she completely fell in love with the man in front of her. Why is he always there when I need him? Shin Xingyu could no longer control the huge waves in his heart. Looking at Lin He kissed her regardless of everything. Thank you. I am so happy to have you here. This is the first gift you gave me, I will keep it well. Lin He held Shin Xingyu in his arms, letting her whisper in his arms. I also feel happier than ever before. Su Mu had given him this feeling before. He thought he would never be attracted to any woman again, and he swore that he would never fall in love with a woman easily again. But unfortunately, he met a perfect woman like Shin Xingyu. He believed that this choice was the right one. Feeling the warmth in his arms, he could even imagine how happy his future life would be. He is now eagerly looking forward to the arrival of the weekend. He hopes to set the wedding date as soon as possible and bring this woman home. Xingyu, I will cherish you. The next day. Ding ding ding. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the alarm clock rang on time. Lin He felt sleepy and his eyelids felt heavy. After signing the transfer contract last night, he and Shin Xingyu had another candlelight dinner. The atmosphere is very good and the relationship heats up quickly. When he returned to the hotel, it was already 12 o'clock. Lying on the bed, he recalled his meeting with Shin Xingyu today, feeling so sweet and excited that he didn't fall asleep until 3 in the morning. Lin He stretched and yawned. Cheer up. Go to work. Half an hour later. Just joined the company. He immediately perked up. I can see Shin Xingyu again. I'm happy. Lin He felt like he was in love, as if he had returned to middle school when he first fell in love. It's just that, will the girl from class 3 pass by my window? It became, what kind of business attire will Miss Shen wear today? Will her hair be tied up or left loose? Just thinking. Then I heard a commotion around me. Wow! That's Miss Shen. She arrived so early. I didn't expect my goddess to be so dedicated. Wow! Is this the legendary Miss Shen? She's so beautiful, really so beautiful. Even though she's so far away, I seem to have smelled her fragrance. A new intern had shining eyes and a perverted look on his face. But it immediately met with dissatisfaction from old employees. You new guy. What are you talking about? You have no respect for your leader at all. That's right. We, the seniors, have to smell this fragrance first. Do you understand the rules? Puff. Lin He almost choked up and glanced with disdain at the several employees who were waiting for the elevator with him. Turning around. Really? Shin Xingyu was walking towards them slowly. She was wearing an elegant professional dress, with slightly curled hair and light makeup on her face, yet she was already breathtakingly beautiful. It seemed that from the moment she entered the company, other women instantly lost their color. Lin He was also distracted for a moment. It's obviously the same person. Why does he feel completely different from last night? At dinner last night, she was so charming and seductive that it made people unable to stop and their hearts beat faster. And now, she seemed to have the aura of a goddess, like a pure white snow lotus from Tianshan Mountains, so otherworldly that people dared not approach her. Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared beside Xingyu. Xingyu, good morning. Have you read the plan I gave you yesterday? What do you think? Lin Xiaofeng was dressed in a suit and had a shiny haircut, and it was obvious that he had deliberately dressed up. He looked at Xingyu with admiration clearly revealed in his eyes. Lin He couldn't help but be curious. Judging from the way this person speaks and behaves, it seems that he is familiar with Xingyu? And it seems like he is from a prominent family? Especially the unique look he gave Xingyu. Lin He frowned. A trace of defense arose in my heart. Xingyu nodded politely at Lin Xiaofeng. Well, I watched it, and it felt pretty good, but... Everyone's eyes widened as if they had discovered some shocking secret. Wow! Did you hear that? Manager Lin actually called CEO Xingyu? It looks like they have a special relationship. It's a bit strange. Mr. Shin's position is obviously much higher than Manager Lin's. What's so strange about this? Haven't you heard? Manager Lin is the young master of the Lin Group. I think being a manager now is just a training exercise. Sooner or later, he will take over the group. I also heard that Mr. Shin's fiancé is the young master of the Lin Group. Then, the answer is obvious. Oh, that's right. But from this point of view, Manager Lin and President Shin are really a perfect match. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Alas. Only a man as outstanding as Manager Lin is worthy of President Shin, so we can only watch. Listening to these gossips, Lin He felt a little jealous and very unhappy. She is clearly your fiancée, but she is mistaken for someone else's? How can this be tolerated? It's so frustrating. Thinking of this, Lin He took a step forward, towards Xingyu and Lin Xiaofeng who were coming towards him. Smiling, confident look. Boss Shin, you look so beautiful today. Chapter 48 Head-on confrontation. Everyone immediately looked horrified. Lin He is such a brave guy. Ordinary employees like them, even if they wanted to see Mr. Shin, could only take a sneak peek. Lin He actually flirted with her in public? And in front of his immediate superior Lin Xiaofeng, Mr. Shin's fiancé and the young master of the group? Doesn't he want to get involved anymore? Really? After Lin He finished speaking, Lin Xiaofeng was stunned at first, and then his face turned visibly cold. Employee, can't you see we are talking about work? What's your name? I will never allow. The words are not finished yet. Xingyu smiled at Lin He. Thank you. Lin He, you look handsome today too. The people around were collectively shocked. They originally thought that Lin He would be ignored. After all, Mr. Shin is like the moon surrounded by stars. But Mr. Shin actually smiled at him. Several male colleagues were already excited and were thinking about how they could come up with something unique to make Mr. Shin smile the next time they met. Lin Xiaofeng's face was full of disbelief. He was confused. What a cold woman Xingyu is. He had tried his best to please Xingyu countless times, but the other party always ignored him. But what's going on now? How could Xingyu give such a warm smile to an ordinary employee? And he even knew the other person's name? Looking at Lin He's face, Lin Xiaofeng suddenly remembered. Isn't this man one of his subordinates? I introduced myself to him yesterday. I was so angry that my teeth were itching. Oh. Boy, just wait. Office. Lin He. What's wrong with you? Too brave, aren't you? That's right. Haven't you heard about the relationship between Mr. Shin and Manager Lin? Also, Manager Lin is not an ordinary person. Do you want to quit your job? Brother, listen to my advice and go and explain to Manager Lin. I just saw his face turn green. You too, what are our identities? Even if you admire Mr. Shin, you can't be so obvious. Everyone in the office admired Lin He a little. There are so many men in the company who admire Shin Xingyu, but no one dares to express it as clearly as Lin He. So brave. He is a role model for many perverts. But the arm can never twist the thigh. How can ordinary people like them compete with the young master of the group? It's wiser to give in early. What's wrong with Manager Lin? Just because he likes CEO Shin, can't he let others like him? Lin He said indifferently. We are all young people in our 20s, who doesn't he have some youthful spirit? But these words sounded extremely arrogant to everyone. Lin He's eyes were filled with shock. How much did Lin He drink so early in the morning? You really don't take your boss seriously, do you? And Kier's hand holding the coffee cup shook, and half of the coffee spilled out, leaving a red mark on her delicate hand. She frowned, her eyes dimmed instantly. Does Lin He really like Mr. Shin? Although she had guessed it a long time ago, she still couldn't accept it when she heard it with her own ears. My mood hit rock bottom in an instant. Ah. Kor, is your hand okay? It was Xiao Xiao's exclamation that brought in Kier back to reality. Oh, no, it's okay. Lin He turned around and saw Kor running away with a pale face and in a daze. He opened his mouth, but found nothing to say. After all, his relationship with Shin Xingyu would be exposed sooner or later. It might be good for all three of them if Kier could give up sooner. Lin He. Suddenly, an angry voice sounded. Lin Xiaofeng appeared in the office. He was holding back his anger and wanted to cause trouble for Lin He, but he didn't expect to hear such arrogant remarks as soon as he entered the office. Forget about coveting Shin Xingyu. He actually doesn't even take his immediate superiors seriously. How can this be tolerated? Everyone fell silent instantly, preparing for the coming storm. Lin He raised his eyebrows, put his hands in his pockets, and stood up slowly. Manager Lin, what's going on? Lin Xiaofeng was surprised. Since he was appointed as manager, no one has dared to be so rude in front of him. He will now let this young boy know what the consequences will be if he offends him. What's the matter? Lin He, it's working hours now, what are you talking about? Also, I've told you guys to put yourself in the right place. Don't do things that don't match your status. What's Mr. Shin's status? What's your status? How dare you speak rudely in public? Don't you want to do this anymore? Head, manager, everyone loves beauty. I just told the truth, how come you think I'm being rude? Lin He laughed freely and unrestrainedly. It made Lin Xiaofeng look even more anxious and frustrated, and he had completely lost his composure. Lin He, what's your attitude? I don't need unprofessional employees like you in my department. From now on, you are suspended. Pack up your things and leave the design department immediately. Lin Xiaofeng spoke loudly, still furious. Everyone was silent and looked at Lin He with sympathy. Who is he, Lin Xiaofeng? The young master of the Lin Group. The Lin Group is also the industry leader and has deep roots in Beijing. Lin Dashan has connections in all walks of life in Beijing. Who dares to offend? Who can afford to offend? Even the top families in Beijing would not dare to offend the Lin family easily. Not to mention ordinary people like them. A casual word from others can weigh 1,000 pounds on them. Lin He is finished. The future is gone. Not only will his position in the Lin Group be in danger, he may even be banned by the entire industry. What? Lin He looked puzzled. Several colleagues who had a good relationship with Lin He shook their heads in regret. What's the use of regretting now? Things are done by oneself. Given manager Lin's temper and status, even if he knelt down and begged for mercy, it would probably be too late. Oh. Impulse is the devil. Lin Xiaofeng snorted coldly. With contemptuous eyes. Don't you understand? You, Lin He, have been suspended. He wants everyone to know. This is the consequence of not knowing your own position. But the next second, Lin He sneered, as if he had heard something extremely ridiculous. Suspend me? On what grounds? Everyone gasped again. Abnormal. Fear. Unbelievable. Where did Lin He come from? Why is he so unruly? In the confrontation with Master Lin, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear, nor did he feel at a disadvantage at all. Chapter 49 Xin Qingyu's Secret. Why? Because you behaved frivolously in the company. It affected the company's image. Lin Xiaofeng clenched his fists. In his opinion, Lin He's behavior was undoubtedly a challenge to his authority. Lin He smiled slightly, raised his eyebrows and said, "Flirtatious behavior? I complimented my girlfriend on her beauty, and that's considered frivolous behavior? Manager Lin, isn't your management too harsh?" As soon as these words came out, there was silence in the office at first, and then everyone burst into laughter. Everyone looked at Lin He with contempt. How dare you, Lin He, claim to be Mr. Shen's boyfriend? Ignorance is truly fearless. Miss Shen is well known in the circle of rich second generations in Beijing, and there are countless high-quality men pursuing her. And you, Lin He, are just a young man who just graduated. Do you really think that just by talking to Mr. Shen for a few words, you become his boyfriend? Ridiculous. So ridiculous. At this moment, Lin Xiaofeng felt relieved instead. He originally thought that the other party was some ruthless character, but it turned out to be a psychopath with delusional disorder. He actually lowered his own status by debating with such a person. Lin Xiaofeng smiled helplessly and acted very distressed. Lin He, I understand that you like Mr. Shen, but this is definitely not okay in your situation. Forget it, it's working hours now, don't delay everyone's work, come to my office later, and we can discuss your problem in private. After saying that, just as he was about to leave, he saw Xin Qingyu's face. Lin Xiaofeng was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, it was such a coincidence that he could take advantage of this incident to show off his skills. Qingyu, I suggest you stop being so friendly with your employees. Look, this Lin He actually said he was your boyfriend. But don't be angry, I'm talking about him. Xin Qingyu frowned slightly and looked at Lin He with surprise. She was very smart and guessed the situation immediately. Although she didn't know why Lin He suddenly made their relationship public, she didn't mind. Instead, I feel at ease. It's good for everyone to know, so she can be with Lin He openly. Actually, just about to speak, she glanced at Lin Xiaofeng beside her and suddenly thought of something. Xin Qingyu bit her lip and remained silent. After a while, he changed his words. Oh, Manager Lin. It's nothing. Don't make a fuss about it. Lin Xiaofeng was accidentally. He originally thought that Xin Qingyu would be very angry and would embarrass Lin He. I didn't expect that Xin Qingyu was just going to let it go. But it's not a big problem. Although Xin Qingyu didn't say anything unpleasant, his meaning was very clear. Anyone who was not stupid could understand that Xin Qingyu and Lin He had nothing to do with each other. Really? When everyone heard this, they looked at Lin He with even more contempt and disgust. Lin He had already stopped noticing these things. His heart sank and his eyes were puzzled. Why didn't Xin Qingyu admit her relationship with him? They were so close together last night. Those promises are still ringing in my ears. Why? He really wanted to go up and ask for clarification, but he felt too tired to even say a word. Disappointment. Extremely disappointed. Xin Qingyu noticed Lin He's cold expression and felt sad. She wanted to step forward and explain. But she quickly regained her senses. He said to Lin Xiaofeng with a cold face. Manager Lin, please come with me. Okay. Qingyu. Lin Xiaofeng deliberately said loudly. He glanced at Lin He. Only then did he walk out of the design department door with an attitude of a winner. Cafe downstairs. Qingyu, why did you ask me to come out? Lin Xiaofeng looked happy. It was almost impossible for him to ask Xin Qingyu out before, but now Xin Qingyu actually took the initiative to invite him out. And it also slapped the face of Lin He, a guy who overestimates his own abilities. Cool. Could it be that after working together for a few days, Xin Qingyu finally discovered his abilities? Got it? But as soon as Xin Qingyu opened his mouth, his hopes were immediately dashed. Lin Xiaofeng, please call me by my first name from now on, so as not to cause misunderstandings. Okay, Ms. Shen. I called you out because I want to discuss something with you. Xin Xingyu pushed a bank card over, his voice cold. I hope you won't tell anyone about what happened 3 years ago when we were studying abroad together. There's 1 million in this card as a token of my appreciation. What? Lin Xiaofeng was startled. Suddenly my thoughts were surging. 3 years ago, under the arrangement of Lin Dashan, he went to study at the same university as Xin Xingyu. During a classmate camping trip, 2 of Xin Xingyu's suitors got into a violent conflict due to some verbal disputes. In the end, one of them was killed on the spot, and the other was seriously injured and hospitalized, and almost couldn't be saved. This matter has always been a concern for Xin Xingyu. Lin Xiaofeng was one of the witnesses at that time. You're talking about Alan and... Yes. That's it. Before Lin Xiaofeng could finish speaking, Xin Xingyu interrupted him. She didn't want to hear these 2 names again. That was once her nightmare. I thought it was over. But ever since Lin Xiaofeng joined the Lin group, this dusty past event has once again become Xin Xingyu's inner demon. She was afraid that others would know about it. Especially Lin He. She didn't want this incident to affect Lin He's feelings for her. Lin Xiaofeng felt a chill in his heart. Are you using this money to keep me quiet? Xingyu, you should know my feelings for you. I have been waiting for you for so many years, and I will never do anything that is bad for you. Don't you trust me? Lin Xiaofeng, I told you a long time ago that there is no possibility between us. I also told you not to waste your feelings on me. But you. Xin Xingyu was also a little excited, but there was a pleading look in her eyes. I don't have anything to give you, this money is my token of appreciation. Please keep this secret for me forever, please. Lin Xiaofeng felt a chill in his heart. The woman in front of him was the one he had loved for many years, but she rejected him again so decisively. He didn't want to say anything anymore. I understand. You can take the money back. I promise you. After saying that, he turned and left. Looking at Lin Xiaofeng's distraught back, Xin Xingyu couldn't help but shout. Etc. Hope rose in Lin Xiaofeng's eyes. Anything else, Xingyu? Xin Xingyu took a deep breath. You are the manager of the design department. I suggest you be more tolerant and kind to your subordinates, otherwise it will have a bad impact. Just enough. She had long guessed that Lin Xiaofeng's entry into the Lin group must have been arranged by Lin Dashan. But judging from Lin Xiaofeng's performance just now, it was obvious that he didn't know Lin He's identity. Although she didn't know what Lin Dashan's intention was, Lin Xiaofeng had already agreed to help her, and she also wanted to give him some reminders. After all, Lin He will take over the Lin group sooner or later. Lin Xiaofeng is in a good position now, but if he really angers Lin He might not even know how he died. Xingyu, you mean? Lin Xiaofeng immediately realized something was wrong. Sudden. A thought flashed through his mind. Xingyu, you suddenly told me all this today. Could it be that you and that Lin He really have some relationship? Chapter 50 In Core confesses. Xin Xingyu stared in amazement. Don't think too much, I'm just speaking the truth. Since Lin Dashan didn't tell Lin Xiaofeng the truth, he must have his considerations. If she speaks out rashly, something bad might happen. Besides, Lin He's identity is of great importance. If something happens, she cannot bear the consequences. No, Xingyu, you must be hiding something from me. What do you want to say? Lin Xiaofeng refused to give in and went straight up to grab Xin Xingyu's hand. Xin Xingyu frowned and immediately shook his hand away. Lin Xiaofeng, it's working hours now. I'm your boss. Is it okay for you to do this casually if someone sees you? Lin Xiaofeng's arrogance instantly weakened. But the words are not finished yet. Xin Xingyu then spoke. Okay, that's enough for today. I still have work to do. After saying that, he left the cafe. Lin Xiaofeng's heart immediately sank. He and Xin Xingyu have been alumni for several years, and he has already understood Xin Xingyu's character very well. Xin Xingyu's abnormal words and actions today made Lin Xiaofeng more certain of his guess. Lin He. I didn't expect you to be so close to Xingyu. You're done. I'll let you know what the consequences will be if you get involved with a woman you shouldn't. Design Department. After Lin Xiaofeng and Xin Xingyu left, the rumors surrounding Lin He in the office never stopped. Oh. A small employee who just got a permanent job. He said that Ms. Shen is his girlfriend. He really doesn't know his place. Hey, keep your voice down. Lin He likes Mr. Shin too much, he's obsessed with him. I understand. Understanding is bullshit. Just wait, you will suffer under Manager Lin's hands in the future. Lin He's face was stern, and he stared at the computer without blinking. Thinking of Shin Xingyu, he suddenly felt ironic. Clearly he was holding Shin Xingyu's hand last night, and Shin Xingyu was looking at him affectionately. The two discussed matters related to marriage. But in just one night, Shin Xingyu turned against him. She even refused to admit that he was her boyfriend. Why? Is Lin He really so incompetent? Lin He thought of what he said when he gave Shin Xingyu 20 million, and he wanted to slap himself twice. So stupid. She doesn't like you at all, and maybe she even agreed to have dinner with you because of the money. You are actually really moved. Ridiculous. How ridiculous. Ding ding. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Xingyu, Lin He, you won't be angry about what happened just now, right? I just want to announce our relationship at an appropriate time. After reading it, Lin He couldn't help but sneer. The right time? Isn't it just unwilling? Why do you have to say it so pompously? He simply threw his phone aside without even planning to reply. Lin He. I like you. Can you be my boyfriend? Suddenly, the originally quiet office was broken by a clear voice. Lin He was shocked and looked up to see. And Cora stood in front of him, wearing a white dress, with straight black hair hanging on her shoulders. She held a bouquet of red roses. Sweet smile, bright eyes. But there was a hint of uneasiness in his expression. Wow. What's going on? Take a video, take a video. What? My dream girl Cora actually confessed her love to Lin He? I can't accept it. Isn't Lin He really that lucky? He just got screwed by Mr. Shin, and now another beautiful lady confesses her love to him. Everyone immediately became excited and started to cheer. Lin He was confused. Cora, you. Brother He, you have helped me a lot since we met. You also stood up for me when I was bullied. I don't know when it started, but I want to see you every day. Even when I get home at night, I think of you. Brother He, I have never confessed my love to anyone, and I am afraid of being rejected. But my friend told me that if you like someone, you should say it out loud, and you can't regret it later. So, I want to say, Lin He, I like you. And Kier finished speaking in one breath with a sincere look in her eyes. To be honest, after learning that Lin He liked Shin Xingyu, she was very sad for a while. But when Lin He was ridiculed, she didn't feel relieved at all. Instead, I want to take a roll of tape and tape those people's mouths shut. But soon, she made up her mind. If you like someone, you must be persistent. She just wanted Lin He to know. Even if everyone thinks you are a joke, I, and Kier, just like you. When the whole world is against you, I will stand firmly by your side. Lin He was moved. And Kier is a good girl. But nothing will come of it with him. Thinking of this, Lin He took a step forward and held in Kier's shoulders. Kier, let's go out and talk. But just as I walked out of the design department, then he saw Shin Xingyu standing in the middle of the corridor with coldness in his eyes. Lin He's eyes moved slightly, and he naturally grabbed in Kier's hand. Kier, let's go. The moment he passed by Shin Xingyu, he seemed to hear Shin Xingyu's heavy breathing. Lin He. I heard a voice behind me. Lin He looked back, his voice cold. Boss Shin, is there something wrong? Shin Xingyu glanced at Kier beside Lin He, took a deep breath, and suppressed her emotions. It's working hours now, what are you doing? Mr. Shin, I. And Kier was about to speak when Lin He pulled her away without saying a word. Shin Xingyu was furious. She thought that if she sent a text message to Lin He to explain, the matter would be over, but she didn't expect that Lin He would not buy it and directly ignore her. Stop. Lin He, I'm talking to you. It's working hours now. As the vice president of the group, I order you to return to your workstations. Lin He shrugged and smiled playfully. I don't want to go back, what should I do? Vice President Shin, why don't you just fire me? Shin Xingyu was shocked. In her impression, Lin He always had a warm smile and was sincere to others. But now, Lin He's angular appearance made her suddenly at a loss. You? Shin Xingyu stood there in a daze, and could only watch the backs of Lin He and Kier getting farther and farther away. But everyone was already in chaos. How dare Lin He speak to Mr. Shen like this? The key point is that Mr. Shen still looks like he has no idea what to do. What is going on? And looking at the two of them, they really look like a quarreling couple. Could it be that what Lin He said was true? He and Mr. Shen are a couple? Things are getting complicated. Downstairs. And Kor was extremely nervous. Brother He, what do you want to tell me? She felt that this might be the closest she would ever be to happiness. Kor, thank you for your love. But I can't be with you just because I'm angry. That's too unfair to you. Kor, you're great, and you will definitely find your happiness in the future. Lin He said sincerely. It's not like he hadn't thought about accepting in Kor's confession. Then he ran to Xin Qingyu and yelled with his Dantian Qi. See? I'm also in high demand. I don't even want to be your boyfriend. But he couldn't treat Kor as a tool to make Xin Qingyu jealous and regretful. That's too despicable. Brother He, you brought me out here just to talk about this? And Kir's eyes instantly turned red. She thought that today's confession was the right time, right place, and right people. But unexpectedly, Lin He still rejected her directly and clearly. But even if you refuse. Lin He did not do it in front of everyone, but took her to a place where there were only the two of them. Carefully and tenderly protecting her self-esteem. At this moment, Kir is fallen. She liked the man in front of her even more. Kor, don't waste your feelings on me anymore. You are such an outstanding girl, you will definitely meet someone better in the future. Brother He, what is your relationship with Mr. Shen? Are you waiting for her? And Kor asked, blinking her big eyes. Thinking of Xin Qingyu. Lin He felt a chill in his heart. Me and her? It doesn't matter. Since Xin Qingyu is unwilling to admit it, then let her do as she wishes. Be well with yourselves from now on. And Kir breathed a sigh of relief. That's okay, she still has a chance. Looking at Kor's eager eyes, Lin He was a little overwhelmed. Kor, I haven't finished my work yet, so I'll go upstairs first. After saying that, he turned and went upstairs. Entering the elevator, Lin He took out his cell phone and dialed. Hello? Secretary Gu, can you help me check someone? Chapter 51 Getting Drunk. Outside the door. And Kir stood there in a daze, looking at Lin He's resolute back. With a frown on her lips, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She also took out her cell phone. Hello? Mom, I'm heartbroken. I'm so sad. What? My dear girl, you haven't taken that guy down yet? He is so blind. He doesn't even like my daughter from Pungbo Real Estate. Does he want to marry Chang'a in heaven? Mom, stop talking. I'm already very sad, it's so embarrassing, I don't want to work here anymore. Okay, my girl. You should just listen to me and come back to inherit our family's real estate business. Don't pursue your ideals or get into design anymore. But. And Kir was a little hesitant. Although her family's Pungbo Real Estate Group has assets worth hundreds of billions, it is also considered a well-known wealthy family in Beijing. But she has no interest in real estate at all. She came to Lin Group just for her ideal, hoping to make a name for herself in the design industry with her talent and ability. When the Lin Group was bullied by others, she had thought about giving up her ideals and returning to inherit the family property. But if I go back, I will definitely have a business marriage arranged by my family and spend my life with someone I don't love. This is not the life she wants at all. Besides, she already has someone she likes. Mom! I want to try again. After Kor finished speaking, she hung up the phone. From childhood to adulthood, whatever she wanted, she could get it at her fingertips. Whenever she meets a boy she's interested in, as soon as she shows the slightest interest, the boy will immediately come up to her eagerly, causing her to lose all interest in an instant. But Lin He, no matter how she tried to show her affection, the other party was not interested. At first, she was just a little unwilling. But now, she felt that she was trapped. I think of Lin He all the time, and my heart feels itchy when I think of him. And Kir swore secretly. She must take down Lin He. On the other side. After a series of events, Lin He was absent-minded the whole day. When he finally got off work, he contacted Zhao Yibai directly. Hey! Buddy, come out and have a drink. I'm really upset. Half an hour later. The two met at a barbecue restaurant in front of Dingchang University. When they were in school, they often went to this shop. The roasted pork kidneys there are really good. It was completely dark. The streets are particularly noisy in summer. The barbecue restaurant is popular among many college students and is crowded at this time. Lin He and Zhao Bai finally found a table. Boss, 20 skewers. 20 pork loins. A box of tsingdao. Okay. Coming right up. Zhao Yibai observed Lin He's expression. What's going on, buddy? You look like you're in a lot of pain. Lin He was stunned. Don't mention it, this metaphor is really accurate. Oh. Don't mention it. I will never trust women again. They are all fucking liars. Zhao Yibai curled his lips, looking envious and jealous. TSK. You are a full man who doesn't know how hungry a hungry man feels. I think you are just surrounded by too many pretty girls and you are overwhelmed by the choices. What's wrong with a pretty girl? The prettier she is, the more likely she is to lie. She plays with other people's feelings. And then she turns her back on them. Lin He drank a bottle of beer and finally let out what he had been holding back in his heart. This reminded Zhao Yibai of Lin Shanshan. He immediately agreed. Yes, that's right. Women who aren't that pretty can also lie. But it seems that after leaving school, women don't even bother to lie to an honest man like me. Well, actually, if you think about it carefully, being lied to and having feelings lied to is quite interesting. Puff. Lin He spat out a mouthful of beer. Oh shit. What did you do? You sprayed me in the face. Zhao Yibai shouted. The melancholy atmosphere that was created with great difficulty was instantly swept away. Lin He wiped his mouth and coughed twice. Can you blame me for this? Are you stupid? You are not happy that others have stopped lying to you. Are you a bitch? What do you know? I now realize that being cheated by a woman is not the saddest thing. The saddest thing is that if you are not worth being cheated, people won't bother to pay attention to you. Oh. But a rich second generation like you can't understand this kind of sadness. Damn. I'm so angry. Just for this, you should blow a bottle of wine yourself. Zhao Yibai stiffened his neck and stuffed a bottle of beer into Lin He's hand. Lin He was stunned. He had originally wanted to seek some comfort, but he didn't expect that Lao Zhao would get emotional. He has to drink it himself. Never mind. Drink it. I came here just to get drunk. Don't stop until you're drunk. Okay. I'll do it. I'll give you a spin. An hour later. A box of beer has been almost finished. They were both completely drunk. Heezy, your phone keeps ringing. Tell me the truth, is your drinking today related to the person who called? Lin He looked at his phone in confusion. I found out it was indeed Xinxingyu. Shut down directly. Nothing. Hey. Did you just owe me a glass of wine? Chapter 52 Lin Xiaofeng's nth confession. Breeze Villa. Xinxingyu has been waiting for Lin He's call since leaving the company. She felt that Lin He would definitely contact her after he calmed down. After all, everyone can see how good Lin He is to her. But time passed by and there was no movement from the phone. She was a little panicked. This was the first time Xinxingyu felt uneasy towards a man. She has become accustomed to men treating her like a star, obeying her in everything, and allowing her to call her and send her away at will. But today, she had clearly explained everything, but Lin He didn't even respond. He even behaved intimately with another girl in front of her. He didn't take his fiancée seriously at all. She couldn't help but call Lin He, but Lin He didn't answer. When she called again, the other party's phone was turned off. Xinxingyu felt like crying. She obviously did nothing wrong, she was just afraid that Lin He would know what happened in the past and have opinions about her. Why did it turn out like this? Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Xinxingyu's heart suddenly rose to his throat. Is it Lin He? Now you know I'm calling? Snort. He is sensible. Xinxingyu decided. As long as Lin He is nice and coaxes her well, she won't care about Lin He holding hands with other women. She picked up the phone with great anticipation. But the next second, I was extremely disappointed. Hello? Lin Xiaofeng, is there anything going on? If it's work-related, let's talk about it when we get to the company tomorrow. Qingyu, I want to talk to you about something else. Lin Xiaofeng pondered for a whole day, but still couldn't figure out what Qingyu meant by what she said today. He originally really thought that Lin He and Qingyu had a close relationship. But he carefully checked Lin He's resume and found that he was just an undergraduate who graduated from an ordinary school. He has not won any domestic or international awards, nor has he published any articles in well-known magazines. The qualifications on the resume are mediocre and there is nothing special about it. He was relieved immediately. Ha! You scare yourself. Qingyu is such an outstanding woman, how could she possibly be interested in such a small employee? Even though Lin He looks good, Qingyu is not the kind of nympho who only cares about a man's appearance. Look at Lin Xiaofeng again. He has published articles on well-known foreign websites and has won the first-class scholarship from the United States for several consecutive years. He is so outstanding, yet Qingyu looks down on him. Can you like Lin He? Stop kidding. So, Lin Xiaofeng decided. He wants to continue pursuing Qingyu. Not only because Qingyu is beautiful, has a great figure, and outstanding abilities. More importantly, the market value of Shen's company has been growing year by year in recent years and it has great potential. If he could really marry Qingyu, the Shen family would definitely help him a lot in his career. Although Lin Xiaofeng is not the best man around Qingyu, he is definitely the one who has known Qingyu the longest. The man who knows Qingyu best. Just based on this point, he felt that he needed to fight for it again. Qingyu, it's like this. I remember that next month is your birthday, and I asked someone to order a limited edition Hermes bag. There are two kinds of leather to choose from. Do you like ostrich leather or crocodile leather? Qingyu took a deep breath and interrupted Lin Xiaofeng's endless chatter. Xiaofeng, you really don't have to be like this. I appreciate your kindness, but forget about the gift. If there's nothing else, I'm going to rest. Hey! Qingyu, don't hang up yet. Actually, you know how I feel about you. Can you tell me what kind of man you like? I'm willing to do anything for you. Lin Xiaofeng's tone was sincere. This put Qingyu in a difficult position. You can't just say, I won't like you no matter what. Lin Xiaofeng continued to speak eloquently. Qingyu. We have known each other for more than 10 years. We can be considered childhood sweethearts. When we were abroad, we were dependent on each other. Why have you always been so cold to me? You even don't want me to call you Qingyu. Do I really disgust you so much? Qingyu felt a little guilty when he heard this. Lin Xiaofeng had indeed always been nice to her, and was obedient and submissive to her. But she really doesn't like Lin Xiaofeng. Not even a feeling. They did know each other when they were young, but they had only met a few times, so they couldn't really be considered childhood sweethearts. It is even more outrageous that people depend on each other for survival abroad. Xiaofeng, I know you're good to me, and I'm grateful. I cherish having a friend like you. But, I'm a little tired now, can we talk about this later? Qingyu deliberately emphasized the word friend, wanting Lin Xiaofeng to understand the meaning of rejection. But Lin Xiaofeng misunderstood and instantly became more alert. She cherishes me. She really has me in her heart. Ha! Women are just hard on the outside but soft on the inside. I understand, Qingyu. Don't worry, I will treat you twice as well. I'm not. Qingyu was about to explain. It was interrupted. Then I won't bother you anymore. By the way, I also ordered an imported coffee machine for you and put it in your office so that you can drink coffee conveniently. I'm hanging up now, good night. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Qingyu felt helpless. She opened Lin He's chat box and found that the last message was sent by herself. Suddenly I felt a little lost. He murmured, Lin He, what do you mean? Are you using cold violence just because I didn't admit that you are my boyfriend? Aren't you too narrow-minded? Chapter 53 Lin Xiaofeng's True Identity. The next day, Lin He woke up in a daze. After drinking to vent his emotions, he felt much better. I picked up the phone and just pressed the power button. Dozens of text messages came in. When he saw it, he immediately felt a headache. All of them were text messages from women, including Qingyu and Nkir. There is also Sumu S. This woman is really persistent. Scrolling further, he found that Lin Shanshan had also sent him a message. What on earth do these women want to do? Xingyu, Lin He, if you have something to say you can just say it directly. Why do you treat me like this? Xingyu, Lin He, why did you turn off your phone? Is it because you don't want to answer my call? You really don't respect others. Xingyu, I am so disappointed in you. And Kier, Hege, I have thought carefully about what you said to me for a long time. I know you don't want me to have feelings for you anymore, but I am willing to do this. And Kier, Hege, do you know? You are the kind of man I have always wanted to find. You are so upright and frank. You don't keep me hanging by an ambiguity, nor do you have any thoughts of taking advantage of me. You are the Prince Charming in my heart. And Kier, Hege, I won't give up. I believe that sooner or later I will impress you. Make you fall in love with me. Sumu, can we talk again? I've been thinking a lot these days. I always think of the time when we went to the playground together for a walk, ate hot pot together in that rented house, and did all kinds of things together. I can't forget you. Sumu, I know I broke your heart, but I really love you. Thinking about our love back then, don't you miss it? Sumu, do you know that my parents beat me again a few days ago? They called me a money loser. I am so sad and feel so tired of living. I think if there is really anything that can support me to continue living, it is only you. Unknown number, Lin He, I am Lin Shanshan. First of all, I am very sorry for what I did to you that day. Please forgive me. But I was really overwhelmed with emotion that day. You are too charming. I know you hate me, and I dare not hope to have you. I just want you to delete the recording of that day. I will get married in the future, if it gets out. I am really scared. Please. After reading this, Lin He felt like he was drunk from last night. Dizziness. Why are these women so difficult? He originally just wanted a true love. But God likes to play jokes on him. He gives him hope time and time again, but he also makes him fall miserably time and time again. Is this reasonable? Is this supposed to happen? Is this correct? Lin He slammed the table and deleted all the information. Go to hell with you guys. I used to be a loser, so I had to worry about women. Now I'm a rich man in Beijing, how can I still worry about women? Damn it. Who cares? Goodbye. If you don't listen to me, I won't serve you anymore. Ding ding ding. Just as I put down my phone, another call came in. Lin He thought it was another woman, but when he picked it up, he found it was Secretary Gu. He was startled and immediately became energetic. Hello? Secretary Gu, how is the investigation going? Who is this Lin Xiaofeng? What? Really? Ha ha. So that's how it is. Okay, I get it. What did you say? Xingyu and Lin Xiaofeng have known each other for many years? They even studied abroad together? Are you sure? After hanging up the phone, Lin He's expression quickly turned cold. He packed up quickly and rushed to the company. Lin Group. As soon as Lin He arrived at the entrance of the design department, he heard Lin Xiaofeng's fierce speech inside. I heard that some people don't obey management and even turn a deaf ear to what Mr. Shin says. This is really too much. Does the company support you just to rebel? Do you still have your boss in your eyes? Encore. You should know who I'm talking about? Lin Xiaofeng's eyes were sinister. He had just heard from his employees that Lin He and Nkir disobeyed Xingyu's management yesterday, and he was immediately furious. Xingyu was his goddess. How could she be wronged in his department? He absolutely won't allow it. If it was anyone else, it would be fine, but it had to be Lin He. He originally wanted to find Lin He to question him, but found that the other party had not arrived yet. He turned around and took out his anger on Nkir. Nkir stood up tremblingly. Manager Lin, I'm sorry. Yesterday's incident was indeed caused by me, so you can deduct my salary. But it has nothing to do with others, so please don't hold others responsible. Lin He's heart was slightly moved when he heard this. At this time, Nkir is still defending him? He remembered that Nkir's salary was not high, probably just enough to live on. But Nkir would rather have his salary deducted than have manager Lin cause trouble for him. Humph. What a silly girl. Nkor, I remind you, don't forget your position. Who I should deal with and how I deal with them is not up to you. Also, do you think that just deducting your salary will be enough? You are too naive. Don't do the project on hand for now. Leave it to Xiao Lu. Lin Xiaofeng is bossy. And Kor's eyes trembled. What? Manager, I've been working on this project for a month and it's almost done. You asked me to hand it over to someone else. This is all my hard work. Lin Xiaofeng was not moved at all. What can we do? You are not fit to work on such an important project in your current state. Manager, but that's enough. Lin Xiaofeng stepped forward. He snatched the folder from Encore's hand, flipped through it casually, and snorted coldly. Heh. Seeing you argue so hard, I thought you would come up with some good design. Turns out it's just this kind of thing. It's totally worthless. As he said this, he threw the folder in his hand roughly into the air. It's just a bunch of garbage. You. Encore's eyes instantly turned red. These designs were the result of her constant pursuit of perfection and hard thinking, but they were belittled in public. She felt humiliated as if she had been slapped twice. She clenched her fists tightly and trembled all over. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed into the door of the design department. Without saying a word, the man raised his leg and kicked Lin Xiaofeng. Forehead. After a muffled groan, Lin Xiaofeng was kicked to the ground in an instant. Seeing who was coming, Lin Xiaofeng was shocked and angry. Lin He? How dare you fight me? Do you know what you are doing? Everyone in the design department took a deep breath. What's happening? Lin He actually dared to fight with Manager Lin? Doesn't he know that Manager Lin is Lin Dashan's son and the heir to the Lin Group? Such tycoons in Beijing are good at both black and white business. Kill without spilling blood. How many lives does Lin He have? How dare he do this? Several employees who usually had a good relationship with Lin He were already sweating profusely. Lin He, you are too impulsive. Apologize to Manager Lin quickly. That's right, Lin He. Haven't you heard? Oh. Hurry up and apologize to Manager Lin. Lin He said nothing, his face was grim. He just quietly picked up the folders scattered on the ground and placed them on Enkir's desk. Enkir was stunned. She stared at Lin He intently. What flashed through my mind was the scene in the movie. Zizunbo suddenly appeared, riding on a 7-colored cloud to save Fairy Zixia. The way Lin He looked just now was simply the unrivaled hero in her heart. Enkir was really moved. At this moment, she completely fell in love with the man in front of her. She wanted to spend the rest of her life with him. Give birth to a child for him. On the side, Lin Xiaofeng didn't expect that his roar was completely ignored. He was angry. Then he struggled to stand up and rushed towards Lin He with his fist raised. Lin He was well prepared. He nimbly dodged Lin Xiaofeng's fist by leaning sideways, then turned around suddenly and kicked Lin Xiaofeng hard in the abdomen. Lin Xiaofeng was kicked against the wall again. Hiss. Lin Xiaofeng covered his stomach, grimacing in pain. He didn't expect Lin He to be so strong. Just like a laborer who has moved bricks and carried cement. Lin He. You are just a small employee, how dare you do this to me? Don't you know my identity? Have you ever thought about what the Lin and Lin Xiaofeng is? Do you know what the relationship is between me and the group's CEO Lin Dashan? With my identity, can you afford to offend me? After Lin Xiaofeng realized that he was no match for Lin He, he decisively resorted to mental suppression. Of course he knew the rumors in the company, but he didn't want to clarify them at all. What a great son Lin Dashan has. He dreams of being Lin Dashan's son. You are born with a life that others dare not even imagine. Lin He couldn't help but sneer. He didn't expect that at this time Lin Xiaofeng would actually want to use a fake identity to intimidate him. What's even more ridiculous is that, actually, in front of him, the real young master of the group. The cuckoo takes over the magpie's nest. The fox is taking advantage of the tiger's might. Heh, identity? What's your identity? Lin Dashan's distant nephew? Lin He looked down at him and smiled teasingly. Chapter 54 Breakup. As soon as these words came out, the originally quiet design department suddenly cried out in surprise. Ah? What did Lin He say? Distant nephew? What's going on? It's different from the rumors. That's right. I'm confused too. Isn't Manager Lin the CEO's only son? How did he suddenly become a distant nephew? Lin He's words are getting more and more outrageous. I agree. He said yesterday that Ms. Shen was his girlfriend. That's totally outrageous. While everyone was discussing, only Lin Xiaofeng was shocked and extremely confused. What? How do you know? Who told you? Could it be Qingyu? It was almost impossible for anyone in the company to know that he was Lin Dashan's distant nephew. The only person who knows the truth is Qingyu. But Qingyu is his goddess. How could she tell others about such a thing? Everyone was speechless. What Lin He said was actually true. But then again, even though he is a distant nephew, he is still 100 times better than the average person. Why do you, Lin He, a wage earner, look down on the CEO's distant nephew? Lin He sneered. It seems that there are really many little secrets between you and Vice President Shen. Lin Xiaofeng smiled grimly. Oh. So what? Lin He, I think you are jealous of me? In Qingyu's eyes, you are just a clown who seeks attention. How dare you call yourself Qingyu's boyfriend? And I am Qingyu's childhood sweetheart. I have deep feelings for you. Deeply sentimental. Lin He repeated it through gritted teeth, anger rising. Seeing this, Lin Xiaofeng seemed to have found Lin He's weakness. Immediately decide to strike while the iron is hot, increase firepower, and give the opponent the final fatal blow. He held his head high and walked forward slowly, looking at Lin He with a disdainful tone. Ha, Lin He, even if I'm not the CEO's only son, so what? Just based on my status as the CEO's nephew, I'm 10,000 times better than an ordinary person like you. And the woman you care about the most told me in person that she cherishes me. Did you hear that clearly? She said she cherishes me very much. Ha ha, what can you use to compete with me? Are you worthy? Lin He's head buzzed. What? Qingyu actually used the word cherish to Lin Xiaofeng? But she never said a single sweet word to her fiancé. What is he then? Unconsciously, Lin He clenched his fists. Humph. Are you stupid? Lin He, you are done, you don't even know. Lin Xiaofeng was still shouting with confidence. Lin He had already reached his limit. He rushed forward and grabbed Lin Xiaofeng by the collar. Shut up. Otherwise, I won't let you leave this door today. Lin He. What are you doing? Let go. As soon as Qingyu arrived at the office in the morning, she saw the coffee machine that Lin Xiaofeng had sent her. After consideration, she decided to visit the design department and return the coffee machine to its original owner. Then completely reject Lin Xiaofeng. Unexpectedly, as soon as she walked into the design department, she saw the scene in front of her. Lin He actually wants to hit someone? It's outrageous. Qingyu? When Lin Xiaofeng saw someone coming, he subconsciously tried to break free. But when he struggled, he found that Lin He's grip was extremely strong. He couldn't move at all. Feeling ashamed, Lin Xiaofeng forced himself to shout. Qingyu! You're here! Lin He is so outrageous. He actually fought with me. If it weren't for the company's discipline, I would have been rude to him a long time ago. Qingyu frowned and stepped forward quickly. Lin He, let go. This is in the company. What on earth do you want to do? Lin He glanced at Qingyu and smiled sarcastically. Vice President Shen, you are quite nervous about your old friend. Lin He, what do you mean? Qingyu's tone turned cold. It's nothing. I want to have a good chat with him today. The company has its own rules. Okay. Let's talk outside. Lin He had a cold face and walked out holding Lin Xiaofeng. Qingyu was stunned. She didn't expect that Lin He had completely ignored her. Lin He. I'll say this one last time, let go. Do you think you're a hooligan? Lin He felt a chill in his heart. At this moment, he was completely disappointed with Qingyu. A hooligan? Is this how I am in your heart? When you stay up late to work overtime, I will bring you food and drinks, and think of ways to make you relax and happy. When you were bullied, I stood up for you and risked my life to snatch the knife from the thug. When your family sucked your blood, I paid for it and helped you. I didn't care when people called you a bully, and I brought out the entire Lin family to support you. In the end, you were just labeled as a thug? What on earth am I, Lin He, in your heart? Will you shut up? You're making so much noise. Lin He's tone was annoyed. He didn't even bother to look at Shin Xingyu. Wah! What? Lin He? Shin Xingyu's heart trembled and he almost couldn't stand. Lin He actually spoke to her like this? She has never been treated like this by a man in her life. At this time, Lin Xiaofeng was already having difficulty breathing due to the tie. His eyes rolled back. Let me go. Brother He. And Kier called out timidly and stood in front of Lin He. Brother He, this happened because of me. Can you calm down? I don't want you to do anything out of line that will hurt yourself in the end. Lin He glanced at Ankur and thought of Shin Xingyu's appearance just now. Suddenly, an evil thought came into my mind. Shin Xingyu, when I return the favor, what will you do? You think you are a goddess, the center of attention. But I, Lin He, don't buy your story anymore. How will you respond? Looking at Ankur, Lin He curled his lips. Okay, Kor, I'll listen to you. After saying that, he threw Lin Xiaofeng, whose tongue had turned purple from being strangled, away. Shin Xingyu was stunned and could not believe what he heard. Lin He was obviously her boyfriend, but he turned a deaf ear to her words. Accepting another girl's words with pleasure. That's too much. Her face darkened and she looked at Lin He and Ankur coldly. Brother He. Facing Lin He's gentle gaze, Ankir's heart moved slightly and a blush appeared on her face. Kor, thank you for defending me just now. I want to give you some gifts to express my feelings. Can you give me this opportunity? Really? Brother He, you want to give me something, but I don't need it. I didn't do anything, but I asked you to fight for me. You didn't get hurt, did you? I'm fine. Tell me, is there anything you want? Well, actually, I don't care about any gift. I only care if it's from you. Thank you, Brother He, just give me a small gift. I will definitely treasure it. Ankur was so happy that she could barely speak. But the look in Lin He's eyes was full of love. Okay, let's go. Lin He smiled and walked forward. Lin He. Stop. Seeing the two of them about to leave, Shin Xingyu couldn't bear it anymore. What does Lin He mean? Do you really take her as your girlfriend seriously? Lin He tilted his head slightly, his voice impatient. Oh, Vice President Shin, I have something important to do right now and I can't go to work. You can do whatever you want with me. Lin He. Shin Xingyu's voice was choked with sobs. She couldn't bear it anymore. Why? Why did Lin He suddenly become like this? Becoming so indifferent. If you go out today, we'll break up. Chapter 55. The truth is about to come out. The design department suddenly exclaimed. What did I hear? Break up? Mr. Shin said break up? So? Lin He and Ms. Shin are really in a relationship? No? Why is he so sure? Doesn't he just look like Eddie Peng? Is Ms. Shin such a superficial woman? So, Lin He didn't lie yesterday? But why didn't Mr. Shin admit their relationship? Why else? It must be because Lin He is not good enough. And Kier paused and looked at Lin He suddenly. I feel an indescribable feeling in my heart. Lin Xiaofeng, who was sitting on the ground gasping for breath, was also stunned. What? Xingyu, what did you say? He could never have imagined that Lin He, who seemed useless to him, was actually Shin Xingyu's boyfriend. He felt like crying but had no tears. Lin He had just joined the company for a month and he had already hooked up with Shin Xingyu? He has been chasing Shin Xingyu for several years. But they haven't even held hands. Why? Why is that? No. He can't accept it. Shin Xingyu stared at Lin He without blinking. Eyes filled with tears. Lin He, speak up. If you are still willing to be with me, I will show up on time for the dinner tomorrow night, and then discuss our marriage with both parents as planned. But, if you don't want to, you can leave now. But remember, I, Shin Xingyu, will never look back. She spoke in a serious tone, but it clearly revealed her intention to save the relationship. She really wanted to explain the misunderstanding that day and regretted not admitting her relationship with Lin He on the spot. But her pride didn't allow her to say another word. As you please. Lin He left the office without a trace of warmth after saying this. At the same time, Shin Xingyu shed 2 lines of tears. Lin He, you've gone too far. I will never forgive you. Everyone was stunned. Shock. Confuse. Don't understand. It was surprising enough that Mr. Shin and Lin He were a couple. But Lin He's performance was even more outrageous. What is he thinking? Ms. Shin is such a beautiful woman. Lin He was willing to hurt someone's feelings like this? He is so ordinary, yet Mr. Shin likes him. Instead of being grateful, he treats the beauty like a worn-out shoe. What a beast! Many male colleagues in the design department were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Lin Xiaofeng was also heartbroken. That's his goddess. He usually doesn't even dare to speak loudly to his goddess, but Lin He doesn't know how to cherish her. He couldn't bear it any longer. Stand up and say loudly. Xing Yu. Lin He is going too far. I must vent your anger today. I will fight him. Xing Yu felt a little annoyed. If it weren't for Lin Xiaofeng, she and Lin He wouldn't have reached this point. Originally, tomorrow was the day their two families were going to discuss their marriage, but now everything is messed up. Without the protection of the Lin family, what will she do in the Shin family? Lin Xiaofeng, I appreciate your kindness, but you don't have to worry about my business. No. Xing Yu, I can't allow anyone to do this to you. Xing Yu, Lin He doesn't deserve you at all. I will never let him go. Saying, Lin Xiaofeng took out his cell phone and called the group's human resources manager. He has tolerated Lin He many times. This time, he will never tolerate it again. Regarding personnel changes in the design department, his words as a manager still count. In his design department, he doesn't need such lawless people. Hello? Is that Lao Zhou? I'm Lin Xiaofeng, and this is the situation. There's a guy named Lin He in our design department. Ask the accountant to calculate his salary this month. I fired him. Well, okay, thank you very much, Lao Zhou. I'll wait for your news. This time, Xing Yu did not stop Lin Xiaofeng. She just glanced at him indifferently, shook her head helplessly, and left the design department in a daze. She no longer cared about other matters. Only she herself knew what she had lost just 5 minutes ago. Only after Lin Xiaofeng hung up the phone did he feel that he had finally regained his face. Facing the design department, which was completely silent, Lin Xiaofeng glanced around. He regained his majestic demeanor. Remember this. Not only will I fire Lin He, I will also announce to the rest of the industry that Lin He will be completely banned. From now on, there will be no place for Lin He in the design industry in Beijing. You must take this as a warning. Otherwise, don't blame me for not caring about the relationship between my colleagues. Ding ding. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang. Lin Xiaofeng showed a triumphant wicked smile. In order to shock everyone, he deliberately pressed the hands-free button. Hello? Lao Zhou, did you get it done so quickly? Thank you very much. Let's have a drink together sometime. He. Manager Lin. Is the person you just mentioned called Lin He? On the phone, Lao Zhou's voice sounded awkward. Lin Xiaofeng frowned. He thought it was a simple matter and would definitely succeed, so he turned on the hands-free function. But now Lao Zhou's attitude made him feel a little embarrassed. He replied unhappily. Yes, his name is Lin He. What's wrong? Lao Zhou, this matter. The words are not finished yet. Then he was interrupted by Lao Zhou's voice on the phone. Manager Lin, did you have any conflict with Lin He? This. I really don't know how to tell you. Lin Xiaofeng became a little impatient, wondering when did old Zhou become so nagging. Old Zhou, please speak. Well, okay. Manager Lin, just now, our human resources department received a new transfer letter. The president of our group. Hey. Old Zhou, why are you telling me this? I'm talking to you about that kid Lin He. You don't have to persuade me, I've got Lin He. Beep, beep. Before he finished speaking, there was a busy tone on the phone. Hello? Hello? Lin Xiaofeng didn't understand what was going on, so he called back, but the other party didn't answer the phone anymore. When he was in distress. Sudden. A young man appeared at the door. Upon seeing the visitor, Lin Xiaofeng immediately became polite. Secretary Gu? How come you have time to come to the design department? Does President Lin have any plans? The person who came was Lin Dashan's confidant, Gu Xiaokong. No one in the company dares to disrespect him. Secretary Gu glanced at Lin Xiaofeng. Mr. Lin has decided to step down as the company's president for personal reasons. The new president will meet everyone soon. I am here today to convey the new president's first decision. Chapter 56, Taking Off the Vest. Lin Xiaofeng was full of doubts and confusion. Secretary Gu, is what you said true? My uncle has always been in good health, how could he suddenly become ill? And, what new president? This. I have never heard of it. He obviously didn't want to accept this reality. Many people don't know. 3 years ago, Lin Dashan intended to train him to become the future successor of the Lin Group. After all, Lin Dashan's son had disappeared long ago. Although Lin Xiaofeng was a distant nephew, he was also Lin Dashan's closest relative. It was only later that he was exiled abroad by Lin Dashan because his ambition was too obvious. When Lin Xiaofeng returned to China this time, she originally thought that Lin Dashan had changed his mind and wanted to continue training her. During his days in the design department, he was always looking forward to it and worked hard to perform. But he never expected that. The candidate for the new president has already been chosen? What on earth does Lin Dashan mean? He really couldn't think of anyone more suitable than him to be the new president? Secretary Gu did not answer, but glanced at him coldly. Manager Lin, you may not be able to continue working as the design department manager. Lin Xiaofeng was stunned. But as soon as I thought about it, my mood reached its peak. Could it be? Really? Do you want him to be the vice president? Yes. Definitely. It seems that Lin Dashan should have chosen a veteran of the company to take over the position of president. But Lin Dashan is very scheming and will definitely retain his own power and connections to serve as a check and balance. He, Lin Xiaofeng, is a real member of the Lin family. In terms of ability, in recent years, he not only studied management abroad, but also learned a lot of financial knowledge. Definitely the most suitable candidate. Lin Xiaofeng suppressed the joy in his heart. Clear your throat. Secretary Gu, if I am not allowed to be a manager, what position should I take? Sorry, Manager Lin, you're fired. Secretary Gu's tone was cold. What? Impossible. What are you talking about? This is absolutely impossible. Lin Xiaofeng was horrified. He is Lin Dashan's nephew. No matter who the new president is, he won't have the guts to fire him. Everyone was stunned. What on earth is going on? This is too sudden. I still don't believe it. Who is Manager Lin? How could he be fired so easily? What I'm curious about is, who is this new CEO? How dare he touch Mr. Lin Dashan's people right after taking office? Is he that arrogant? Lin Xiaofeng also realized this immediately. He said loudly to Secretary Gu. Who is the new president? I want to see who is so ignorant of life and death. I am Mr. Lin's nephew, and you dare to touch me right after taking office. Aren't you afraid of offending Mr. Lin? You are so ungrateful. It's me. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Lin He stood at the entrance of the design department, with his hands behind his back. He was wearing a neat and exquisite suit, his face was cold, and he exuded the majesty of a superior. Lin Xiaofeng turned his head in disbelief. He stared at Lin He blankly for a few seconds. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck his mind. Countless pieces of information were summarized and repeated in his mind. Are you the long-lost son of Lin Dashan? Lin Xiaofeng's scalp tingled and his voice trembled. Lin He smiled coldly. Yes, that's me. The moment I heard these words with my own ears, Lin Xiaofeng's legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. What did he just do? He actually wanted to fire Lin Dashan's own son? Or in front of so many people? The worst thing is that he just pressed the speakerphone button smartly. Stupid. So stupid. In an instant, everyone in the design department was almost frightened to death. What? What? What did I just hear? Lin He is Mr. Lin's biological son? No wonder, no wonder. It makes sense. Everything makes sense now. So that's how it is. I originally thought that Mr. Shen didn't know how to judge people, so he chose Lin He. It turns out that Lin He is the real young master of the group. After all this time, Mr. Shin is the smart one. We are the stupid ones. Ms. Shin is the same. She has a boyfriend as powerful as Master Lin, but she doesn't even want to admit it. She made Master Lin lose face. She is simply ungrateful. And Lin Xiaofeng is such a joke. Not only has he always been known as Mr. Lin's son, but he has also always been at odds with Lin He. The most ridiculous thing is that a distant nephew of his wants to fire the real young master of the group. Indeed. If I were him, I'd probably never want to see anyone again. Listen to these words. Lin Xiaofeng wanted to escape from here with his tail between his legs immediately. But the monk can run away, but the temple cannot. With Lin He's current status, he simply can't afford to offend him. Well, Lin He, actually, this is all a misunderstanding. Some of the things I did before were not intentionally targeting you. It's okay, Lin Xiaofeng, I'm just expelling you, I won't ban you. Lin He smiled faintly. But Lin Xiaofeng trembled. Did Lin He hear what he just said? Lin He, I didn't just say that, don't. That's enough. I don't want to hear your nonsense. I'll give you 3 minutes to pack your things. Otherwise I'll call security. Lin He interrupted impatiently. Lin Xiaofeng's whole body tensed up, and his face instantly turned the color of liver. Good. 3 minutes later. Lin He looked at the design department, which had become much cleaner. The dark clouds in my heart dissipated a little. Many of his colleagues who had troubled him in the past were too guilty to dare to look up, fearing that Lin He would hold a grudge and they would follow in Lin Xiaofeng's footsteps. Only Kier, still staring at Lin He blankly. Is Lin He really the young master of the Lin group? No wonder he is so outstanding. My Kier has a really good eye. What should I do? Why do I feel a little inferior? Lin He has such a prominent identity, wouldn't it be more difficult for me to pursue him? Lin He glanced at everyone. Speak slowly. During my time in the design department, I have a lot of feelings. As soon as I heard this, everyone's heart suddenly rose to their throat. It's over. What is coming will come. Are you going to leave? It turns out that one should be kind in life. But the next second, Lin He's words made them doubt their own ears. My colleagues in the design department are very professional and dedicated in their work, and I am very happy to see this. From the design department alone, I seem to have seen the overall working atmosphere of the Lin group. Therefore, my second decision is to double the salary of the entire group this month. After a brief silence, the design department instantly erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Wow! President Lin is so generous. President Lin is so generous. General Lin has a big vision. I'm impressed. Thank you, Mr. Lin. We will continue to work hard. We will serve Mr. Lin wholeheartedly and will not hesitate to die for him. Lin He smiled faintly. They seemed to be happy with this situation. Secretary Gu was also stunned, and immediately looked at Lin He with new eyes. It turned out that when Lin Dashan made this decision, he was still skeptical, fearing that Lin He was not capable enough and would affect the efficiency and reputation of the Lin group. But he could never imagine. Lin He had only been in office for less than 10 minutes when he announced two very important decisions. The first decision was to cut the Gordian knot and eliminate those subordinates who had disloyalty towards him. The second decision is to use the most practical means to quickly win over people's hearts. The most rare thing is, he did not take revenge on those people just because they looked down on him. Instead, he treated them all equally and only judged their work ability. Secretary Gu couldn't help but sigh that he was still too narrow-minded. He thought Lin He would take revenge, but in fact, he never took those irrelevant people and words seriously from beginning to end. He is worthy of being Lin Dashan's son. He is worthy of being the future successor of the group. 10 minutes later, Lin He walked out of the design department. To Secretary Gu. I'm a little tired. I'll hand over the group's work for the next few days to Vice President Xia. I need some time to adjust my mood. Okay. Mr. Lin, don't worry. The group is in good condition now, and all departments are in order. Just rest assured. If there is anything important, I will report to you in time. Yeah, very good. Lin He nodded, his eyes deep and unclear. Secretary Gu glanced at Lin He and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Lin He glanced at him. If you have something to say, just say it. Secretary Gu was startled, then immediately showed respect. Boss Lin, actually. I'm just a little curious. The CEO's appointment letter was clearly sent a long time ago. Why did you keep it with me and only hand it over to the Human Resources Department today? Lin He was silent. Indeed, his father had already discussed with him about taking over the position of president. But he always felt that the time was not ripe and wanted to wait until his marriage with Xin Xingyu was settled before announcing his identity. It's just that what happened in the past 2 days happened too fast. Many things have exceeded his expectations. He was extremely disappointed with Xin Xingyu. He didn't want to continue to tolerate Lin Xiaofeng. Nothing, just a whim. Ding ding. Sudden. The phone rang. It was a text message from Xin Xingyu. Tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, Jingcheng Hotel. Lin He couldn't help but frown. Didn't Xin Xingyu already say we wanted to break up? Why did you send him the time and place to discuss the marriage? Is this a gesture of goodwill to him? Chapter 57 Nkir, I feel inferior. After Nkir got home from get off work, my mind has been full of what happened today. Even recalling every sentence and every word he had said to Lin He. She is very confused. She originally thought that she was the daughter of a booming real estate company, and she had some confidence and sense of superiority in her heart. But she never expected that Lin He would become the only son of the richest man in Beijing. She has no confidence. She felt so upset. I really want to find someone to talk to. After thinking about it, she called Su Mu. Mumu, do you have time now? Can you come out and chat with me? I'm in trouble now. Half an hour later, the two met in the park downstairs from Su Mu's house. Kor, what's wrong with you? Why are you so anxious? You seem very worried. This is not your character. Su Mu teased. Ever since being harshly rejected by Lin He again, Su Mu has been depressed. Especially yesterday, she used her last resort and told Lin He that she didn't want to live anymore, but still received no reply. She was even more frustrated. I was originally thinking of talking to Nkor about my depression. I didn't expect to receive a call from Nkor first. Mumu, do you remember the boy in our company that I told you about? Nkir sighed and said. Sumu pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized. Oh. I remember now. Is he the boy in your company who helped you share the work when you were working overtime? I remember now. I even gave him a nickname, the Overtime Man. Yes, that's right. It's him. Nkir smiled knowingly. You know what? I just realized recently that I don't know him at all. What's going on? Haven't you been colleagues for a long time? You should know everything about his personality and family. What's going on? Did he have some secret that you discovered? Sumu's eyes lit up, smelling a hint of gossip. Nkor bit her lip. I guess so. The thing is, I just found out today that he actually has a girlfriend. What? What a scumbag, then why didn't he tell you all this time? What is this? Raising fish? Sumu spoke up for the injustice. Nkor shook her head. Actually, he's not a scumbag. When I pursued him, he clearly rejected me every time. The weird thing is his girlfriend, you know? He? What? His girlfriend is actually a female CEO? Nkir responded and continued. But last time, his girlfriend, 1,000 words omitted here. What did you say? The female CEO doesn't admit that she's dating him? Hey! What's so strange about that? She's a female CEO, so she must think that the overtime guy is not good enough. I think this female CEO is just like you, she's attracted to the overtime guy's looks. But you have to understand that there's a difference between playing around and having a serious relationship. The female CEO is more realistic. She must want to find someone of equal status. Sumu gave a well-reasoned analysis. Nkir curled her lips. Then the story leads to its climax. That's the problem. I just found out. The man working overtime is actually our boss's son. He has been playing dumb these days. Ah? Sumu's mouth opened wide. Isn't this too exaggerated? But I have to say it. Is the female CEO stupid? Why doesn't she admit that she has such a great boyfriend? She is still entangled with others. It's really, really abominable. Just finished speaking. She thought of herself. She calls others stupid, but isn't she stupid too? Although you already have the best, you always want more and are wavering. In the end, nothing happened and it became a joke. And Keir smiled bitterly. It's because the overtime guy suddenly became so outstanding that I lost confidence in myself. I really don't know what to do. Well. Sumu thought about it seriously. Hey. Oh, right. You've been working for so long, but I didn't ask you where you work. Is your company big? How much is your company's boss worth? Oh. And that overtime guy you mentioned, what's his name? Chapter 58. The person you like is Linhee? And Keir was a little surprised and smiled. Mumu, why are you suddenly concerned about this? You weren't interested in knowing these details before. What? Isn't it because the story you told is too dramatic? Otherwise, I don't want to know. Sumu said with a laugh, looking embarrassed. Of course she is not just gossiping. She just realized. If I could get to know this rich second generation through Keir, it would be a good choice. It would be a pity to miss such a high-quality man. Sumu knew very well that although Nkura was beautiful, she had no scheming or trickery when it came to men and was straightforward. This kind of behavior is not popular with boys. Sumu was confident that with her skills, as long as she could get in touch with this rich second generation, something would definitely happen. As for this bullshit bestie relationship? She doesn't care. Oh, my goodness, I'm so curious. Just tell me about it. What company are you from? What's the name of that boy? Well. And Keir didn't want others to know too much about this kind of thing. After all, Linhee is so outstanding. It's really easy to make girls fall in love with it. Don't say buts. Core, do you really want to get the overtime guy? Let me get to know this guy better, and then when you ask him out, I can help you. Don't you know me? I know boys' little thoughts the best. Sumu was persistent and persuasive. And Keir raised her eyebrows. Really? Are you that powerful? Humph. Unless you help me think of a way and ask him out right now. I will believe you. She also wanted to give it a try. She has made appointments with Linhee twice these days, but Linhee didn't come out. Sumu smiled. Isn't this easy? Send him a WeChat message now and invite him out for dinner. Ha! That's it. Mumu, it seems you're not much better than me. And Keir curled her lips, and her expectations for Sumu were greatly reduced. If only this method worked. Why should she go through so much trouble? But the next second, Sumu just smiled slightly, with an unfathomable look on his face. Do you think it's that simple? Now, Encore, open your phone. I'll tell you what to say and you can send it. I'll teach you how to seduce a man. Is it okay? Encore was still skeptical. Stop talking nonsense. Type. Okay. Encore bit her lip. The worst that can happen is just being rejected. She has been rejected many times anyway. Sumu spoke slowly. Hi, do you have time now? Can you do me a favor? I made a reservation at a delicious restaurant and wanted to go there with my mom. But my mom had something urgent to do and stood me up. Oh. But I made a reservation for 2 people. Can you go with me? This restaurant is really hard to make a reservation. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. But it's okay if you don't want to go. I can go next time. Okay. Don't forget to add a pitiful and aggrieved expression at the end. Is this okay? It doesn't seem to be anything special. What do you know? This is called the concession method. First, the wording of helping can arouse a man's desire to protect. Second, you also emphasize that it is difficult to book a seat and you have been looking forward to it for a long time. And leaving him room to refuse, he won't feel uncomfortable. As long as the boy doesn't particularly hate you, he will definitely not refuse this kind of coquettish offensive from a soft girl. Seeing that Sumu's words were well reasoned, and Keir also became more confident. Okay. Send. 2 minutes later. And Keir jumped up when she looked at her phone. Wow. It really worked. He asked me to send him the address and he came to pick me up. Mumu, you are awesome, aren't you? Sumu showed an expected smile. Watch carefully and study hard. Everything you learn is yours, okay? Can you tell me about that boy now? Otherwise, when he comes to pick you up later, I can't call him a part-time guy when I greet him, right? Ha ha ha. Okay. And Kir couldn't help but cover her face and laugh. Mumu, do you know that there is a very famous technology group in Beijing? The president is... Ding ding. Suddenly, the phone rang and interrupted in Kor. It's Sumu's cell phone. When I saw the caller, Sumu immediately looked impatient. Hello? Mom, what's going on? Didn't I tell you? Don't call me if there's nothing wrong. Oh. Can you let your dear son do this kind of thing in the future? I have to work every day. I don't have time to take care of your business. That's enough. There's no way I'm going back to live here. Lu Xiaoxia, don't forget that your stupidity has ruined my life. I've had enough. Didn't you guys dislike me for being a girl? You forced me to work to earn money and didn't even pay for my tuition. What? Do you realize my value now? Let me tell you, I won't give you a penny of the money I earn. After saying that, Sumu hung up the phone angrily. The original good mood disappeared without a trace. That's right, she moved out of home a long time ago. She didn't even bother to say a word to her parents. She hates them. It wasn't enough to ruin her future once, but he also messed up her second chance to change her destiny. If they hadn't disdained Lin He's background at the time, they would have introduced her to Wang Dachuan, a mediocre guy. She might have already married Lin He and married into a wealthy family. How could I live this hard-working life now? Mumu? Are you okay? And Kor asked tentatively. It's okay, Kor, I envy you so much for having a pair of normal parents. Okay, Mumu, don't talk about unhappy things. You're not in a good mood right now, so how about we talk about my matter next time? I feel much better now that you can come out and chat with me today. And Kir smiled gently. Okay. Kor, let's make an appointment next time. I have something to go out for, so I might be too late if we're late. Yeah. Let's go. Hey. There's a taxi right there. And Kir said this and ran towards the roadside. Hey. Kor, your cell phone. Suddenly, Sumu's voice stopped. The next second, she felt cold all over. The photo on Kira's phone screensaver was a face that was so familiar to her. Lin He. Chapter 59, Women as Fights Are the Most Interesting. How could that be? She will never admit her mistake. She had looked at this face day and night for 7 years. Why? How did Kor know Lin He? And she even set him as her screensaver. In a flash, Sumu suddenly remembered everything Kir had said. Really? Moment. Sumu's expression turned cold. Looking at Kor in the distance, her eyes were filled with hatred. Then, without saying a word, he walked quickly towards Kor. Hey! Master! Here! And Kir successfully hailed a taxi. Turning around and waving at Sumu. Mumu! Come on! You take your seat first. I'll wait for another one. But I really don't want to part with you. Since we graduated from high school, we haven't had the opportunity to chat like this. By the way, Mumu, I recently discovered a super delicious hot pot restaurant. I'll treat you next time we meet. Bang! Before Kor could finish her words, she felt a burning pain on her face. She covered her face. His face was full of disbelief, caught off guard. Mumu, what are you doing? Sumu looked at Kor with hatred in his eyes. The person you like is him? And Kir was startled, feeling wronged and angry. She really treated Sumu as a good friend, but she didn't expect that the other party would fight without any hesitation and even for no reason at all. What happened to him? What does it have to do with you? Sumu, why did you hit me? Why? Bitch. Do you know who he is? He's my boyfriend of 7 years. It turns out you've been seducing my boyfriend, and you even dared to ask me to help you with your plan. And Kor, you're so abominable. You mistress. What? Your ex-boyfriend is Lin He? And Kor was also shocked, and suddenly remembered the information Sumu had told her about her ex-boyfriend. It actually matches perfectly. Etc. It only took a few seconds for Encore to figure it out. Sumu, you're going too far. It was you who didn't want Linhee in the first place, so why are you calling me a mistress now? You even told me in person that you were engaged. Sumu knew that he was in the wrong and had no way to defend himself, so his defense completely broke down. Shouted. I'll fight you. Then he came up and pulled Encore's hair. Polling room. Many passers-by also gathered around and took out their mobile phones to take videos. Wow! Two beauties fighting. This scene is so precious. Record it. Must record it. I love watching women fighting the most. What kind of fight is this? It's obviously this unruly woman who's unilaterally crushing the other girl with long black hair is just defending herself. That's right, is this woman crazy? She has so much hatred and resentment. Pulling someone's long straight black hair like that. Stop. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. As soon as Linhee got off the car, he saw a group of people watching something. Come in and take a look. Completely dumbfounded. How did these two women get together? Are they still fighting so fiercely? He doesn't remember introducing them to each other? When Sumu heard the voice, his face turned pale. Oops. She actually forgot that she had just made an appointment for Linhee to come over for Encore. Linhee already disliked her. If he saw her stubborn look again, wouldn't he be even more annoyed with her? The next second, Sumu switched from offense to defense and took the opportunity to fall to the ground. Tears welled up in my eyes. Kora, why are you doing this to me? I clearly said that I won't compete with you for Linhee. And Kora just felt the force pulling her hair disappear. Before I could react, I saw Sumu's pitiful appearance. She was confused. As soon as I turned around, I saw Linhee's figure. She tensed up. Explain immediately. He brother. No. It's not like that. I didn't. The sudden reversal of the situation also drew everyone's attention to Linhee. Who is this person? Are these two beauties fighting for him? I'm so envious. This feeling is so great. TSK. Isn't he just a little more handsome? What's so special about that? Women nowadays are so superficial. At this time, a man nearby patted the speaker on the shoulder and pointed at a Bentley luxury car on the side of the road. Dude, don't be so jealous. Did you see that car? A Bentley Flying Spur. It cost over $3 million. As soon as these words came out, everyone exclaimed. Fuck. It's true. No wonder two beauties fought for him. But looking at him this way, this guy is still really handsome. Especially his temperament, he is simply extraordinary. Linhee looked calm and walked slowly towards them. Sumu immediately raised his head with a pitiful look. I don't know why, but as soon as Encore heard about your relationship, she attacked me. Woohoo! Do you know? I was kicked out of the house by my parents a few days ago. Encore is my high school classmate. I came to her today to borrow some money to rent a house. I'm going to be homeless soon. Are you here to save me? I miss you so much. And Kier was stunned. She didn't expect that a person could be so shameless. Lying is so easy. Don't blush or feel nervous. This is completely different from the good girl Sumu she knew in high school. Just thinking. Linhee had already walked in front of her, his face was cold and without a trace of warmth. And Kier felt very disappointed. Sumu and Linhee had been in love for many years, but she had only known Linhee for more than a month, so their emotional foundation was completely incomparable. Besides, when it comes to eloquence and scheming, she is no match to Sumu. Brother please believe me, it's not what she said. The words are not finished yet. She felt a pleasant coolness on her face. Kor, was it she who hit you in the face? Linhee stroked her cheek gently, his voice low. And Kier was stunned. In an instant, tears of grievance burst out of my eyes. She originally thought that Linhee would be deceived and then scold her harshly. But unexpectedly, Linhee seemed to have not heard Sumu's crying and complaining. Instead, he immediately paid attention to her slapped face. She felt wronged. I'm touched. Emotional collapse. Finally. She couldn't help herself and hugged Lin He all of a sudden, hiding in Lin He's warm and broad chest. Brother He. Thank you for believing in me. Sumu clenched his teeth, his eyes angry. What a courage! He actually dared to throw himself into Lin He's arms in front of her. She stood up quickly and pulled Encore away. Encore! Do you have any sense of shame? You threw yourself into Lin He's arms in public. Do you act like a proper girl? You. What do you mean by you? Encore, you had relationships with multiple boys in high school. Your reputation in the whole school is ruined. You are not worthy of Lin He at all. Please stay away from my boyfriend. As soon as these words came out, passers-by looked at Encore with disdain. So she's really a mistress. How shameless. Ha! I felt sorry for her when I saw her being beaten just now. Now it seems that she really deserves it. That's right. You seduced someone's boyfriend right in front of her. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't been in front of her. Lin He's face darkened. Shut up, everyone. And Kier felt a pain in her heart when she heard these words. She could never have imagined that. I was actually slandered, framed, and betrayed by my former best friend. She couldn't bear it anymore. He took a step forward, swung his arm, and slapped Sumu hard in the face. Bang! After a crisp sound. Sumu was stunned. You dare to hit me. Encore clenched her fists, her chest heaving violently. You deserve to be beaten for accusing others like this. Sumu looked at Lin He and squeezed out a few tears in just 2 seconds. Holding Lin He's arm. She hit me. She actually hit me, say something, he. Lin He looked disgusted. Throwing Sumu away fiercely. You deserve it. Don't say she hit you, I want to hit you too. Chapter 60 in Kier, almost exposed. Sumu was stunned, with disbelief in his eyes. She knew that Lin He was extremely disappointed in her. But she also knew Lin He's character very well. He had always been very reasonable and tolerant towards girls. It is precisely because of this that she keeps pestering him unscrupulously. But she never expected. Lin He actually said he wanted to beat her? And it's because of another girl I just met not long ago? For a time, Sumu felt a sharp pain in his heart. There is also an indescribable jealousy. Her eyes were red. Why are you doing this to me? Do you know the ins and outs of these things? Do you really trust her? How long have you known her? Do you understand her? Facing Sumu's hoarse voice, Lin He smiled sadly, his eyes were sarcastic. I don't know her, but don't I know you? Sumu was stunned. Nothing to say. After a while, Sumu nodded slowly. Well, since you no longer trust me, there's no need for me to stay here any longer. Lin He, you will definitely regret treating me like this. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the crowd. Etc. Suddenly, Lin He's voice rang out. Sumu's eyes lit up and he felt a little excited in his heart. She just knew it. She is still very important in Lin He's heart. Lin He still couldn't bear to make her sad. Sumu turned around quickly. Hey! You said. Lin He glanced at her and spoke calmly. Sumu, I always forgot to ask you. Hearing this, Sumu immediately thought of the classic plots and lines in those cheesy movies. At times like this, people usually ask that question. Lin He is going to ask too? Then come quickly. I will definitely tell you the answer you want to hear. I have loved you. Hey, I really have loved you. Sumu looked at Lin He with excitement and anticipation. The answer in his mind was about to come out. But the next second, Lin He's voice was emotionless. Are you not going to pay back the 100,000 yuan? For a time, Sumu's expression suddenly turned bad, and there was something indescribably funny about it. From the look of you, you have no intention of returning it at all. Looking at Lin He's teasing eyes, Sumu's heart tightened and he tried hard to suppress his disappointment. No. Now Lin He is already very fed up with her. If you want to save this relationship, you must stop playing tricks. But you can't just pay back this money so casually. After all, this is her only reason to see Linhee. I've been saving money, it should be enough soon. Can you wait a little longer? I hope so. After Linhee finished speaking, he directly pulled Kir away. In the car. Kor, is your face okay? Linhee asked with concern. It's okay. Brother he. Ko waved her hands and avoided his gaze. Brother he, actually Sumo and I, were high school classmates and had a very good relationship. But I didn't expect that the ex-boyfriend she mentioned was you. Just now, she accidentally discovered our relationship, and things went completely beyond my expectations. Also, the restaurant and the like weren't actually real, I lied to you. I'm sorry, brother he. I just wanted to see you. Linhee couldn't help but chuckle. I was wondering when you became so clever. Apparently, this was the idea of the military advisor just now? And Kor was full of surprise. Brother he, you. Okay, it's okay. Actually, I wanted to find you too. I promised to take you to buy gifts, but I haven't fulfilled my promise yet. I don't want to break my promise. Linhee fastened his seatbelt, started the car, and drove towards Jingtian building. And Kir was flattered. Real? Why would I lie to you? Half an hour later. Inside the Hermes store. Kor, I don't know much about women's bags, so you choose, and I'll pay after you're done. Linhee spoke in a casual tone. In fact, Linhee doesn't understand what girls like. I only remember that when I was with Sumu often talked about who bought Hermes. How beautiful it is. Linhee was originally curious, but when he walked into the store, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. The bags on the display cabinet don't seem to be anything special. Why is it so expensive? Brother he, this store is too expensive. You really don't need to give me such an expensive gift, let's go to another store. And Kir looked uneasy. Linhee waved his hand. Now that you're in, just take a look around. If you don't find anything you like, we'll talk later. Okay. Ma'am. Welcome. What would you like to see? The shopping guide Lucy looked Kir up and down and gave a professional smile. Well, I'll just take a look. Kir said. Yes, ma'am. Lucy smiled stiffly and glanced at Linhee who was sitting next to her. I rolled my eyes in my heart. Another shabby boy. He even dared to bring his girlfriend to their store. You really don't know your place. And Kir turned around and asked. I heard that your store has released a new limited edition ostrich leather bag for fall. Can you give me some? Lucy didn't hesitate at all. Excuse me, ma'am, we don't have that model. Would you like to see if you need a trash can at home? This is the unspoken rule of luxury goods. Often the limited edition bags in the store are given priority to senior members. If ordinary customers want to buy them, they must pay a certain amount before the clerk will take out the bag. Otherwise, it will be out of stock. And Kir was startled. After a while, he said. Oh, no thanks. Lucy seemed to have anticipated this outcome and immediately made a gesture to see the guest off. Welcome to visit us next time. Seeing Kir walking away, Lucy also did not forget to complain to her colleagues. You can really meet anyone who wants a limited edition item right away. It's obvious that he's never been to a luxurious place like ours. Ha! That's right, women nowadays are too vain. Last time I met a woman who maxed out her credit card just to buy a bag. TSK. I think this woman is the same type of person. Look at her boyfriend's outfit. He doesn't even have a brand name watch. How can he afford to spend money in our store? As he was saying, a long-haired beauty with a slim waist and beautiful legs came over. What are you talking about? The two shopping guides immediately became respectful. Hello, store manager. Actually, it's nothing. It's just that the girl came up and asked for the limited edition. It's obvious that she is a low-end customer who has never made any purchases. Store manager, don't worry, I have sent her away. The long-haired beauty looked in the direction of Lucy's finger. His pupils suddenly shrank. You're talking about her? Yes. What's wrong, manager? I've seen that she doesn't have any branded clothes on her. She's not our target customer. Shut up. The long-haired beauty growled and glared at Lucy fiercely. I'll deal with you later. After saying that, he quickly chased after him. Mizzen! Please stay. And Kier just arrived beside Lin He and turned around to see the store manager running over. My heart immediately rose to my throat. Pretend to be calm. What's wrong? The store manager immediately bowed. The tone is sincere. Excuse me, Mizzen. The salesperson just now was new. You want the autumn limited edition, right? We have it, we have it. Why don't you come to our VIP room to take a look? Lin He couldn't help but wonder. Didn't this person serve Encore just now? How did he know Encore's last name? Moreover, isn't this attitude a bit too respectful?